Our story begins with a race that stopped the whole world. The last cyclists from each team were ready for the final round. The crowd was crazy. The anticipation could be felt in the air, and our protagonist, putting on his helmet, remembers everything that had to happen to be in that moment. Everything had happened to get there. But to get to all that, we have to go back in the story. The protagonist, some time ago, goes to the library, and on the way he bumps into them who didn't realize what passed by them. It was too fast. He also runs into a ditch, but he jumps it without problems too. He jumps some stairs, surprising the couple, but he skids to a stop. The reason was a very steep downhill, and by chance, there were many people gathered below. They were talking about the super bicycle this guy had. A normal student couldn't possibly have that bike. Some ask if they could try it. But he refuses. They had to stop begging and get on their own bikes, and they notice. Someone was trying to ride down the hill. They murmur if he rides down from there, it would be certain death, especially if he had a normal bike like that one. But the protagonist puts on his cap. Entering a state of criticism, it was his family, they had high expectations for him. Any of their children must be perfect. He had to get better grades because they were dropping. This way, he wouldn't be able to get into a good university. His classmates mocking that he couldn't have a normal life because of his parents. Studying was his only friend. His thoughts transformed solely into studying, studying, and studying. But thanks to riding down with his bike, he breaks the barrier of any stereotype. Everyone is surprised. He had just come down the hill without braking and doing a skid. It was impossible to do something like that, especially on that piece of junk bike. The guy with glasses thinks that was awesome, and they tell him. He was the student council president, but well, he wasn't interested in the slightest who he was. He just wanted to meet him. The next day at SUNY High School, the protagonist was studying as usual. And someone was watching him. Who was interrupted by her friend, she shouldn't be so interested in that guy. He just spent time studying, he didn't have any hobbies. His life was just studying. He must be a stressed person, but she clarifies that wasn't the case. He just didn't know how to express himself. She is about to tell him if she liked him, but Minu arrives in class, who attracts the attention of the females. She asks what he was doing there. Minu replies it was none of his business. He hadn't come to see her. He wasn't interested in an old lady. She clearly gets angry, and in the distance, this guy can be seen, who was Dom Kang, a great character. He was in love with Yuna, who was this character, but Minu had entered the class to see the president. But he doesn't even answer her Lola. By placing his hand on the notebook, he asks him to leave. He was studying, but he asks if he liked riding bikes. If so, he should be part of his team. That downhill he did was awesome. His entire team was shocked to see him ride down the hill, and what's more, with a skid. And he turned out to be the student council president himself, so he came to politely ask him if he wanted to join his team. But the protagonist didn't even make a face and continued studying. They wonder what they were talking about, it was all very strange, and then he replies he wasn't interested. So he shouldn't interrupt his studying, and he politely asked him to leave. Hearing that, Minho leaves. It was irritating, but Jay, which is what our protagonist was called, upon hearing about whether he liked riding bikes, remembers that his uncle gave him a bicycle for his 13th birthday, which had been like a friend to him before becoming an athlete. So he would like him to have it. He knew studying was important, but sometimes it was good to get some fresh air and enjoy nature. If he became good enough, they could even cycle together. After class, the friends talk about how they couldn't imagine a school life only with exams. They imagined it more romantic, but the holidays were coming. At least it was their consolation. And Duncan appears to invite her to a movie, but is cruelly rejected. And Jay, looking outside, asks what he was doing there again. He was following him. Mino argues that he was just making sure he was studying well, and he just wanted him to give him a chance tonight. Just this once, he wanted to compete with him. But he refuses. He had to stop bothering him. It was just child's play. Minu says there was a guy named TJ Kim, who was speaking ill of his bicycle that day. He considered it like damn trash. He wasn't bothered by those kinds of comments, but they had insulted something precious, a bicycle. He decides he wasn't going to force him to do anything. At night, his friend asks him, they had been waiting for a while, he was sure he would come. But he expected nothing in return. And right then, this trio arrives. They ask if the conceited boy had arrived. That bitch must have gotten scared. Minu gets angry and challenges him, at least to a warm-up lap. He laughs. Everyone knew he had a leg injury, although he had always wanted a rematch. However, Jay just arrives. Everyone murmurs. It was the guy from the other time, the one who had gone down the hill. It was quite a surprise. The guy approaches to greet him, but Jay walks past him. He asks Minu that they should start. Now he was busy. They introduce themselves. First, they will explain to him how the race will be. The rules were simple. Whoever arrived first won. They just had to follow the route. As a precaution, they also placed people marking the route. And the person he will compete against will be that unpleasant guy over there. He just says not to bother him later. He was only competing for pride. Everything was ready. Comments are made. Good luck, TJ, don't be too bad with him. Kick his ass with that new carbon bicycle. TJ tells Jay he should try not to fall too far behind, even if it was difficult. He had a carbon bicycle. Minu asks him to just concentrate on the race, and he will film them. Everything was ready. When the nut falls to the ground, the race will begin. Ready, set, go. TJ takes the lead. It was clearly because he had a lighter bicycle. TJ already started bragging. Asking if he thought he could beat him, he better get used to looking at his rear, because there was no way he could overtake him. Pejota notices that Jay could catch up, so laughing, he throws a cone at him. Even the one filming asks what the hell he was doing. Jay barely dodges it, but ahead of him came a car. However, both are astonished, especially TJ. He apologizes anyway, throws the cone accidentally. The cameraman thinks the maneuvers he just saw were crazy. Jay starts his breathing. And accelerates, gets level, and says, "Let's finish this stupid race once and for all," taking the lead. TJ sees the sign for a sharp curve. He should slow down, but Jay doesn't. This makes him think he didn't know what he was doing. Accelerating in a curve was suicide, but to everyone's surprise, Jay skids in the curve to gain more speed. And cut down on time. The cameraman has no idea where he learned to ride like that, but he's riding an old fixed-gear bike. As if it were his own body. TJ just curses over and over. His carbon machine was behind, and he couldn't catch up. Jay, pointing at him, says that now it was his turn to look at his rear. He had to study, so he will finish this in 4 minutes. This sends him into a state of psychosis. He just wanted to kill him and beat him. TJ closes the distance, and on that hill, he would catch up. The cameraman screams. They had to brake, they were crazy, there was a gate at the end. They had to slow down or they would crash, but neither of them slows down. Jay, for his part, when approaching, skids and almost crashes, hitting the gate with his leg. To balance his speed, managing to pass. As for TJ, he tries to brake with all his might, but his bicycle breaks due to applying so much force at such speed. Being thrown against the gate. Jay just mumbles that he was a loser. TJ, bleeding, says nothing, just clenches his fists in rage. Minu is playing, and they shout that someone had already arrived. He is surprised, that man he saw had broken a new record. Everyone was perplexed, the one who reached the finish line was Jay. Minu approaches and throws the helmet at him. He reminds him of what he said before the race. He must never bother him again, and leaves. Everyone thinks, damn. That guy is stubborn. Minu sees the cameraman arrive and asks what happened. He immediately asks for the first aid kit. Everyone worries, but TJ just shouts, they must bring that damn wretch right now. Then Jay arrives home. His brother scolds him that he shouldn't arrive so late, and even less for riding his stupid bicycle. But he starts watching his favorite series and leaves him alone. In the shower, Jay remembers everything that happened. He thinks it was very strange. He had never felt that way. The next day he goes to school and sees that his wheel is ruined. The brother scolds him again. He should leave his bicycle to save energy for studying. He had to grow up, but he sees a kitten and goes after it. That's me. As for Mia, she was on public transport. The atmosphere was tiring. Others were talking. Everything stank. They needed to find another way to go. And Mia, looking ahead, sees Jay and goes at full speed. Her heart pounds. As for Duncan, who we now clarify is a person from a wealthy family, or from a mob family, they ask him if they hit the cars in front to pass. But he asks them not to. And looking out the window, he also sees Jay at full speed. And he also gets motivated. He wanted a bicycle. And next to Jay, to everyone's surprise, appears the school principal. In class, Mia asks why he came by bicycle. As the day passes, Duncan keeps trying to get Yuna's attention. Mia kept watching the president, and at the end of the day, Duncan meets Jay. He asks him to please lend him his bicycle, but he leaves without saying anything. The protagonist walks, and finally his wheel gets a flat. "Yuna, want me to fix it for you, you piece of shit," is heard. It was TJ with two other people, and walking in the distance, Duncan also appears. TJ expresses that he couldn't even sleep because of how pissed off he was, but Jay asks whose it was. This irritates him, kicking his bicycle. He had to be arrogant, and before finishing speaking, Jay punches him in the face, leading the three guys to give him a tremendous beating. Now he had to remember who he was, but Jay says he still didn't know. They will beat him up again to make him realize, but Don Khan asks them to stop. They only felt tough because it was 3 against 1. He will join to make it more interesting. T. Hoda thinks he is an idiot. They were also going to beat him up, but a trembling guy behind him asks him to leave. That guy was dangerous. Upon telling him something, he agrees and leaves immediately, without forgetting to tell the protagonist that he was a loser. And he should thank him for having a friend like him. Khan is proud and extends his hand to Jay, who asks him to forget about him. It was fine, he could leave. Don thinks that everyone around him acts as if they don't like him. As for Minu, these two girls come, and a comment comes to light. Just for having money, he has women around him. Seeing that Jay was there, he says goodbye to them. They ask what happened to him. Kan tells him what happened. Minu apologizes for getting him into something like that. The protagonist just asks them to get out of his sight. Although they only wanted to help, to the point of angering Don Kan, who hits him in the neck, sending him to the ground. He supposed they were going to fight the whole time, so he decided to do that. They will take him home, but to his naivety, neither of them knew where he lived. And they hear someone shouting Jay's name. He was very scared. He sees the guys as a threat, so he decides to leave. He didn't know who he was, but they noticed the enormous similarity. They must surely be brothers. Shouting, he asks him to stop. He had to help them. He had pretended not to know his brother because he had to protect himself. After treating Jay, they investigate his room and Kan finds a photo. It was him when he was little, but with the same bicycle. Minu realizes that he has been riding the bike since he was little. He remembers that he didn't intend to compete until they told him about his bicycle. Kan, seeing Nimmo, for some reason sees Yun reflected. Minu also thinks he knows the person next to Jake, and just then he wakes up. He asks them to give him the photo and asks what they were doing in his house. They argue that they were good friends because they healed him and brought him to their house. And since they were there, they had to reveal his dark secrets by opening his computer, but what they found were only recorded classes for studying. Duncan believes that he is there now. He is going to show him the true path. Minu says, "Oh master, please show us the way," and Jay asks them to leave at once. The brother outside the room thinks he wasted a lot of time with those 3 idiots. And upon opening the door, he finds a gloomy scene. After all their master plan, they say goodbye, and Minu makes a call. His group needed to have an emergency meeting, and TJ had to show up. Upon arriving at the scene, everyone was perplexed. They had never had such a sudden meeting. And Minu, upon arrival, just punches TJ, asks him that his 3 friends must leave the crew. They had tarnished the name of their group by hitting people, but TJ counters, KJ hit him first. And his actions were not those of a leader, so he proposes that he leave the group. Although he was the leader, many thought the same. Everyone was against him, now that with his injured leg he couldn't run. They accepted him for his money, but now his money couldn't make up for his physical abilities. Minwoo gets angry and proposes a team race. Even with his ruined leg, he could beat him. He gets angry and accepts. It would be a 3 versus 3. Junso would also participate in Minwoo's group. Taejota asks if anyone wanted to compete in his group, but no one raises their voice. Minwoo believes it wasn't necessary. They would compete alone. The next day it is explained to us that the race was a relay. They suggest Jae, but he didn't want to involve him in any more fights. He didn't want to get him into trouble. As for Jae, Mia gives him some bandages, but he rejects them, which angers Junna. She claims he couldn't behave like that. His friend had been worried about him all morning. And Kan gives him a friendly punch. They ask since when they were so close. That was because he dreamed of a video. Jun asks Jae to come. There was a third-year student looking for him. Junso thinks maybe he doesn't remember him. Here it is explained that Jae has a facial recognition disability, but luckily for him, he remembers him a little. He explains everything that happened in his group and asks him if he could please join his 3 versus 3 group. Jae apologizes, but he couldn't. He never wanted to see his group again. Junso resignedly just tells him that they will meet in the same place as last time. Later at night, everyone gathers. They were all anxious for the race. The 2 friends give up. It was already past 8. They would have to compete without him. TJ shouts at him that he shouldn't push himself too hard. He could end up with both legs broken now. They were about to start, but she arrives. They are surprised. She was a commentator. Her name was Hiri Lee. She hoped to broadcast the race live. She starts recording and makes everything more interesting. The race consisted of having a baton, which would be passed to the next participant until reaching the finish line. And they will use those LED light batons that could transform into bracelets. In summary, the runners will be at designated points to pass the batons. The one who arrives first wins. And that said, the losing team will be expelled from the organization. And the guy asks if they were sure. They had a huge disadvantage running with one less person. And with someone injured, but he just accepts whoever it is, they will win. Everything was ready. For TJ's part, the first runner was Hyojin. Minwoo asks Junseo to run the first leg. He will take care of the other 2. He will beat TJ. They were already in position. Everything was ready. On your marks. Ready, set, go. Jerily comments, both teams are going at a speed of 26 km per hour, but Sangmo High School takes the lead at the start. The one in front tries to confuse him, telling him that he was always behind him because his leader was Minwoo. Just as pathetic, but he didn't notice that he was also very close to him the whole time. He tries to break away, but can't, and feels enormous pressure. It made him very tense. Harry Lee expresses, the cyclist behind is using slipstream. That was a technique for the person in front to break the wind, and thus put less effort into advancing. For a high school cyclist to use this method was extraordinary. The other guy finally realizes, but Junso passes him and thanks him for breaking the wind for him all that time. He shifts to the heaviest gear and climbs while doing a squid dancing or swinging the hips to gain speed. Minwoo says, here they come, changing the bracelet from arm to arm. Hyerly expresses, the second runner from the high school begins the second part. Junso just asks that his friend doesn't get hurt in that race. TJ was anxious. He couldn't see his partner anywhere and there he came, or so he thought, because the one who passed was Minwoo. At full speed, and in a streaming signal, appears someone who will be important in the future. Minwoo was riding at a phenomenal pace. He would win by far, but a cat by chance crosses his path, breaking and injuring his leg, causing him to fall to the ground at high speed. Jerilippel apologizes, had to cut the broadcast due to an accident. Taejota only thinks about catching up and seeing Minu on the ground, he curses him. He knew he couldn't lose to trash like him. Minu, resigned on the ground, doesn't want to know anything, but a shadow appears, asking what he was doing lying on the ground like a crying sissy. It was Jake who puts on the bracelet, but don't be mistaken, he was only there to return the favor of healing him and take him home again. Minu smiles and asks him to teach those losers a lesson. The woman notices that bicycle and calls his attention. As for TJ, he sighs in relief. He knew the result. He could never beat him with a leg like that. And Minu said he had a monster behind him. He better be careful, and TJ feels something behind him. It couldn't be true. Where the hell did that bastard come from? He speeds up, seeing what happened. It was as if a dog was chasing him. But he just had to get past the U-turn and he could win, but remembering his fall, he breaks in fright. But Jake accelerates and performs a skid. But not only that, he stops in the middle of the road, 180 degrees. And face to face, he asks him if he had insulted his bicycle before. It was the perfect opportunity to see if his luxurious bicycle was faster than his junk. They were going to race as fast as possible on that straight path, and thus they could know the true winner. And if he loses, don't blame his bicycle but himself. They were ready. They start again. TJ takes the lead, but Jay, with one breath, speeds up and passes him in a second. The crowd realizes that the competitors were coming. Minu apologies, couldn't finish the race. The other guys mock, they had beaten the rookies, but a red bracelet is seen approaching. TJ didn't understand why his bicycle couldn't catch up to a loser like him, and a bracelet crosses the finish line first. Everyone was stunned. Minu clarifies that everything was ready. They had to take care of his group, since he knew that race was illegal due to an unregistered third member. But he was happy he could go with his friend. And Jay throws the helmet at him and leaves. The reporter sees that bicycle and smiles, so he had inherited it. The guys want to celebrate because the others are out of their group, and someone calls him Viper Boy. That angers him, but upon seeing who it was, he calms down and the guys go to his house. That guy was one of the most dangerous ones there. As for Minu, he arrives home after arguments with his parents about his stepmother, whom he always treated badly, since he thought she was only there for his parents' money. They beat him, and upon seeing what his son did, they kick him out of their house, and his sister in her room thinks it was all her fault. Remembering the past of his mother, his family, he didn't understand how all that had happened. And arriving at what he was now. And he sees someone drinking a soda, and it was Jay. He tells him not to cry over losing a competition, but he wasn't crying over losing. Jay leaves, but he tells him to wait. He asks him if he could stay the night with him. He follows him to his house, asking him to please give him his eye. At that moment he was on the street, but Jay didn't care. He should ask that of another friend, but he would like to do that, but he really had no one to ask. And closing the door, he assumes they weren't even close, and it starts to rain. It is told that Minu was always surrounded by people, but it was all because he had money. Seeing that, he also put on a mask to socialize with them, but at the end of the day, he was always alone. And somehow he managed to get a bicycle, and that's how he escaped his loneliness. But even now, his bicycle group left him alone, and looking at the ground, he saw a small kitten trembling. He remembers that damn cat was the culprit of his fall, but seeing its little injured paw, he believes he could no longer change the past. So he offers him some food. He asks if he was also alone in this world. Then Jay's brother, who wonders why one of the Gazans was outside his house. And he realizes that it was one of his brother's useless friends, but he is perplexed because he had a kitty in his hands. Jay, opening the door, sees Minu, and the brother argues that he couldn't leave him in the middle of the rain. And what's more, injured, and he also brought the scrubber because he was with the kitten. He argues that he will leave as soon as the rain stops, but Jay throws him the towel. The bathroom is over there. He would stay just for today. When Minu is in the fridge, the protagonist's mother arrives and recognizes him. She accepts him for being a person from such a renowned family. She also scolds Jay about his grades. They had dropped. If this continued, he would never see that bicycle again. In the room, Minu tells him that now that he thought about it, his life was also a mess. But he still envied him for having a mother. He asks him when he started riding a bicycle, and he gets the idea to create his own cycling crew. But Jay just thinks he is talking nonsense. They should sleep. He turns away angrily, but he doesn't care. He could convince him over time. His mother had given him permission to stay longer. The next day, he smells something tasty that wakes him up, and seeing Jay dressed like that, he starts laughing. He should share it with everyone, and Jay walks past with the plate. Clearly that food was for the cat. He should obviously prepare his own food. Then a call to the grandfather is made. It was Chaeli, his granddaughter. She tells him that she was going to Korea. The next day, June tells Jay that he must attend a meeting in the student center. But clearly it was a trap, so that Mia could meet him. Everyone was already in the cafeteria, and Mia arrives, who had dressed up and no one recognizes her. She looked like a model, but she argues that she only used contact lenses. And at another table was this redhead guy, who hears them talk about his appearance, gets up and confronts him, knocks over the table, warns that the next time he drinks he will pour it on him. But Duncan stops him. The redhead throws his cap. They are leaving. They will continue this somewhere else. On the other hand, the principal's daughter walks by, attracting all eyes. But some random thieves steal her purse, and by chance, Jade was passing by there and starts chasing them immediately. The thieves wonder who could be following them, especially on a bicycle. It was impossible for him to catch them. But Jade takes a shortcut, although that shortcut was a dead end, but that was not a problem. He uses the car as a ramp and goes over the wall at full speed, and manages to catch up to them, jumping towards them, crashing into them and falling into some boxes, but he manages to recover the purse. The blonde asks if he was okay, but he just gives her the purse, takes his bicycle and leaves. He informs his group of friends that he couldn't go to the meeting. He had had an accident. Everyone is disappointed, especially Mia, and when she goes to the bathroom, she runs into a cameraman who thinks he has good style, gives him his card in case he wanted to work with him. Jay takes his bicycle to be repaired for the recent damage, and the person working there was the same journalist from the other time. She lets him know that his uncle was a professional cyclist, and not only that, he was the first Korean to win a tour of all time. His uncle had achieved the impossible. She, recognizing that he was his nephew and one of his bicycles, will fix his bicycle for free in honor of his uncle. And she also shows him this poster, the Street League, a street cycling competition league. And the winning team would take home 100 million yen. But he refuses. He had to study. She insists he should at least think about it, and realizes that when he leaves he lost his wallet. The blonde had it, and seeing the grandfather, she asks him to help her find this guy. The next day, they surround Jay, worried about what happened to him, but the teacher asks them to sit down. They had to introduce a new student. All the students get excited about how beautiful she was. Curiously, she liked cycling and traveling. Seeing the protagonist, she smiles, approaches him and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Everyone was furious, even the director himself, who was watching from the window. She hadn't managed to thank him before, so that was her reward, and she also had his wallet. Then Mia becomes sad and remembers her past. She was always bullied by other girls, but the prezi offered her a hand while others avoided her. She didn't believe herself brave enough to declare her love. She hated herself for the way she was. Then after class, Minu presents him with the Street League brochure. They needed to form their own crew so he could leave his house with the money. He tried to convince him in every possible way, but the protagonist had no intention of participating. But upon seeing a man on television who spoke of his uncle and was also a participant in the Street League, he was very sad not to be able to see the star compete anymore. Referring to his uncle, after his death, he remained very sad, especially because of the doping incident, but if he were still alive, most likely he wouldn't compete anymore due to drug problems. He understood his feeling of wanting to win, but doping to improve his performance was falling too low. Those words deeply affect Jade, making him furious and expressing to Minu that he would participate in that damn competition. After a long discussion to decide the name of their crew, the blonde joins the conversation. And she also wanted to be part of his team. And Duncan, upon hearing, also wanted to join the team, even if he didn't have any bicycle. In another scene, several people were shown excited about the street league. Then the redhead was being whipped for his bad conduct, discipline, and all his actions. If he messed up one more time, he would be expelled from school. As for Duncan, he had bought a bicycle with his boss's money, but it turned out to be a complete scam. But his boss found out, so they had to do something about it. And without much time passing, they found the whereabouts of who scammed him. Khan arrives, but he is in a very good mood, because of a chocolate given by Yuna, so he just takes his bicycle. And leaves. Upon arrival, his buddies try to teach him a few things. He did it quite well. But the bike was too fast, and at one point he just disappeared into the horizon. The next day he arrived, he was very sore in his legs from practicing all day. And his ass hurt too. Mia asked Jay if he could also teach her how to ride a bicycle, and she had also made him a logo for his team. But the blonde didn't want to lend her team member, creating tension between them. Then, at the bicycle repair shop, they report a participant who was an ex-rugby player. But due to an injury, he couldn't continue. He changed sports, and now he had been reborn as a true beast, who could reach 100 km/h at maximum speed. And he was part of the monster team in the Street League, scaring everyone about their chances of winning. But Harry Lee presents them with these machines that would serve them. Khan wanted to try them, but upon getting on, his balance didn't allow him to stay upright. Harry gives him some advice, and Jay gets on and enjoys it very much, since he had practiced that exercise many times with his uncle. She explains that Jay had a unique technique. His upper body was totally stable. His way of pedaling, without a doubt, had a lot of practice and effort. The next day, everyone gathers to practice with Jake. He tries to teach Mia, which creates a somewhat romantic scene, angering the blonde, interrupting them and asking that she also didn't know how to ride. And here it is also told that Minu had been in love with Mia for a long time. At the end of training, Yuna is waiting for Khan, but some guys approach her to repeatedly ask for her number. But Duncan appears to defend her, beating up the guys, although June asked him to stop many times, making her angry and judging him, but he, for the first time, gets tired, thinks he couldn't do anything more. Since she was from a millionaire family, she probably thinks he is trash and a thug. Like all of them, and he leaves. And as a result, the guys he beat were friends of the redhead, who upon showing him a photo asked TJ if he knew this guy with long hair and a patch on his lips, and he finds out who he was, and they will also look for Yuna. At the end of classes, everyone realized that they weren't acting as they normally did. And the guys were waiting for her in the afternoon. And Dom, at his work, receives a call from Mia, crying, asking for help, and without thinking twice. He gets on his bicycle and rides at full speed. Here it is explained what happened with Duncan and Yuna. A subject was asking her to spend the night with him, but she didn't want to, Duncan appearing on the scene asking him that his father would not be happy with his attitudes. So he should leave. In the following days, everyone murmured about his family. It was from a mafia. Yuna, after a series of discussions, moves him aside. Kang's story was about a person who always got into trouble, a typical gang member. But he did have power from a mafia. But Yuna showed him the value of life and that he could move forward with good deeds, becoming the first person who supported him in that life. And that's how he radically changed, becoming an exemplary human being. Returning to the present, he was riding at full speed to help Yuna. Jay and Minu finally see him. Duncan finally arrives at the scene. The redhead expresses, so he was the one who was in the cafeteria. They were waiting for him. Someone had to pay the consequences. What they wanted were his front teeth. But Duncan picks up a lighter and clenches his fist to knock down the Chinese guy with a single punch. He warns them. They couldn't run away. Everyone gets irritated. He clearly wanted them to beat him up. And Yuna tries to argue they should end all that and go their separate ways, but that couldn't be resolved that way. And Duncan unleashes. They couldn't do anything. If they called the police, they would also punish Duncan, and Minwoo asks him to calm down. He had followed him to make sure his friend was okay. They hit him. It had been a long time since they saw him. He never thought that he was also friends with that loser. He asks if his leg was okay, and Duncan is still hitting. He would take care of the redhead. He couldn't touch him. And also, now Jay was observing the scene. Seeing his classmates being beaten, he throws his backpack to the floor. He will join too. And in the distance, TJ was with others recording the spectacle. Duncan and Billing begin their fight. Dom lay on the floor. The friends were mocking. With just a few hits, he couldn't do anything against Dino. He takes off his shirt, laughing. He proclaims himself the winner, but Dom, bloodied, was laughing. Who said that was over? One of the two had to die for the battle to end. The redhead tries to strike, but is hit on the head and another blow impacts. Another and another and another. Junna hugs him, asking him that it was enough, calming him down. Everyone turns cold. Vinny had been defeated, but the redhead's friend with a bat tells him that it had been enough. He is going to smash his skull with a bat hit, but lights appear in the area. Seeing the scene, he takes Vinny and retreats, but TJ had recorded everything. The next day, they are asked to go to the principal's office. They show him the video. He gives them a very long sermon. But the principal states that it was enough. He cannot let that incident of violence pass. It was an unforgivable crime. Whatever the reason, starting tomorrow, everyone would be suspended. The three of them are very sad about what happened. Minwoo thinks that if his parents find out, they will kill him. Dom apologizes. They were there because of him, but that wasn't necessary. Friends were there to help each other. He couldn't doubt that. In Dom's eyes, Minwoo was a real man. They asked Jay if he was okay, but he literally remained in shock from the suspension. Looking at the principal, he remembers a meeting he had with the league representatives, who mocked his school because they had seen a group of them sign up for the competition, and everyone knew that at his school they didn't even ride tricycles. They wouldn't even pass the preliminaries. That had angered the principal. For that reason, he had suspended them so he could train them. The next day, the three of them were gathered. The principal knew a lot about cycling competitions, so he provides them with very strict training. Everyone ends up cramping. They wanted to leave, but the principal argues. He is going to give them a mission. If they succeed, he would revoke their suspensions. They had to take the tires and drag them up the top of that hill with the bicycles. Jay and Minwoo were doing well carrying the tire, but Duncan kept bouncing it. Here the principal gives him advice to improve his pedaling. He was unbalanced. Pedaling wasn't that simple. He had to apply force both upwards and downwards. He must not take his feet off the pedals. With that advice, the training starts again. After spending the entire afternoon training, Duncan had also managed to control his pedaling. He was dizzy. He felt guilty because his friends were now carrying the burden of having him as a teammate. They asked him to leave. It was all for today. However, he wanted to stay a little longer. They understand each other and leave. It was already night, and Duncan was still training. At the corner, he realizes that his beloved was there. She had found out he was still training, so she brought him chicken so he could recover. At that moment, she apologizes. He had broken his promise, but she tells him it didn't matter. The truth is, she was grateful. In another setting was the redhead, who remembers everything that has happened recently. And he sees a downhill. That was the downhill where he and Minwoo competed on that track that day. They were competing for who was the best of the two leaders of their crew, and in that race, he wanted to feel alive. And he did reckless things, causing both of them to fall, and causing Minwoo's leg to get injured. The next day, he had only one cigarette left. He didn't even have money to buy, and since he is no longer in school, he can't steal from anyone. He will have to ask his mother for some money. His mother was working at the mall, cleaning. A poorly behaved child thinks that what he had on his face was strange. She remembers that she and her son went out one snowy day. He asks her if she could make him something to eat, something like fried pork, but she asks him to wait a little. Next week she would have some money. The child drops the pokeball. She goes to give it to him, but the mother stops him. It might be infected. Duran carelessly spins and hits this woman with a broom, who asks him to watch where he moves that, treating her very badly, making a scene. Vinny hears the altercation happening, and really, that woman treated him very badly. Seeing that, he fills with rage. He asks her what she was doing on the floor. She asks who that piece of shit was. Grabbing the broom and breaking it, he was going to hit the woman. But the mother, seeing that, asks him to stop. He states that she shouldn't let herself be treated like that. They should have respect. But she tells him it didn't matter. Just a little more money was missing, and she would quit. That causes him to have a small memory from the past, going crazy and trying to attack the woman. But looking back, his mother was unconscious. At the hospital, they tell him that his mother was in the final stage of liver cirrhosis. Her condition was very serious right now, so the only treatment option was liver transplant surgery. But the cost of the surgery was around 50 million won. In the past, children always bothered him for being a red-haired mutant with different colored eyes. They beat him just for being different, humiliating him, saying that next time he should bark when they told him to. But a bicycle impact hit the bully from behind. There he met Minhu, who came with his bodyguard, who threatened him. He couldn't hang out with him again. At school, the story didn't change much. They kept bothering him, and a maternal act of giving him flowers for his new school humiliates him. Everyone starts laughing at him and his mother's face. That was the first time he raised his voice to his mother and asked her to leave. Then, the guys from before beat him up because he should bark, mocking him, and they also mention how ugly his mother was. That awakens fury in Vinny. He asks them to stop. He is going to hit him for being insolent, but they stab a pencil in his arm and hit him in the face. At that moment, he realized something. There are things he has noticed in his life, and it is that people who want to trample him and walk all over him is because they are different from them. He feels that the only way to survive was to take down those bastards in their own game. So he prefers to turn into a crazy rabid dog and tear everyone apart, since the world is damn unfair anyway. Facto men factos. But his mother's hand brings him back to reality. Then looking at the horizon, he sees that he has no cigarettes left and remembers that incident, the day his house caught fire. His mother came very sad for not being able to give food to her son, and upon seeing his house on fire, she doesn't hesitate for a second to try to save her son. And when he came and woke up, he saw that his mother was covered in gas. She had saved him. The rage at everything his mother was going through only makes him shudder, and a league sign appears in the background. The next day, the buddies are training, and Duncan takes the lead for the first time. They succeeded. The three of them had reached the top of the hill, with the tires tied. Small pause to show the characters of this wonderful series, so you don't get confused. And also, if you are enjoying what you are watching, please like and subscribe if you are not subscribed. And we continue with the video. The boss was great at training. He asks them if they wanted to join the league. He had done all that so they would polish themselves as much as possible to participate later. They are training, and a group of cyclists comes who were great. They dominated cadence. They were a very complete group at Jenny Lee's workshop. The redhead went to sell his bicycle to be able to raise money for his mother's operation. It was a very good bicycle. She asks why he wanted to sell it, but she didn't care. She just wanted to sell it. And upon seeing the poster, her gaze fills with hope. She was going to give him the money, but he was no longer there. The friends only see the shadow, and upon entering the workshop, they tell him what happened. He had left, but the poster for the Street League was no longer there. He was going to sign up, but he couldn't do it individually. He definitely needed a group, and this guy tells him not to bother the young lady, and he realizes that he was the phenomenon from when they were little. He offers him to join his crew, but Vinny preferred to die before joining them. He offers him to compete, but he didn't want to. However, he uses his past traumas to convince him. At night, the guys in white and the redhead were gathered. If Vinny won, he would help him sign up, but if he lost, he would have to do him a small favor. It is explained to us that Vinny didn't have a bicycle for racing, but rather one for tricks. Everyone was ready, and by chance, Duncan was passing by there because he was chasing a guy who had sold him fake sneakers. Surprised, upon seeing the two people riding at an incredible speed, both were setting a very good pace. He thought he was just following his back, so he took advantage of a pothole there so he would fall. But Vinny manages to dodge it with a maneuver. He was better than he thought. Also, a child was playing with a sword, and he steals it. They reach a sharp curve, so he brakes so as not to fall. However, Vinny doesn't brake and doesn't waste time so as not to lose speed. He was very good. Nevertheless, they had reached the place where he would take the lead. Everything was dark for Vinny. He saw absolutely nothing, and some very powerful lights blinded him. And without realizing it, he was already in the air. When he opens his eyes, he only saw a bunch of people in white clothing, and upon looking at the bicycle, the sword was between his wheel. He blames him, but he has no proof of anything. It was a race with street rules. Anyway, he just had to accept his defeat, but he had to remain calm. For losing, he just had to fulfill his favor. They were only going to cut off his legs, so he would never run again. But that was playing a joke. Their rules were that the loser's bicycle would become trash, tearing it to pieces. With a lost look, he scolds him for how he could do something like that. A kick lands in his face. They remind him that freaks like him cannot do that sport, and now that he didn't have a bicycle, he spared him the resignation of his dreams. The next day, someone was looking for Minu. It was Vinny's friend. He apologizes for everything that happened. He was totally repentant, but now they needed to help Vinny. They were friends when they were little. He was the only one who could change his friend's course. If he continued like this, he doesn't know what might happen to him. With his fist clenched, he asks him to please help him. He explains his friend's situation. He needed to pay for his mother's operation. That's why he wanted to compete. Besides, some idiots had broken his bicycle. That competition was Vinny's only salvation. Minu didn't know if he could help him. Everything depended on the condition of his bicycle. And behind them, a cry is heard. He remembers what he did to his beloved, but despite that, he was still a man. They should help him. Minu asks him why he tries to help Vinny. What was his motive? He remembers his past. At that time, he tried to commit suicide, but Vinny saved him. However, he only tells them that it was because he was his friend. At night, Mia calls Minu. They had seen the redhead stopped at the police station. He had fought with two guys and beaten them up. They arrived to bail him out. They ask him where he got the money to pay the bail, and he had sold his motorcycle. Minu scolds him about how he could do that. Especially if his mother was sick, he shouldn't get into that kind of trouble. Hearing that, he snaps back. How could he go around telling his life story? Just like that, he wanted everyone to know that his life was shit. He shouts at him that he only told him because he needed help. He shouldn't do stupid things like that. He was very bad in life. Minu asks them to calm down. Calm down. For starters, he was the culprit of his miserable life. Minu didn't understand anything. He explains that his mother had saved all her life to set up her business, but his millionaire father built a huge supermarket. Driving her to bankruptcy, he was born into a shitty family where only bad things happened. Today, he only thinks about sleeping and not opening his eyes again so as not to suffer again. Upon saying that, he is hit. They shout at him, so why didn't he just die? And that's it. Did he perhaps not remember what he said before? He was ashamed of having called him a friend all that time. And he leaves. Seeing the scene, Minu asks him to calm down. He apologizes. He had no idea what he had to go through because of his family, but he would accept him into his group for the competition. This way, he could help his mother. Besides, Sung was really worried. He even went to his school to help him. He should call him if he was interested in competing. And arriving at his house, a new bicycle was waiting outside, with a note that said, "If you have the courage to die, then use it to change yourself." In the past, he used to bother Sung, steal his backpack, shoes, money. He went through hell at his school. He hated himself for not being capable of doing anything. School was hell for him. The only way to end that hell was for the idiots to die or for him to die. Vinny, upon seeing him at the edge of the school, calls him a loser. Just because they bothered him a little, he was going to end his life. He gives him a talk about why he shouldn't commit suicide and ends with the phrase, "If you have the courage to die, then you should use that courage to change your life." He clenches his fist. In class, he asks him to pass him his money, but he refuses and they throw him against the locker. But he remembers Vinny's words, landing a punch. Then after they were both kicking each other from so many hits, the guy tries to hit him with a chair. And he is interrupted. He couldn't do that. He had to behave like a man. He had to leave. From that day on, Sung was never bothered by his classmates again. His life changed thanks to those words. Returning to the present, everyone was trying on the new uniforms. They looked great, and in the distance Vinny is seen. That was his new uniform. They had to forget everything they had been through, and looking at his friend, both exchange looks of gratitude. They tell Jay that the competition was about to start. If he was anxious, and he remembers everything they had been through. All those moments. Indeed, he was very excited. The principal tells them that the preliminaries are tomorrow. Were they prepared? They affirm that everyone had strived and worked hard to be in shape. This professor, whose name I forgot to introduce, was a professional cyclist in the past, who was hired by the principal to supervise his boys. He asks who the redhead was, stroking him lovingly, making everyone nervous about what was going to happen. Vinny can't stand it, but the others calm him down. Everyone was happy, but Mia realized that Jay wasn't happy at that moment. It was very strange for him to be like that. He had many conflicting thoughts at home. They were challenging him a lot, demanding better grades. But his uncle's words also appeared to pursue his dreams. The day of the competition had arrived. It was felt in the atmosphere. It was spectacular. TJ's crew was also there. He, as always, tried to belittle them, and upon seeing Vinny, he gets very nervous. It couldn't be that he was on his team. Vinny also observes the guy who broke his bicycle. Signs of surprise appear. It was the group of the Will Bull. He was the clear favorite to win the competition. They had a member from Temer, Monster 13. The guy who rode at 100 kilometers. The preliminaries were about to begin. All representatives from each team had to be present. And after several opinions, the one who remained as representative was Duncan. That competition, thanks to the principal, would be broadcast at the school. Everyone starts seeing that the one on TV was Donga. His friends were surprised. They never imagined seeing him there. The representatives of each team were positioning themselves at the finish line. They will explain the rules once more. They had to arrive before 5 minutes and 30 seconds to pass the phase. If they couldn't do it, they would be disqualified. In other words, if they don't arrive in 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the entire crew would be eliminated. Before the competition, they had claimed if they could change the representative, but they had already signed. It couldn't be changed. Duncan was in trouble. At that moment, he had to have enormous pressure, but they trusted him. They had worked very hard to be there. Next to him was Monster, the 100-kilometer subject, the shark who boasted of being a Ferrari because he was so fast. Next to this girl, the guy who broke Vinny's bicycle, the otaku, and TJ. Everything was ready. Don wonders if he couldn't pass this preliminary, he would bring shame to everyone's effort. His only option was to give his best. Everyone starts positioning themselves in the race. Dom was very scared. The pedals felt very heavy. Monster, to his surprise, was behind him, but he starts to breathe deeply. And his pedaling turned into pure strength. The two guys were going towards TJ. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he gets frustrated. Dom thinks that Monster positioned himself in front in a few seconds. His heart and legs feel like they will explode, but he just had to finish. There was still time, he just had to hold on just a little longer, but ahead of him were cyclists on the ground. The unthinkable had happened. Everyone saw downfall. TJ. Looking back, he is happy. He always had very good luck. In 3 minutes and 19, there had been a collision group. Approximately 2 minutes remained. It would be impossible for them to arrive. They asked if he was seriously injured. To his bad luck, his illusions were over. The doctors were checking the injured. Dom must receive first aid immediately. His wound could get worse, but Dom just asks how much time was left. And upon hearing the time, he continues the race. The others think he is a fool. He should give up. He wouldn't make it in time. Moreover, his wheels were flat. At the finish line, the representatives of Monster and Trident crew reach the end, but by a few seconds. Monster finishes in first place, and the other competitors were starting to arrive. Only one competitor remained in the race. He was 800 meters from the finish line, with 1 minute left to arrive. Lucia, quite injured from the accident, it will be difficult for him to arrive. Dom refuses. He couldn't finish like that. He couldn't give up. He remembers his past. His father was always busy with work. He never understood why he always left him alone. He explains to him that at some point in his life, the time would come to have a responsibility. At that moment, he shouldn't try to pass it on to someone else, but rather face it and become someone trustworthy. And at that moment, he didn't understand it. In his adolescence, he thought about being tough like his father. He beat everyone up for no reason, because they didn't like him. His only pleasure was saving his parents money to buy sneakers. Then he met his friends, with whom he felt comfortable. His values began to change. He just wanted to make good memories with them, and now, for the first time, he understands that. The responsibility his father spoke of, shouting, he says he will take responsibility. And he will take his friends to the next level. He pedals with all his might, to the point of being so focused, he doesn't see that he passed the finish line, falling so as not to hit the wall. With tears in his eyes, he had done it. Dom's time, 5 minutes 29 seconds. He did his best. In fact, upon finishing the race, he vomited. Everyone was very proud. As for Jay, these guys mock him. That was the guy who was always in the library. They had seen his race. His representative was pathetic. He clearly should study. They were too mean. Besides, he had a bicycle that he should find in a dumpster. It was pathetic. The group wonders who would run the next phase. Duncan was ruled out, and Minu was the best option. They ask for Jay, but he should be reading books. They had gotten angry because he didn't watch the previous race and went to study, but he just appeared. He asks to borrow his helmet with a serious look. He wanted to compete in the next phase. They support him. They say that neither Vinny nor Dom had ever seen Jay compete. They were going to be astonished. They were going to see a real monster. The second round was hiking, with several turns, especially mountain sections. There were a lot of curves, as well as many descents with dangerous inclines. Rounds 1 and 2 are combined in time, meaning Monster would start with an advantage of a few seconds. And for Jay's part, he would have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to arrive. They have 10 minutes to reach the finish line between the two times. Upon hearing that, Dom feels very guilty, but he shouldn't worry about that. They had to be sure that Jay would finish before 4 minutes. They had explained that if his bracelet reached 0, they would be disqualified. In the first groups, many are disqualified. It was more difficult than it seemed. At school, they realized that their president was in that competition. It was great. The 7 riders were in position. There was Jay, the group of women, the Pegasus guy, and the other guy who had mocked. He tries to humiliate him again. He shouldn't get hurt. He just had to have a nice family ride on his bicycle. The competition will start in 5 seconds. He thinks that light bicycles were the best for a good start, but the girl and Pegasus pass him immediately. Riders 10, 65, and 41 were leading the first part. Dom, seeing that, asks him to please go a little faster, but Junzo asks him to calm down. They shouldn't sprint like in the first race. There were many downhills, so there were possibilities that many would fall at the beginning. Eva competed from number 10 of Crew Tarantula. Then, number 65 from Manga Crew followed him. Everyone asks why they weren't focusing on the president. It must be because he was a loser. He must have been left far behind. The protagonist had 2 minutes and 37 seconds left. The guy in front curses. Again, another curve comes, braking, but Jay accelerates and skids. Rider 55 has just passed rider number 38 in the curve and launches an attack. Everyone in the class is stunned, even Professor Mino Express. The hunt had begun. What is happening? Competitor number 55 has already passed 3 competitors in an instant and maintains a good pace. Don asks who the hell that guy was. Mino Express, that damn bastard, was crazy. He always rode within the red zone. The first group was now entering Zone B. The annoying one gets frustrated. He couldn't catch the woman and the otaku. At that moment, Jay observes him. Seeing that the 4 were even, however, a sharp curve approached. The woman wonders if they were crazy, or perhaps they were trying to commit suicide by not braking on that curve. Pegasus screams that they should stop, but Jay, leaning his body, does. The protagonist manages to pass the sharp curve. Unlike number 41, who doesn't manage to brake and takes the curve poorly. Everyone, absolutely everyone, the classmates, the audience, the crew, even his own crew. The woman and the otaku fail to approach Jay, and the second round of the 7 competitors ends with competitor 55 finishing in first position, who arrives with 1 minute 9 seconds. He easily had a second record in the preliminary round with 3 minutes 20 seconds. Dom cries. He had achieved the impossible. And at school, everyone was happy. They had never seen anything like it. Everyone wanted to come by bicycle tomorrow. They called Jay Lord of the Bicycles. The competitors never saw him in the city. They wondered who the hell he was. Jay turns back to see the guy in yellow and thanks him for telling him the words from before. And leaves. Someone asks how he made that curve. That rookie had caught everyone's attention, whatever. The atmosphere of the race became completely intense. There was a worthy rival for Monster. After a while, they realized that Jay's tires were completely worn out. They thank him. Thanks to him, they could pass the next round. This green-haired guy sees the bicycle there. He wondered what kind of bicycle he used to ride in such a devilish way. The guy in the cap tells him to go with his crew, and Dom realizes that he was the one who sold him the fake sneakers. He asks him to end it peacefully, and Dom, looking at the ground, tells him yes, they had to end it peacefully. The guy will never forget that. He asks him to take everything except his sneakers. Once a woman stepped on his shoes and hit him for it. He had that level of affection for his sneakers. Vinny was on the bicycle, doing standing, which is maintaining his body balance without pedaling. Who remembers with admiration what his partner had done? The group of women tells him that he was very good at standing. They invite him and his group to hang out later to share information among themselves while drinking a glass. He gets angry. They didn't know that minors couldn't drink, but the teacher calms him down. The scene was very noisy. Everyone turns to see what was happening, and the green-haired guy recognizes that guy's face. He remembers that guy was the famous Riccardo Rossi, champion of the Giro d'Italia. No one could believe it. He looked a bit strange, but if it was him. It was a pleasure to meet such a respected cyclist. His students had just found out who he was. Also, race number 8 ends. The Crew FIFANT group finished in first place, and competitor 8 of Crew ZPHIRUS has reached the finish line. With that, all the preliminary races concluded. Dom, on the way, looked a bit confused. It was because each participant had strived hard to reach the finish line in the shortest possible time, even if it was just a few seconds. But those seconds could mark the difference between tears and smiles. He doesn't think he's ever experienced a day like that, where every second counted, after spending every day without doing anything really important in his life. That time was the first time he felt that time was valuable. The professor is proud. If they had a day like that, it was more productive than any training. In the future, when they graduate, they will face equally tough things in day-to-day life. He believes that if they live with the awareness that every second counts, they will be able to hold their heads high in any situation. He hopes they enjoy that time for themselves, doing the things they like to do. Because they only have one chance in that life. There is no reset button here. Upon arriving home, his brother was watching the race, but pretends he was watching cat videos. Minwoo notices a marked date and then sees a lot of thinking. It was for Jae's birthday. The brother says that their birthdays weren't celebrated, they were just another day. He notifies all his classmates the nerd has a birthday. When they arrive at school, Jae is a superstar. Everyone praises him, and the students start arriving at school on bicycles. Dom tells him that they would have a training session in the afternoon. He must not miss it. Poor Dom, he couldn't hide his intentions. Upon arriving at the supposed training, the entire crew was there, and upon entering the room they were waiting for him with a surprise party. Jae apparently wasn't very happy, but everyone had contributed for a gift. They hoped he would like it. Jae thanks them, and everyone ends up dancing and covering Jae's helmet with stickers, creating a scene of friendship. All the friends created a super strong drink to get Jae drunk, but by chance. The blonde drinks it, causing her to get immediately drunk. Literally, she was totally wasted, and seeing the protagonist so alone, she launches the attack. Everyone is astonished by her behavior, confessing all the love she felt for Jae. Giving him a kiss. The friends ask that they should stop them, or else it would be the end of the manga, breaking the fourth wall. The guards were going to see what they were doing, but upon seeing, they just think they were enjoying their youth. Then after that, Yuna challenges them. How could they dare give him that drink? Hours later, Mia had taken Chaeli to her house, so she wouldn't be discovered. After a talk, Mia declares her love for Jae. She admired him for his actions. She could never do that. She gives him advice to behave as she pleases. She shouldn't care what others say. Life is only one. When she gets older, she will regret not doing the things she truly felt. First, she should start by loving herself more and believing in herself. In class, it is seen that the protagonist really liked his helmet. He didn't even take it off to go to class. At night, following the advice, she takes the card from the cameraman guy from the other time to meet with him. They tell him about the whole project. A new season was coming, so he needed girls of her style. On the other hand, Jae and Minwoo had gone to fix his bicycle, and he asks him that he had to make his relationship with Chaeli official. But the protagonist didn't care. He asks him if the kiss hadn't bothered him, and there he just blushed and asks to leave. Minwoo explains that he liked Mia for a long time, but Mia liked him, but he could rest easy. He would leave the path clear with Chaeli. The next day, Vinny wakes up because his mother was home again. He had asked her not to leave the hospital, but she couldn't be far from him. She had to graduate to have a good future. He just bites his lips in anger, and the crew members arrive. He was going to be ready right away. The mother thinks it was good that he had friends. Today the crew competes. The scenario would be the construction of streets, a death match by teams. That track was complicated. There were many structures, also many obstacles. Security personnel would be in the area for possible accidents. First, 2 riders from each team will represent their teams and must finish together. The groups can use any variety of techniques to help their team, and the team whose rider crosses the finish line first will be the winner. The competitors think that today's race will have a lot of blood. The first encounter was Hummingbird versus Smart. These blue guys versus our dear Hummingbird crew. They had to choose 2 competitors. Jae offers himself. Everyone is astonished. Jae had never been so active in competitions. Most of the time, he just isolated himself. And the next rider would be Vinny. He had wanted to race with him for a long time. They wonder what kind of duo that was. They wanted to compete against each other, not collaborate. The 6th battle between teams, Hummingbird versus Smart, was about to begin. The guys from his former school were perplexed. The guy on TV was Vinny. Even Jay's brother had become a fan of his brother. Well, in their own way. The professor was trying to teach, but all his students were paying attention to their superhero president. The opponents were concentrated. They had to compete in cooperation to win. He was going to block them so he could take the lead. Everything was ready on your marks. Ready. Marth's team sets off at full speed, very close so the wind doesn't hit them head-on. But looking back, Jay and Vinny were catching up. Vinny expresses that he enjoyed chasing and catching his prey from behind. Jay asks what the plan was, but there was no plan. They simply had to reach the finish line before he did. Accelerating, Jay does the same. They were approaching. He was going to take care of blocking the redhead. They had to take the lead. They shouldn't think it would be easy for them to pass. There were many pipes and obstacles on the right side. Only a madman would try to pass through there. If he leaves that path free, he wouldn't be able to pass, but when he turned back, there was no one there. Vinny had passed over the pipes. It was impossible, and turning to the other side, Jay passes. They were screwed. Again, the audience doesn't stop being surprised by the hummingbird crew. His former teammates wondered who Vinny really was. He was doing great things. The professor turns off the television. They had to give important information, but he had 0.3 seconds to turn that television back on before he died. The leader was exhausted. He was also very scared. He was being chased by two wild beasts. Now, even the school professor was giving advice to win the race. The crews watching the race believe that Jay and Vinny had the race won. The girl had fallen in love with Vinny. The leader didn't want them to catch up, but he couldn't stop pedaling. After getting so far, Vinny gets in front of Jake so he wouldn't pass him. His team despairs they were being very reckless. The guy smiles, thanks to that they wouldn't be able to pass him, and a sharp curve was coming right up. He will have to brake so he doesn't end up dead, but Jake and Vinny pass by drifting at full speed on the side. To their bad luck, there were pipes, however, both jump them, hitting some, creating a kind of barricade for the guy, making him crash. Those kids drove him crazy. The hummingbird team had reached the descent of Area C. Both were taking the slope at too much speed. They asked them to slow down, but both were in the red zone. Vinny brakes with his soul and drifts, but as for Jay, he turns his bicycle 90 degrees, braking in an hour of arduous. His brother goes crazy. He was great, but his mother behind him asks what he was doing, realizing that the one on television was Jay. The two continued at full speed, but the protagonist suddenly brakes. He thought his front tire was braking right now. They were screwed. They knew that would happen. They were too reckless. The other guy gives his friend the greatest strength. He asks him to avenge him. His sacrifice would not be in vain. Shouting, he asks him to say he would catch up, and he will destroy all his dreams. Vinny had to keep going. He had to finish the race. Now the two were even. The Celeste one tries to overtake. Vinny had changed his hand position. That was an aerodynamic posture to slightly increase his speed so the air wouldn't slow him down. The guy asks him to stay away from him. He couldn't always be stuck like a leech. And an arm of machinery was in front of his eyes. Vinny doesn't move aside. He couldn't do anything. He desperately asks him to move. But after an intense encounter, Vinny Hong of the Hubin Beer team finished first. His team was very happy about the victory, but with a point of guilt for what happened. His teammates were proud, now not hitting with their fists, but with their bicycle. They ask for Jay, but they were calling him, and suddenly he leaves without saying anything to his friends. Then the following races were finishing. Monster's team, the Sharks, the one who broke Vinny's bike, the Otaku, the group of women. They had qualified. Upon arriving home, Minu smiled at Jay's mother, but noticed something strange, and upon arriving home sees that the protagonist had been beat. His brother asks for forgiveness. It wasn't his intention, but he calms him down. He was just trying to encourage him. As for Vinny, he was late for his new job. They threaten him that if he wasn't on time, they would fire him, but he sees the Otaku. They were beating him up for his tastes. They treated him very badly for his way of thinking. That situation reminds Vinny of his past, so he stretches out his helmet. They ask him if he was friends with that shit. He replies no, they are going to hit him from behind, but with his reflexes, he stops it and starts beating everyone up. The chubby one thinks that Redhead was Itachi because of his eyes and used the Sharingan, and the otaku friends also appear. They thank him in Japanese, he leaves, and now they owed him one. They would always be grateful for the Uchiha clan. The next day, Jay asks them to meet. His ambitions were elsewhere, so he would leave the group. Everyone is disappointed. The only one who accepts the decision is Jansu. Later, at home, they ask him about Jade, about his decision, but it was because of this. Opening the door, the bicycle was chained, but the Rossi had a plan. On the whiteboard, he writes the question, if you had 1 week left to live, what would you do? He tells his experience. Before, he had a girlfriend, who eventually fell in love and got married. A long cycling season passed. They rarely saw each other because of his arduous training. He received a call before his race from his wife, but he couldn't answer at that moment, while she was dying of pain. After finishing the race, he had to go to the hospital with the stress of moving to another country and living far from his family due to poor diet and suffering from a lot of pressure. For a long time, she suffered a miscarriage. He kept his pink jersey, but he couldn't protect the woman he loved, and in the end, she left him. Finally, he lost everything in his life, so he didn't care about the opinion of others. After that night, the guy who broke Vinny's bike came to see him with his whole crew. They came to challenge him. However, he refuses. He would never race again, he would retire. But he stares intently at Mia. And so were his days. While his crew trained, he studied. But from studying so much, his nose bled. And the second part of the competition had arrived. Hello everyone. The live broadcast of the next round began. Before, the rating wasn't very high because not many people knew this sport, but now it was very good because of how extreme it had become. And the good competition. And unlike other races, this one will be a team race. The path was 7.5 miles. Each team will receive a flag with their team logo drawn on it. It will be a relay competition, and any team that crosses the finish line first wins. But they could only have a maximum of 7 participants per team, and the first to run would be Team Perfect versus the Monster Crew. Jay, for his part, asks to take all the exams at once, and the moment the professor went to the bathroom. Jay was no longer there. He had finished all the exams, and cut chains appear in the scene. As for the race, the monster wins, with a hellish sprint at the end of the race. The other races were won by the sharks, the tarantulas, and the otakus. Soon it would be their turn, and Vinny's hand hurts from the bat hit they gave him. The red team was bothering the blonde, so Vinny kicks them. His friends arrived to see what was happening, but nothing happened, since if they said anything, both teams would be disqualified. The red team guys just wanted to kill them, and the spotlight team appears again, this time to give them a new thing to win the competition. They didn't want it, but this subject did, and the competition between Bullet and the hummingbirds is about to start. And this time, Chelly would run for the hummingbirds. The guy tells her that he won't let her win just for being a woman, but she is going to shut him up. The race starts, and she manages to overtake due to her light frame. However, number 18 had to take the lead. A little confused, he wonders if they were going to change immediately in the competition. But Chelly takes the lead. Minu's job was to slow them down, so he positioned himself next to him. The thin guy was anxious, although he knew there was still a long way to go before it was his turn. He felt very anxious. After a few minutes passed, a change was coming, so now they block Minu so he could advance. Number 18 was about to catch her, but it was Sungo's turn, changing gears to take the mountain, taking the lead and also gaining a big advantage. The doped guy sees Sungo pass, his team was screwed behind, and the next relay was Dom. Running at full speed. He had a big advantage for the next relay, but all the spectators are amazed behind Dom. In good time, Dom feels the pressure, asks what was going on with that lunatic. The white-haired guy arrives at the scene, with a woman who is surprised because Vinny was there. It was the girl from the mall at school. Everyone had finished their exams, so they would watch the competition. Dom was racing, the doped one. At full speed. That sprint was too intense, the drug really worked. Dom gives his last breath to put his team ahead, passing the flag to Vinny. The guy was supposed to pass the flag, but to everyone's surprise, he doesn't pass it and keeps going, leaving his teammate behind. Vinny felt the pressure and the presence of that guy. He was bumping him in the curve. He expresses his wrist seemed weak, hitting it, causing Vinny to have a very bad fall. His flag was on the ground. He remembers his mother, and all hopes had fallen to the ground with that flag. But a wind lifts their hopes. The Lord of Bicycles appears. The doped guy wonders where Modulus appeared from that day. The rookie Jay from the Hummingbird team suddenly appeared. He appeared dramatically at the exact moment when his team was in crisis. The gap between the riders gradually narrowed. Jay was following him with a terrifying cadence. Now the two were even. He expresses that he was at his best, so he should just stay behind, taking a beastly impulse. If he entered the tube, there would be no way for them to pass him. It was only one lane, they report. Finally, they were entering the final part. On the other side of the tunnel was the finish line, and the Mulet team was in the lead. It seems there was already a winner. He smiles. It was over. He would be the winner. However, a shadow makes itself noticed. Jay was in the red zone. He had rotated the tube, passing at 90 degrees. It couldn't be. In the 8th race, Jay from the Hummingbird team was the winner. But Jay was very tired, losing consciousness and falling. The doctor asks them to calm down. He was just sleeping, he had put too much effort in. The teacher, seeing all of Jay's evidence and work, sees what he wrote in that question, about what to do if he had 1 week left to live. And he answered, go on a bicycle trip with his friends. The white-haired guy was scolding him for wasting his drug. The guy from before is in critical condition for having ingested them. The woman scolds them that they should do something about that red-haired boy. Vine remembered what had happened. And Amia's with the photographer, which the next day everyone finds out she was in fashion magazines. But that also brought them problems. Everyone was making up rumors about her, especially a group of women. Although Minu tried to stop them, he couldn't do anything. A photo with the photographer had gone viral. She must have been sleeping with him to be on the covers. The group in white, seeing the photo, found a way for Jay to compete against them. The photographer was friends with them. They set a trap for both of them to get a picture where Mia was seen with a beer with men. So they call Jay to see if he shows up, and they are going to share those photos of his friend. He remembers what was happening to Mia, so the day had arrived. His mother stops him, but he doesn't break. She shouts that if he went, he couldn't come back home. Then he had arrived. They hand him the photos. He had marked the route to be able to compete. The first one to reach the finish line would win. And the other condition is that the loser's bicycle would be destroyed. On your marks. Ready, go. The guy had an inferiority complex with his brother. Who was it? The white-haired one. He had told him that if he raced against the rookie, he would lose, so he would prove the opposite. The track was complicated. It had just started raining, and there were a lot of people. The masked man makes a maneuver to make Jade crash into the car door, and indeed, Jade is in trouble. But he gets up full of fury. As for Minnow, he didn't understand his mother's behavior. That same night, he would leave. He thanks her for everything, and also his brother. He was going to look for Jay. The subject was confident he could break his bicycle and shut his brother's mouth. But looking back, he sees Jay leaning on the car from earlier, taking the lead. He, seeing that situation, grabs an umbrella for a plan. The motorcycle guy, who asked them to stop recording for a second, was going to kill that rookie. He was going to do the same thing as the redhead. But Jay sees the shadow, so now with his reflexes he does a drift, surprising him, making him lose balance. Looking at the ground, he curses him. That couldn't be. His group breathed a sigh of relief. Their boss was coming, but the one who showed up was none other than Jay. He had won, but he didn't care about breaking his bicycle. They just shouldn't share photos of his friend, but he was a man of his word, breaking his bicycle. As for Jay, they were outside Vinny's house. He remembers the same situation he experienced with Minnow. But Vinny asks him what the hell he was doing there. He should go on. He gets a call from Minnow, who is also heading there. Vinny thinks it's an animal shelter, or what the hell. The next day, the rumors had increased, putting Mia in trouble. Her teachers were outraged by the photos that were spread, making Mia burst into tears. And Minnow untangles everything that had happened and finds out that the ghost band had done it. So he goes to confront him. Men is the literal meme, all of you against me alone, but after several hits he was on his knees. There were too many, they were going to break his legs, and he published the photos because that woman was easy. But a chain strike, the one landed on his face, Vinny and Dom had arrived. It was an unfair fight anyway. It was an army of white against them, but Vinny is going to give back everything they did to him in his childhood. They all attack together. Vinny lands a punch, but they land a blow to the back of his neck. However, it was nothing to him, laughing. He grabs him by the face and slams him against the wall. Then he is hit by everyone, but he manages to land more blows. They wonder who the hell they were. The guy with the mustache was like an animal. Hangyin gets up thirsty for blood, with the sledgehammer in his hand, and everyone else follows him. Taking sticks. They were lost, they were going to end up dead, but the beacons are heard. Everyone had to flee. The next day, the rumor about Mia was totally denied by the photographer, who went to give explanations in person. At night, they met to train, and Mia was back. Minnow got very nervous, and after a conversation about everything that happened, she thanks him. She had found out everything he had done for her. Minnow expresses that he liked her, and promises that he will give his best in the next race. It was a promise. The next day, the race will start shortly. Minnow asks them that he wanted to race. There were far fewer participants than before. Many people dropped out in the previous 2 stages. Today's mission in the race was street elimination. That race will take place on the asphalt road. 2 people from each team will participate for a total of 7 teams in each group. They had to be strategic. They should at least ensure that one of their participants reaches the finish line. The race course will be 3 laps. The complexity of the tracks were the sharp turns, and the most important rule was that every time the participants complete a lap, the last 3 participants will be eliminated from the competition. Basically, out of a total of 14 participants, 9 will be eliminated, and only 5 teams can continue in the competition. Group A consisted of Monster, Hummingbird, Ghost, Stabilize, Tsubarashi, Antiwin, and GT. Minnow's plan was to put Dom in the lead, as he was the strongest. They couldn't knock him off. He would stay behind and attack at the end, and this way they could reach the finish line without being disqualified. He just had to be careful with the curves, and watch out for the damn guys from Ghost Crew. They don't know what they could do. The race begins. Each group fought to take the lead. Monster Crew's group was falling a bit behind. The guy from Ghost takes the lead due to a new and improved bicycle. It was one of the most expensive on the market. Dom couldn't position himself well, but he promises that he will take the lead. He had made a promise, and he always keeps what he says, overtaking one by one. Minnow knew he would do that, but wonders how much longer he could maintain that pace. And they had to be careful with the monsters behind them. 3 participants were leading the competition. The curve comes, and one of the 3 falls for not having enough space, causing the GT guy to also fall. 2 have already been eliminated. The last one to cross the finish line would be the only one eliminated. Dom was the leader. Everyone admired his endurance, but everyone knew his energy would run out soon. Monster started positioning himself. The competitors were accelerating their pace. Everyone starts accelerating. The finish line was close, and the last one to cross is the GT team, which is disqualified. Now 2 laps remaining. The red one wonders how he could maintain that pace for so long. Dom was possessed. The ghost guy asks his partner that he should fall and vote out the mustachioed guy. He had to do it for his team. He would take care of reaching the final. Minwoo started attacking again, and as for Dom, he only thought about riding like a demon. The guy in white starts his plan, so he had to overtake to vote out Dom. Minwoo thinks that Dom was just pedaling like crazy. At that pace, Minwoo would end up abandoning the race. He sees the ghost guy approaching Dom. He shouts at him to be careful on the right. He asks for forgiveness, but both will have to fall. Dom was in trouble. However, Minwoo appears and crashes into him. And he remembers what he promised Mia. Bleeding, he gets up and thinks about riding again. But that was useless. He would already be disqualified for finishing last. But he pedals with his soul. Everyone admires him. He was riding, even though he had no chance of qualifying. He was giving his all. Even so, they were reaching the finish line, but Minwoo was coming too far behind. However, a cry from the bottom of his heart is present. The last lap is in your hands. We trust you. The red one is eliminated, Minwoo and the ghost one. It was the final round. The riders were giving their last energy. Rider number 84, Dom, was in the lead. That guy's endurance was incredible. He maintained his pace from the first lap. No one had overtaken him, but Choi from the ghost team started to advance in the curve. That guy's bicycle was helping him to pass everyone. They couldn't believe it. Dom was still riding at that speed, but Ghost was taking the lead. The redhead refused to stay behind. Dom expresses he didn't care about losing against any guy, but there was no way he would lose against a guy like him. The competitors were getting dizzy, fatigue was becoming present, and the monster guy unleashes the beast. Monster had finally started pedaling. The two were pedaling for the lead. But a bullet passes in front of them. The beast had unleashed its enormous speed. Everyone laughed. The result was clear. How could they defeat that beast? But one moment, it couldn't be true. Dom was catching up to Monster. The teams were approaching the end. The finish line was right in front of their eyes. The competitors were giving their souls in the last stretch, and the final result was Monster in first place, Hummingbird in second place, Ghost in third place. Dom vomits upon finishing. He had given more than his soul in that race. They congratulate him, he had done great, and Monster approaches him. That had been a great race, he was eager to compete with him again. Everyone present felt great admiration for those two beasts. Later, in the following days, Minwoo goes on a date with Mia, which they spent very well. And watching the sunset, he ends up kissing her. And all his friends see it, because they were spying on them. Jay no. Jay appears by script coincidence. They spent days without talking, and in class Jay's mom arrives to make a scene. He had to return home, and because Jay refuses, she slaps him, but they stop her. They had to go to the office. They talk, and they understand each other. The protagonist had to return home. At his house, they give him the sermon of a lifetime. But in summary, he had to focus on his studies and give up cycling forever. But the next day was the race. Jay had not shown up for school. Group C was already decided. Trident, Fruit Crew, Hummingbird, Zephyrus, and Colin Crew were there. Finally, they were going to face them. The fruit guys had also accepted the drugs given to them by this unknown guy, sent by the one with glasses. The fruit group hated them because of a party where they went, in which Dom and Vinny put them in their place. And the competition was about to start, which was about protecting the king. First of all, the competition would take place in groups A, B, and C. 4 riders from each group, and they had to select a king. The only rule, the king must cross the finish line. The last 2 kings to arrive will be disqualified. After the other races, Group C was in position. Everyone had to be ready to start. The pineapple head attacks Jay at the start for being the king, but Dom interposes. He will be his guardian, but because of the fruits they fell behind in the competition. They try to vote out the pineapple who was the other team's king, but that guy was quite tough, making the Celeste one fall, but it was clearly because that guy ingested what the other guy with glasses gave him. But Hummingbird takes the lead, using the leader as a windbreaker. As for Jay, he was too distracted. His mother had caused him a lot of confusion, and a race overtakes. The shark had shown its teeth, and it starts raining. Intense rain began in the race. Mia just asks that he doesn't end up injured like last time. The shark was leading. Jay also launched an attack so as not to lose the lead, but the fruit group had appeared. Blocking the boss, he was going to pull the pineapple so he could position himself. It was a very good strategy. But Dom goes out to the house. However, they block his way so the pineapple releases itself. Jay and the shark are in the lead. However, the protagonist remained unfocused. His mother's words resonated in his conscience. It was a very heavy burden, and the pineapple appears next to him. He was focused only on knocking him off his bicycle. But to everyone's surprise, TJ appears. He was also angry, but he owed Vinny a favor for forgiving him the time he uploaded the photo. So he had agreed to help him just this once. And when the pineapple freed itself, upon hearing the plan, it also launched an attack. He scolds Jay, had he always been this bad? His friends were striving, and he was only causing problems. Looking ahead, he had to accelerate. The shark was too far away. The pineapple wouldn't let him get away, and TJ no longer had the energy to sprint. The other competitors think the rookie was distracted today. It was his opportunity. The pineapple was catching up to Jay, but the beast appears. But he wonders, who the hell was that guy? The pineapple was too tough to be a normal person, leaving him behind with an uncommon sprint. Jay was starting to slow down. The schizophrenic pineapple had caught up to him. He throws his whole body to knock Jay over, however. Jay grabs the cylinder of his bicycle, throwing his body backward, giving a kick, making the pineapple eat pavement. Everyone gets excited. These guys were watching the race, and the mother hears the noise and realizes that Jay was the one racing. The Trident team rider finishes in first place. The Hummingbird team follows in second place. And Zephyrus crew arrives in third. After the race, Jay's situation hadn't changed in the sense that his mother had confiscated his bicycle, so he would focus on his studies. His friends helped him find it, and they tracked its whereabouts. It was in a totally destroyed scrapyard. Jay is completely devastated, to the point of confronting his mother at work. But she had warned him about that situation, so she made a drastic decision. But the protagonist, for the first time, tells them to stop meddling in his life. From now on, she ceases to be his mother. He was an idiot, hitting her and scolding his friends. All that was because of him. Then he asks his brother to forget about Jay. He was a very bad influence, and suddenly Jay sees some guys smoking and shouts at them to put out their cigarettes, wanting to fight. In the following days, he revealed himself. He tried the cigarette, he didn't bring books to class, but his friends noticed that the recycling bicycle wasn't the same. The seat was different, and they had found it. A child had it, but he runs away upon seeing that they think he stole his bicycle. But Dom was in that place, catching up to him immediately. He recognizes him. He was the famous Dom Kang from the Hummingbird team. He was a big fan. He says that he picked up that bicycle from a gentleman. It looked a lot like his hero's bicycle. So he bought it, but that bicycle didn't look alike. That was AJ's bicycle. He then sadly gives them away, and Dom hands him his uniform. The friends had brought his bicycle. It was back. At lunch, he thanks them. In the next race, he will concentrate as much as possible on winning it. For the first time, they hear Jay say something human. He tells why he joined that competition. He wanted to hear about it. The reason why his uncle was involved in that doping incident, and his death had to do with San Goichoi. The story of Monster is also told to us, who after his injury, his entire team wrote him a letter. They would go to see him in his final, because he was still number 13 on his team, and the day of the race had arrived. The mission of the fifth race was a death match. As its name indicates, 2 teams from each group will compete to eliminate the other team. Equal to or less than 7 participants per team will have to compete in the format of the previous race. And the first participant from each team would win the match. And before starting, they would announce the matchups. The matchup for our hummingbird was against Monster. Everyone offers condolences. I forgot to say that that race had been fixed so that Jay would be eliminated. They didn't want him to reach the final because of his uncle's past. Dom is tasked with taking care of Monster, and the Group A race is about to begin. Hummingbird versus Monster. The group of death was 10 seconds away from starting. Dom remembers what they told him. He was the only one who could face him, but he thinks that not even 5 months had passed. But they remind him of his races. He was capable of anything. Monster's team was going to try to stop Jay, so Vinny and Chelly would keep Monster's team under control. Junzo and Minu would lead the way, he just had to follow them. 3-2-1, the Hummingbird team versus the Monster team. The race had finally begun. They fought to get ahead. Monster had a slow start. Jay and Vinny had taken the lead. Everyone thought they would use their trump cards from the start. It was very exciting, but the shark doesn't think so. They were increasing their chances of winning. It was only the beginning. The two speed up. They ask Monster what they should do. He replies that they shouldn't let the gap widen. Minu asks Dom to stay behind them. The guy next to him thinks that Guy had acted like that since the beginning of the race. He thinks he was a drug addict to act like that. A Monster participant, who was the rookie, sprints to catch up to Jay, so he doesn't pull away from the group. Monster's team had finally started moving their super rookie, causing him to now position himself at the front. Braking, hitting the wheel with Jay, making them lose speed. Vinny thought he was an idiot. He had only braked Jay, but he could still continue. However, with one breath he catches up, putting pressure on him. The second lap was completed. The one who gives the drug asks if they didn't take drugs, how could they ride like that and not get tired? Junzo thinks he should go faster now, otherwise Dom wouldn't be able to overtake anyone. Shelly leaves the line. She couldn't let them be beaten like a bunch of fools, making way for Junzo, Minu and Dom. But Jay replies that something was strange, and Junzo's strategy takes place, attacking on the outside to catch the leaders. Everyone started increasing their cadence, little time left to finish the second lap, and only the last one would remain. Monster had to accelerate, but Chelly had a plan. They had many difficulties passing her, and they had already entered the final lap. The last downhill slope. This is where the winner would be decided, accelerating and bumping shoulder to shoulder against the leader. But it was a trick, making him brake and giving way to their superstar. Jay was going to do his well-known acrobatic move, but his chain breaks, flying through the air. Emergency personnel were running towards there. His team worries they were going to brake to see him. However, Jay shouts that they should continue, they should hurry up, giving him a bucket of cold water of realization. Only half a lap left, Vinny stayed behind, Monster took the lead, Minu activates the plan. It was time to attack. He tells Dom that it was now or never. He would take responsibility, he didn't care what happened, Monster's team also activates. It was the moment of truth. Finally, they would have a sprint race, letting go of the escort. And to the beast. They were 500 meters from the finish line. The leader says his run ends here. Now everything depended on them, and Dom and Minu take the lead, followed by Monster's beast. And his escort. Minu shouts to Dom that he had to be faster, giving him the signal, unleashing the hummingbird's monster. And next to Minu, a bullet passed by. Everyone thinks Dom would win, but a shadow lay behind him. It was like a beast who breaks all hope of everything, passing him in the final meters, and awarding the win to the monster group, leaving everyone frozen. It couldn't be true, our protagonist's group had been the loser. When finished, everyone goes to Jay to see if he was okay, but he asks about Dom. However, he wanted to be alone at that moment. Everyone arrives together to ask him what the hell he was doing there alone. He stands up, looks at the ground and asks for forgiveness. He was so ashamed of himself at that moment that he couldn't look them in the eyes. They worked very hard to get him there, and in the end, he ruined everything. They calm him down, they had given their best. That was enough, but he argues crying that Vinny's mom needed that money. And he wanted to help her. Vinny replies that he should stop crying. When he joined, he never thought about winning, he just wanted to have fun, he should stop crying and go drink. And Jay expresses to everyone that they had done very well, making everyone cry out of frustration. The guys from the Ghost were talking about their whole plan. They finally knew how to get rid of the hummingbirds. Now they could reach the finals. They just had to make a plan for Monster to lose, but a shadow had heard all of that. Back at his house, Dom couldn't stop remembering what happened, but Yuna appears, he should have yes. Or if a haircut. He asks for his reason for living. All he knew was how to hit people when he was furious. He wasn't good in any way. She calms him down and will lend him her shoulder for just a moment. Dom cries, but a couple passes by. It was strange. Two girls hugging, so she pushes him. He had to stop crying. For his part, the white-haired one remembers his past with hatred, and EJ's uncle was the first Asian in the Tour de France. But someone interrupts. It was Monster. He needed to talk to him. He was coming to ask for explanations about their arrangement. He denies it to everyone, but his brother's crew team had revealed everything to the truth. But that didn't matter anymore. Either way, it was direct elimination. But he argues the abilities of the competitors, according to the tests, dates, among many other things. If a tournament doesn't develop naturally, it wouldn't be fair, and he wanted to win in a fair game. And the director enters, he had heard all of that from outside. He suspected something like that, so he came in person. So he had to deal with that as soon as possible, or else he would notify his superiors. Vinny was lost in his thoughts. His mother was increasingly having more problems, and Mia and Jay's brother arrive right there, who was very sad because his mother asked him to get rid of the kitten. And no one there could keep it, except Ken was already very irritated. The next day, they shout at Jay that he has a call. It was urgent to everyone in the crew. They received this message. A new race had been scheduled. For the competitors who had been disqualified, they had to show up again. On the other side of the crew, the Ghosts were beating up the giant white guy. This guy will be very important later. He is a hard guy to kill. He is friends with the one who sells drugs. And he is enormously strong. Later, the director along with his boys are gathered. The committee had given them a second chance. They look discouraged. They think that if they face Monster, they would lose again. But he tells them that if they are going to fight a monster, they must become one too. But if they don't have guts, they should leave it there. And someone opens the door. It was a bald guy. Dom had cut his hair. He asks to handle that situation. They ask if he would join the army. Yeuna likes his baldness. He asks to touch it, but his change was just to pay attention only to the race. So starting tomorrow, they will go train. He had something in mind. The Rossi had recommended they go to Windchill Thump. That was a place with a monk who put rollers on the river bank for them. If they didn't want to die, they shouldn't fall. He says with an evil look that if one falls, they all fall. They had to maintain balance. Being on the same team means friendship, trust, and solidarity. On another plane, Vinny's mother was waking up and asks how much the hospital bill was. Jay's mother gets angry. Since her first words were those, she had to give him his son's number to notify him immediately. But she takes his hand. In the car, she remembers what he told her. She wasn't going to charge him anything for the hospital, but she was going to ask his son to stop hanging out with Jay. Thanks to them, her son was crazy about racing and couldn't concentrate on his studies. But she refuses. She couldn't do that. She had never done anything for her son, so she couldn't push him away from his friends. Returning to the guys, the training was very difficult. They were exhausted, and the water was very close. They ask what the hell they were doing on that rock, but Dom asks them to concentrate. He didn't want to die on an isolated mountain. The monk asks them to relax. They had to maintain their strength and spirit uniformly. The girlfriends wonder if he used to be a cyclist. After riding for several hours, a bee appears, and Minu loses balance, pushing Jay, who pushes Don, who flies out. The monk laughs, it was a good dip. Everyone complains, they had been doing that for hours and hours. Don thinks his body felt very heavy after falling into the water. They shout at him that there was cotton in his clothes, so if they fell, they would have to bear the weight of their clothes. After 8 hours, their training finally came to an end, but they had to leave the mountain before it got dark. And the monk tells the story of how he met the Rossi. He was riding his bicycle when he met him. He had expressed that finally a worthy rival appeared, but he doesn't finish the story. He will leave the end for another opportunity. The training was exhausting, everyone wanted to quit, riding for so long was useless. But Dom brings them back to reality. Hadn't they forgotten their defeat? Everyone had felt the fear of being chased by a monster. But the monk appears. They didn't know what it was like to be chased by a real monster, but they had a plan. Nearby farmers asked what that noise was, and a boar made an appearance. And in front of them was the hummingbird team. The monk believes it worked, they were riding better than yesterday. Minu shouts at him, if he was already tired, he should accelerate, and Dom, looking back, remembers Monster, putting all his strength into the pedals. He shouts to everyone that he would take care of the pig. They had to make way, taking different paths, and upon seeing the lake, he expresses that he will pay for it by jumping. Water comes out. Today, they were going to have a barbecue. They agreed, but it was the monk's pet. He makes them reflect that thanks to him, they could ride in a unique way. And so they continued training day and night. De Rossi asks how his kids were doing. They were still very young, but they would grow exponentially in a very short time. And we see Dom in an abyss calmly, with an exquisite cadence. In the following days, they continued training, and the time had come. The Street League rematch. But before starting, only 2 teams will have the opportunity to compete for the finals. And now was the first mission, Death Race. The rules were simple. Each team will choose 3 riders who will represent them. All teams will race at the same time, and the first 4 will qualify in the first round. The teams were ready to compete, but the Hummingbird team was missing from the list. If they didn't show up now, they would be disqualified. The competitors breathed a sigh of relief. The superstars were disqualified. TJ laughs. They would never come for losing to Monster. The otaku regrets it. The Uchiha wouldn't come. They were going to disqualify them, but they are still there, it is heard. At their school, they say they finally arrived. They wondered why they looked like that, how the hell their training was for them to look like that. The girlfriends asked not to be asked, it had just been very hard. On the broadcast, they said that the teams were ready. The headline of that race was that the Hummingbird team was showing a strong impression with their gear. The scouts don't believe Dom is the one in the photo. Everyone is amazed by the appearance, and the 3 chosen for that race were Dom, Chelly and Sungo. Everything was ready, the boy was cheering. On your marks, ready. The white-clad one says he was going to destroy them, all those rookies. Only 4 teams survive in this race. There was a lot of physical tension between the participants. The 2 teams racing ahead were crashing. It was an intense battle. Things were getting out of control from the start. Pegasus believes he shouldn't waste energy. Fighting from the start, but he sees the Hummingbird team accelerate. Sungo tells his team that he was going to pedal like crazy. He asks if it's okay with them. Dom says yes. Compared to those dozens of hours riding, on that mountain, that distance, it was nothing. Sungo asks them to follow him. He increased the pace. The Hummingbird team was breaking away from the group and was flying towards the lead. The spectators and competitors are surprised. They were pushing themselves too hard from the start. It was clear they would lose energy later. TJ, seeing that they separated, also launches the attack. He had also trained a lot, putting a fake J and a fake Mini to motivate himself. The other competitors had to save their energy to reach the end. However, the otakus also launched the attack. The green-haired one didn't understand. It was a terrible strategy to waste all energy from the beginning. TJ catches up to them and tells Dom if that was all they had, but he wasn't even close. It hadn't even started yet, remembering everything that had happened in those last 2 weeks. All his training and learning would be reflected in him, because everything depended on his mind. Fleeing with a hellish cadence, leaving TJ, Sunho, and Chelly behind. On the broadcast, they say that runner Don Kang had started going even faster than before. It was crazy. If he continued at that pace, his muscles would break, but it was as if his sprint was at the same level as Monster's. He had pulled away from his teammates and completely separated from the group, and look at him ride. He is putting more distance between the group. They were convinced he was using drugs. His race couldn't be real. The green-haired one thinks that Guy must have been so broken by Monster that he trained like a maniac. The other competitors started to get terrified. If he continued like this, the spots would get tighter. Tactics no longer worked. Everyone starts to accelerate their pace. Sungo thinks that Dom was definitely riding faster than before. Chelly says she was releasing all her frustration from the previous race, and she maintained an inhuman speed. A new monster had been born. The monk, watching the television, laughs. He was proud. He had asked him for advice to improve as soon as possible. He never wanted to disappoint his friends again. He tells him his past, about being rockin' and everything that changed. He didn't want to lose the bonds he had formed, but the responsibility was great. He calms him down. The more weight you feel, the stronger your mind will become. And the Hummingbird team has finished the first race. In first place, Dunkam had achieved his first objective. In second place, TJ's team and third place went to the Otakus, and Zero Back finished in fourth place. And the final mission of the second race between 4 teams was 3 riders from each team will participate. 2 teams will combine as one team. Competitors will discuss among themselves to define who faces whom. And for the first time, if someone from their team finishes first, it won't be enough. 3 people will have to cross the finish line to win, and the winner will give way to the 2 teams that will go to the finals. Now, in the next 10 minutes, they had to decide their groups. The Zero BAC guys immediately asked them if they wanted to team up with them, but our protagonists had no interest. TJ didn't want to collaborate with the Otakus, even in a nightmare. The Zero BAC guys neither. Even seeing them was embarrassing, showering them with insults. The Otaku shouts that they should rot. They hadn't done anything wrong. Just because he liked different things, they shouldn't treat them like that. Leaving everyone in silence. And Vinny appears with a serious look. He asks them to collaborate. So the composition was the Hummingbird and Manga crew versus Zero Back and Zephyrus crew. TJ was too angry. The Otakus were speaking words they didn't understand. He felt great admiration for the Uchiha, but Vinny asks him to stop looking at him. He was fed up. Minu likewise asks, why was he still so nice to them? He usually only fought with everyone. Vinny only thinks that was a lie, but it reminded him a lot of his past. Especially the words that he was just different. Double PAJ. Telling him to stay still, sticking a sticker on him. They were going to win to face Monster in the finals. Their teammates watching definitely hoped they would win. The race was about to start. They had to take positions. The Otaku tells them something, but they don't understand anything. The teams were ready. The second rematch was about to begin. Firing the shot that started the race. The Zero Back was fighting for the lead, but in the blink of an eye, the Hummingbird team has passed Zero Back. And the Otakus followed them too. They were going to give their all from the beginning. The Zero Back guys shout that they should calm down. If they accelerate, they would run out of energy. But TJ refused. They should also accelerate from the beginning. The Hummingbird team had taken the lead. They wonder if this race would end like the first one. Dom expresses that it was fantastic. They had to finish with the same energy, but TJ thinks that race won't be as easy as they thought. Accelerating. Even his friends are amazed. He looked better than before. That was because of all the training he had done. They were yielding results. It sickened him to see that damn logo in front of him. Today, first place was going to be his. Passing Sungo, Vinny and Jay had prepared a small show for a day like today. Now they will have to watch his butt for the rest of the race. Vinny didn't care. Jay thinks that jerk hadn't matured, and the zero-back guy tells them they should get out of there. If they didn't want to get hurt. TJ's plan was to crash into everyone so they could win. He would also join, so he was going to knock off the hummingbird's star, trying to push him so he would fall. But the otaku appears. The zero guy couldn't move him, he was incredibly strong. He tells Jay that they would hold him off, so the three of them should separate from the group. TJ realizes that idiot couldn't even do one job right. Vinny tells him he would catch up, but Minu interrupts him. He would catch up to him. The two of them should concentrate on the final sprint, catching up to TJ and crashing into him. He tries to distract him, but TJ was incredibly beside himself. He asks him to listen to him. He was just a loser. A slow person like him didn't catch his attention at all. He hadn't done anything in the previous races. He should just stay behind. What he was looking for was only those two. He knew him very well. Minu wasn't riding out of passion, but to escape his damn reality. The otakus and Dezero continued fighting in the back. And TJ is seen passing them. Junzo asks what was wrong with Minu. He was very slow and demotivated. He remembers the words, he also remembers his past. What happened with his parents, his father always treated him badly. After that incident, his sister always said it was all his fault, and all the comments sank into his being. As for TJ, he moved into the lead again. Even his friends are surprised, they didn't expect him to be that good. But the one with glasses also appears in the images. Jay and Vinny pass a curve, but they are surprised. Jay hadn't done his specialty. Vinny thinks he's an idiot for still thinking about that. The leading team was just 500 yards away. However, the Zephyrio's team ran fiercely for the lead. TJ behind them says that now he had them, accelerating his pace again and taking the lead. And to everyone's surprise, he turns in the middle of the road. It was clearly so they would crash into him, at least he would take one of them down. However, someone enraged by the words spoken charged from behind. The other competitors only saw a shadow pass beside them, and Minu impacts TJ. Mia, seeing that, is very worried. As he said, he hadn't done anything for his team. At least now they hadn't been injured, and the Hummingbird team made the gap bigger, positioning themselves in the lead. But those following them were from the other groups. Jay and Salopiet and Nerfei couldn't do anything else, and the first to cross the finish line were Jay and Vinny. But the next ones to arrive were the two people from the other groups, and the one following them was Ezaravak. Only 200 yards left, and Manga Crew was too far behind. There was a clear winner. The otaku was too tired. He couldn't reach. He asks his waifu for forgiveness. He couldn't win, however. His friends ask him not to give up. They couldn't let it end like that, shouting at him to go for the victory, pushing him with Luffy's power. And Gundam, it was his attack, Manga Pistol. The 0-1 just laughs. He didn't even know what they were shouting about. It was a clear victory. He just laughed out loud at them, but a bullet passes next to him, shouting. Not even the audience knew what was happening. It was the strangest thing they had ever seen. It is explained to us that if he performed that move, the air friction was minimal, changing his speed to a unique velocity. It was admirable, they had impressive technique, and the participant finishing in 5th place determined the qualification. It was the Manga Crew team. It was an incredible turn in the second race. Hummingbird and Manga Crew had a ticket to the final race. Everyone goes crazy. It had been a unique spectacle. All their training had borne fruit. Vinny, for his part, confronted TJ for his behavior, but he couldn't even breathe. Then his friends tell him that he had tested positive for doping, but they had no idea what he had done. But they remember that guy with glasses. He gave TJ an energy drink, telling him that if he wanted to reach the finals, that would help him. TJ, for his part, curses how the hell they arrested him for doping. Then the boys had a chat. They realized that drug altered their organism. It boosted their abilities, but it could be seen through the veins that were altered in the races. They conclude that TJ, the pineapple, and the redhead had consumed that to ride better. Jay thinks that maybe TJ didn't know he was using it, remembering his uncle's case. Then Minu didn't feel very well, he only felt like a burden to his team. Mia calms him down, he did things for the team that really helped him. She was always defending him. He was an indispensable piece. And we focus on the father. He wanted them to bring his son after classes. He is talking to Jay, and the bodyguards take him. His father, upon arriving with him, scolds him. He had left home just to join a children's competition. He should be ashamed and return home. He prevents him no. He has to forget about him and vote him out as he did with his mother. In another scene, the giant guy is shown to be a competitor in a kickboxing league. TJ scolds the one with glasses, why he did that, taking him in a fighting stance. Attracting everyone's attention, they accuse him of wanting to fight, he should get in the ring. But he didn't want to face that monster, so he runs away, but it wouldn't end like that. They were going to launch a surprise attack on the guy with glasses. He was walking down the street, TJ and his friends were ready to blow his head off. But in an instant, TJ and his friends couldn't move. He was a man to be feared. He only explains, he did that so that a team wouldn't reach the final. Someone just sent him to do a job, they should just know that. Returning to Minu, it is revealed to us that his mother did not die, but is in a psychiatric hospital. She had many panic attacks and personality changes, very sudden. The next day, Minu meets TJ on the street. Minu says that the doped one was coming, but he replies that he was no one to say that to him. His teammates had opined that he was only good because he consumed drugs. All his training and effort went a waste for someone else, but instead, he continues in the competition thanks to his team. That was really sad. Not even he knew why he created Hummingbird. He had to admit that he only did it to escape his reality. He freezes, returning home. After a while, his father arrives shouting at him, telling him what a piece of shit son he was. If he wanted a fresh start, he should go abroad, but he just says he won't leave ever again. He will do anything he says. His group of friends asks about Minu, but he didn't go to train that day either. Vinny asks what that idiot was doing. There wasn't much time left for the next round, and Jay gets a call. And again, without saying anything, he leaves. This guy appeared several times in the story, as an audience member and giving advice. It was told that he was a friend of his uncle, more precisely, from childhood, he used to race with him. It is also told that Hyori Lee was also a friend, and seeing his bicycle break the other day. She brought him a gift. Jay just turns around, he didn't want another bicycle, but he expresses that he knew the love he had for his old bicycle. But that one was also his uncle's. He had it until the doping incident, he didn't know what to do with it until he saw him. He should try hard in his next race. His friends were amazed, it was a great bicycle. Vinny believes that now he was complete. Before he had a huge disadvantage, finally he could give his best. Minu, after several days of not going to school, returns. The guys were training, like every day. Seeing them, they get excited. He asks him to change clothes to train. They hadn't seen him in days. He thinks that tomorrow he didn't feel very well. Then everyone goes to a shoe store to buy cleats and accessories for them. He was going to give a gift to each of them. He had gotten an unlimited card from his father. He asks Vinny if he wouldn't choose anything, but he didn't want to. Minu asks him what was wrong, creating a very tense scene in the group. They also say they will go to his night training, but Minu couldn't, he had to take night lessons. Upon arriving home, he just says yes to his father, with a smile on his face. As for Vinny, he arrives home and realizes that his mother hadn't taken her medication. She just tells him that it didn't matter. Lately, she had been feeling very well, annoying Vinny, who leaves. After arriving home, by the way, he trained with the tarantula girls. He arrives complaining that they stop eating at his house. It wasn't a restaurant. Instead, Minu is told that he should continue behaving like now. This way he could take care of his businesses. He should stop hanging out with those friends. They were only leading him down the path of evil. Yuna interrupts him, but he just accepts he shouldn't worry anymore, he wasn't going out anymore. Sooner or later, he would get rid of them. When he goes to the bathroom, he remembers his situation. The next day, they were finally going to see Jae with his new bicycle and his new equipment. They ask if Minwoo was ready, but he couldn't. They scold him, however he calms them down. They could do it without him. Nothing happened if he didn't train. Jae was the ace, and honestly the team ran very well without him. Vinny gets angry. What was he trying to say? Minwoo replies what was wrong with him, if he only joined to have fun, or was his anger due to his mother's expensive surgery? If that was the case, he would tell his father to pay for it. Vinny is about to hit him, but Dom stops him. Minwoo had to have a good reason to say that, but he just expresses that it was true. He only joined to have fun. They misinterpreted things, only they wanted to win. He said that he, at one point, lost interest in cycling and that's it, but he will continue to give moral support. And he will retire, leaving everyone thinking about what was happening. And the next day, the sixth stage had arrived. Our protagonist's team was incomplete, Vin was missing, but surprisingly Minwoo arrived. In another scene, Vinny was in a hospital. But well, ladies and gentlemen, what you were waiting for, the sixth round of the Street League. It was about to start. Today's race was a street race, a team death match. 4 riders from each team would participate. They will literally have to ride on the street. Participants who are good at curves would be benefited, as long as they don't deviate from the designated path, no matter where they went. Any team participant who crosses the finish line wins. And the team they faced was against the tarantulas. Minwoo refused to race, they could ride better without him. Saying that, Jae leaves, he's going to see what the track was like. Dom leaves too, he wanted to take a break from Minwoo's attitude. In class, they tell the professor that the guys were going to race, so they would finally see them. The hummingbird team versus the tarantulas was starting. 3, 2, 1 and the race begins. Both teams start very well, and Jae is quickly clearing the way to the lead. The woman says it's a shame Vinny didn't make it, but now she wouldn't feel guilty about beating them. Taking the lead, only 3 minutes into the race, the tarantula team had overwhelming speed. Don proclaims that it's Aaron's, his, giving it a house. With those settings, he could pedal with more power, passing her. The shoe guy says, "Holy cow, I knew he had gotten faster, but I never thought so much." He was in front of an alley. Monster could take that curve at high speed before, he could too. But a child coincidentally appeared on the track, causing Dom not to be able to take the curve correctly. Instead, the spider takes advantage. She had taken the lead. Dom asks, why the hell was he still so far behind? The track didn't help him at all. There were too many curves for sprint power. The spider had gained a lot of ground, and the participants behind, due to a new strategy. They didn't let our protagonists pass. But Jae uses his strategy, taking another path. The ones from the other team wonder what was happening, and in their distraction, Shelly and Junso take the opportunity to position themselves. They resign themselves. The 2 in front were reaching the finish line. It would be useless to waste their energy. The hummingbird team was trying to catch the leaders, but it was too late. The finish line was close to the leading competitors. Jae had taken a legal alley, but it was in terrible condition for racing, with closed stairs. But Jae was maneuvering very well. Dom thinks that at this rate he will lose. He couldn't catch them. His teammates also didn't know what Jae was doing, but Chaeli remembers that he had seen the map before the race and went to see what it was like. Everyone thinks the one with the yellow helmet could no longer catch her. The spiders had spun a very good strategy to defeat them, and Jae is also shown at full speed. But to everyone's surprise, Jae appears in a second lane, a little further away from the leaders. But with the impulse of a bullet, leaving Dom behind. The spider asks how the hell he managed to catch up. Her plan was perfect. Even Dom is surprised to see Jae. However, he was still very far. The victory belonged to the spiders. However, Jae didn't give up. His cadence and speed were starting to increase. 400 meters left, and Jae was still 5 seconds behind the spider, and the protagonist sees another alley. The spider takes it. Breathing a sigh of relief, it was the last lap. And she would win, She asks for forgiveness, but that encounter belonged to them taking the curve in an impressive way. And they watched, the one reaching the finish line was her. She looks to her right and realizes that Vinny had come. And looking to his left, someone was coming down a staircase via Navarandi at full speed. But what was happening? Star J had appeared at the end of the race. For now, the tarantula was ahead by just a few centimeters. Now only 20 meters to the finish line remained. No one knows what happened, who won, who crossed first. Dom asks who won, but both had entered almost at the same time. They were checking who finished first, and the winner of Group 5 by a few thousandths of a second was the Hummingbird team. Then the fan always wanted an autograph from his hero, and in that scene Vinny entered. He asks for forgiveness for being late. Minwoo scolds him. He was saying things about wanting to win and not even showing up. He replies that something urgent had come up. Minwoo continues. Something more important than a tournament. Did his mother have another collapse? Even Dom tells him to shut up, and a punch from Vinny lands on him. All the teams turn to see what was happening. The Hummingbird group was fighting. Minwoo tells him that he accepted it to help him. He should at least say thank you. He was an ungrateful bastard. Dom gets angry. He was crossing the line. Junzo also confronts him. He takes the jacket and throws it. He resigned from that shit crew. The next day, Minwoo is with his mother, who tells him that he should take care of his sister. And also his father. That angers him. How could he worry about someone who sent her to that dump and replaced her with another woman? The nurses run him off, he couldn't be like that. Upon leaving, he only calls Mia but she doesn't answer, and while waiting for her, he sees that she is with Jay, he takes her hand. He had to talk to her privately, being brusque, unintentionally hurting her, so Jay stops him. He tells him to stop bothering them, he felt too bad to talk to a guy like him. And he is hit by Jay, and they start fighting each other. Mia asks them to stop. Minwoo just picks up his backpack and leaves, but the protagonist tells him, come back. He had to stop being so annoying and return to the team. He had to race again, but that only makes him remember TJ's words. What his father said. He returned home because he didn't want to run away anymore. He tried to buy things for them because he wasn't good enough to help them. But he wonders, why was everyone against him? What did he do to deserve everything that was happening? He asks why return, what difference did that make? And a call comes in. It was from the hospital. The news reports a hospital patient who jumped from the 4th floor and died. Here we are shown a few days ahead, but we are told what happened as time passes. Minwoo arrives at class and is already in a good mood with his buddies. Dom asks him if he could sleep. He says yes. He thanks him for helping him with his mother's funeral. They were very helpful to him. He continued as always, he even played basketball. Sungo thinks he was acting better than he thought. He was very calm. Jay just expresses that they should wait for him. He just looks at them with a lost gaze. Then Mia waits for him to walk together. He tells her that he was fine, it had affected him less than he thought, showing that smile again. And right at that moment, there was a family in the park. It was a family scene, and Minwoo stops. Mia looks at him when she turns. Tears fell from Minwoo. He didn't know why he was crying, he rubs his eyes, he didn't understand what was happening. And finally, he breaks the mask he had. And tears of suffering, sadness, and melancholy are present. Mia just tries to hold him back. At home, Vinny realizes that his mother had arrived. He scolds her again, she should have stayed there. She wasn't well. Mom calms him down. Nothing was wrong, she was fine again. Vinny, remembering what happened to Minwoo, shouts at her, Mom, please, never abandon me. I don't know what I would do without you. As for Sungo, he was training a lot. He felt so good, a burden to his team, he hadn't done anything to help them, so he had to try hard. Back at his house, he was very tired, couldn't even move his legs, and in front of him there was a group of guys. He stutters saying if he could help them. The next day he didn't show up to school, It must be because of the flu, so Minwoo had to train with them to be able to replace him if he got sicker. But he just thinks he would be a burden to the team in those conditions. Mia didn't know what to do about Minwoo. He had helped him in his worst moment. She felt obliged to be able to help him. So an idea occurs to her. They would go to the beach. He clearly accepts. It was an outing with Mia. But just as he is imagining his afternoon with Mia, he hears a familiar voice on the bus. Dom, Jay, Vinny, Chelly, and Yuna had appeared. He curses. He knew it was too good to be true. Chelly expresses that it now looked like a couple's trip. Of three, Dom affirms it. We also see Junzo with an injured arm and a broken bicycle. Then they spent a very pleasant day. They trained and rode their bikes along the shore of the beach, admiring the view. And MIA's feelings for Minwoo increase. On another plane, the giant and the one with glasses appeared. He had told them that they had to beat the hummingbird guys. That Sang-o had recommended that task to them. Sang-o is the white-haired one. If they won, they would give him 10% of everything. On the other hand, they were sharing on the beach, and Dom stole a drink from his father. He only took a little, but he got drunk down to his veins. And Minwoo and Mia were alone. He liked the sea. He says that his sister also really liked the waves. Also on her part, Yuna says they had another sister. One day, they got very excited because they would take her to an island for their mother's birthday. The sister couldn't contain her excitement. They had a very good relationship with their sister. They loved her too much. She was the soul of the family, and they went to buy a gift for their mother with all their savings. In a moment of distraction, Minwoo went to see a friend, and Yuna started talking to a classmate. When her sister was amazed by the ring they would give their mother, the ring fell. She ran after it, and a crash was heard throughout the perimeter. When Yuna asks about her sister, she only sees a crashed car and a ring covered in blood. Since that day, her family broke. Her mother fell into depression, and the two, upon telling their story, say it was their fault. Upon arriving, Minwoo asks what was wrong with them. They looked very serious, and when Dom wakes up, he only sees things dancing. And he vomits on one. To apologize, he sets off fireworks, and Vinny started drinking the liquor Dom brought. And the spider passed by there, who upon looking at him already idolized him, and upon seeing her, he only saw silhouettes dancing. Later, they drink it too, and they were drunk as hell. Jay, looking at the beach, sees Minwoo ask him out. Upon returning, Vinny doesn't remember what he did, but there was a very good picture and in front of them. The two went hand in hand, blushing, arriving at Junzo's house. He just apologizes, he had an accident, he fell off his bike and rolled home. But Vinny asks him to tell the truth. He tells them he didn't understand the situation very well. They asked him a question and they started beating him. He couldn't defend himself. Vinny Dom asks who they were. He had to tell them everything he knew about them. He just asks for forgiveness for being a dead weight. He knew the upcoming races were very important. On another plane, the gang leader was planning another robbery. They had to go after a team to take them down, looking at a photo of Jay. After class, he sees Mia alone, but she was with Minwoo. After seeing that, he just looks at the ground. Later, the team was training. He looked very distracted, also very unmotivated, even reviewing the bike. Then back at his house, he runs into the guys who beat up Sungo. They ask for his bicycle. They weren't going to do anything bad to him. He takes off his backpack, passes it to the guy, and gets on his bike. He had to escape. They never expected that move. They had to catch him immediately. They had to do their job well. They get on their motorcycles to catch Jay. Yuna and Minwoo were passing by there and see the protagonist being chased. Minwoo runs off immediately, calls Dom. Jay was being chased by some guys on motorcycles. Jay just ran and ran. He had been escaping from them for about 20 minutes, and they were about to catch him. And they ask him to duck, and a stick passes over his head. And the guy on the motorcycle receives a blow to the face. It was Vinny. He had arrived. He asks if they were the ones who hit Sungo. They just say they should move. It was 2 against 15. They had to disappear. And a shadow appears among them, who grabs his helmet and smashes it against the pavement. Seeing that, they go to kill them. Chelly also arrives, but Jay shouts at them not to come close, and upon saying that, they are about to hit him. But Minwoo arrives to save him. They were going to hit Minwoo, but Jay reacts, hitting him with the helmet. Vinny is impacted and sent to the ground, but his friend appears. If they wanted their skulls crushed, they had to come for him. The boss says, beaten by students, they were pathetic. The one in front just laughed. Money could control people that easily. They take Dom among everyone, and a stick is broken over his head. Finally, they had finished with that guy, but behind his back Dom was standing. It was time to start fighting for real. They were going to break Vinny's bike, but Minwoo saves it, and the guy next to the boss goes out to fight. Tracking Dom, he was clearly stronger than normal. Vinny defends him, but something happens at full speed next to his face. He asks if they thought this was a children's game with a knife in his hand. The one with glasses expresses that this was getting interesting, and the giant wasn't next to him anymore. He had gotten down. The guys in the group, seeing him, tell him he was too late, but his face hits the pavement. He tells Dom to fight him. Vinny's friend is about to hit him, but he is knocked down with a single blow. He asks Dom again, he had to come for him. Vinny goes to avenge his friend, but the bald guy stops him, he had to fight him. The boss thinks they were taking too long, so he was going to stab Vinny, but the beacons are heard. Chelly was coming with them. On the other hand, the white-haired one is told that it should be a good show. They had paid a lot for this competition, they should get rid of the hummingbirds, but he already had everything under control. And Hummingbird versus Scorpion appeared on the screen. The one in front lectures him, they had messed up, but they had another chance, they had to finish them off in the race. The next day, Junzo arrives at school. He takes off the gauze and says he was fine, he could ride, but Minwoo tells him not to worry. He is going to take his place. At night while training, Dom tells him that he had thrown that away, he shouldn't throw it away again. But Vinny scolds him. Did he think he would come back whenever he felt like it, or did he think this was a simple game? He replies that at that time, he felt that leaving the crew would help them. He didn't think he was contributing anything. He believed that if he couldn't help them by riding, he could help them with money. And from that moment, his life was ruined. He couldn't ride with so many problems. He asks for forgiveness. He argues that he should have at least told them what had happened. But upon remembering everything that had happened to him, he just curses and turns away. Minwoo smiles and says, "I won't run away again." Upon arriving home, his father was furious. He was involved in fights again, and he was racing again. Minwoo calms him down. Now he had a responsibility, like him with the company. He had been irresponsible. He had convinced them, but he left them. He must act like a man. So he begs him to let him ride with his friends again. They walk together again after 10 years. Minwoo was blinded. Whatever he said wouldn't convince him, but his father tells him. He was acting like a responsible person, and if he was going to compete, he must make sure to win that damn thing. Then they continued training until the big day, and it arrived. The 7th round was about to begin. The crew was gathered, and in the distance the gang is seen. Dom gets furious and goes to punch him, but Yuna stops him, and the masked one kicks him. The otakus calm him down, they start insulting each other. Pegasus says okay, but well, and an epic scene of the crew versus the gang members gathers. The presenter appears, and things are going to speed up. The 7th match was a no-rules round. Yes, correct, no rules. 5 members from each team will compete. The course consists of 18 kilometers in total. Whoever completes the circuit will be the winner, and those who would compete against our crew were Scorpion. Upon thinking, they realized that this was all arranged from before. That's why they tried to injure them, but now they just had to focus on winning, and in a race, they kicked each other. Literally, that's what they meant by a no-rules race. Group 3 was ready, they had to take positions, the atmosphere was full of morbidity. Everyone knew that race would be bloody. On your marks. Ready. The race between Hummingbird and Scorpion had begun. They were betting on the hummingbirds, it was a very good competition, but well, Everything was going as they had planned. The hummingbird team started faster than usual, and the scorpion team was behind. But little by little, it was getting closer. The race was difficult from the start. They threatened to kick Minhu out. He asks them to stay away. If one fell, they would be in trouble. So Doc decides to leave. He will move as far away as possible, activating his hellish pedaling, taking the lead with several seconds advantage. The scorpion guy says what the hell they were doing, they had to catch up, and the one who hit before breaks away. Catching up to Dom, entering an alley where the drone couldn't film, pressing Dom's face against the wall. No one knows what happened, but upon leaving the alley, fresh blood was pouring from Dom's cheek. Chell and Jay were only behind, they mock. They must have been so scared that they fell behind. But Vinny appears from inside, wanting to overtake. Vinny Hong from the hummingbird team was passing in front of everyone. They just laugh, and the duck mask was coming behind him. He tells Dom that he should give up and look around, and they will end up losing. But Dom replies that he should look to his right. Vinny appears, causing Vinny to push him and take the lead. He asks Dom that he had to stop them. He tells his friend that they should go against the redhead. He refuses. The strategy was to follow the mustachioed man so he wouldn't pass, but he wanted to implement a new strategy. Dom was going to save energy for the final stretch, so he gets behind him, but the two people position themselves next to Vinny in an instant. And they push him to deliver a blow. But Vinny breaks with his shoes and manages to dodge, almost causing him to crash into Dom. Vinny tells him he had to be careful on the left. The guy had an iron rod, which they place between the spokes of Dom's front wheel, causing Dom to fly through the air at high speed. That was his plan from the start. If they managed to take out Dom, they would win. Dom tells them not to worry about him. They must win no matter what. And upon seeing his destroyed bicycle, sadness overwhelms him. He remembers everything that happened with her. The broadcast wonders what was happening now. Scorpion was taking the lead, leading with 2 people. No one knew what had happened in that tunnel, only 3 kilometers left to reach the finish line. The Scorpion team accelerated the pace and had 3 participants in the lead. They knew about that fact about the guy. Now they just had to ride with all their strength. They tell Vinny that he should stay behind, or else he would end up like his teammate, and the guy ahead kicks his wheel, causing Vinny to lose all momentum, falling behind. Now they were in the final stretch of the race. The finish line was close. Scorpion led with a clear advantage. Surely they would be the winner. Their sprinter was in the lead, while the hummingbird sprinters were too far behind. Minhu was waiting, and the time had come. Accelerating his cadence, and only 1,500 meters left to reach the finish line. Even the fan says it was frustrating. He asks Jay to do something. Only 1,000 meters left. Dom, clenching his fist, asks Minhu that now it was his turn, so his team could pass. They smile in relief. The competition was for them, and Minhu passes by him. He was dragging Chelly and Jay with an impressive speed. The air resistance was nil. They shout at them that they were catching up. They had to accelerate the pace. 800 meters left to reach the finish line. They were almost at the end of the race, and Kung Fei was pedaling like crazy. Minhu was doing something impressive. He was sprinting. Inside a sprint, Minhu of the hummingbirds was attacking with something never seen before. And there they saw him. He positioned himself at the head and took the lead. He tells him that a curve was coming here. Things were going to get more interesting. Minhu was exhausted. He sees the curve. He couldn't take it anymore. They crash into him. He had to stay behind to catch his breath. But Minhu smiles. It was all part of the plan. They shout at him to forget about him. There were more running behind him. A hummingbird passes by. Jay was riding at an incredible speed, and only a few meters remained to the finish line. The boss shouts what the hell they were doing. They had to catch up. They argue that they were trying to. They were giving their best, but they couldn't catch him. Minhu affirms. They had to keep trying, but unfortunately for them, Jay at that moment was unstoppable. Here it is explained that everything was planned from the beginning. everything had been a strategy by Minho. They kept Jay behind at all times. He was always in the back, saving energy for the final moment. They had been trapped in the wings of the hummingbirds, and Hummingbird was the winner. The Scorpion team is eliminated with an 8-second lead. They won the race excellently. The white-haired one only curses. Those damn people couldn't even do one job right. And the guys meet, they thank Minho. He was the team's mastermind, and he had something to tell them. He and Mia were dating, holding hands in front of everyone, but they already knew. They took too long to say it, well, except Dom. Dom had no idea, Sungo neither. And Jay just looked at the ground. As for Scorpion, he was somewhat traumatized after the race. As for the white-haired one, he remembers Jay's uncle, saying that he didn't do it, holding his head. He couldn't handle the remorse. Scorpion gathered to receive his money, but they had ruined it. They wouldn't give him anything, so he takes out his knife, but the giant knocks him down with one blow. Later at night, they were all lying close together, and Minho says that Mia gave him a bracelet. So he bought her an engagement ring. The next day, they were going to meet, and Jay appears there because he was on his morning training. And he asks him if he thinks she would like the ring, and the Scorpion guy was watching him. If it weren't for that damn kid, his life wouldn't be ruined. Jay tells him that Mia will love her gift. He should enjoy his date. He thanks him, he will see him later, and looking back he shouts at Jay. Mia was waiting for Minho, and she only sees an ambulance pass by. And in the scene, a bracelet and rings stained with blood appear. We see Yuna crying, her father in shock, Chelly, Vinny, Dom, and Junso, frozen. Mia crying, Jay shouting at the nurses. Here it is clarified that the competition was postponed for 3 months due to the winter season. The friends wonder where Jay could be. A month had already passed since that incident, showing Jay's poster on the streets. His mother was completely ashamed of him. She tells her brother that she only had one son. He had to try hard and not end up like his brother. He just cries and asks him to come back. Dom gets a call. Apparently they had found a guy like the one in the photo. But upon arriving at the place, it clearly wasn't Jay. He didn't even look like him. In the hospital, Mia opens the curtains. It's very dark. She asks him if he wanted to go out for some fresh air. And Minho appears, with an eye patch in bed like a soulless body. As for Chelly, they ask her to return to England, but upon seeing Jay's photo, she just bites her lip. But upon seeing the other one, she realizes something, and Junso walk by, and she tells him that her brother would never be the same again. He would never be able to walk again. And in front of them, they were gathered. Yuna, upon seeing him, just cries. He had told her to eat all the food. Now he was very thin. They talk about the competition, and Vinny just says they should quit. They couldn't race in that situation. He should apologize. They shouldn't worry about his mother now. Dom looks at him with his head down. I'm not to blame, he says yes. They should quit. TJ visits him and tells him that his team had split up. He just laughs and curses. As for Dom, he is with Vinny, who by the way was working in a construction company. They say there was only 1 month left for the competition, and they offered Dom a job for having good muscles. He accepted to spend time with Vinny, and the giant appears out of nowhere, but he wasn't looking for them. But for this guy, who tries to run away. It is clarified to us that they were brothers. Chelly is on her way somewhere, and we see Jay. We are told that the protagonist arrived with the monk, devastated, with no will to live. But now, at these moments, he was better. But he, someday, will have to come down from there. He accepts it. He was there to escape reality, remembering what happened. And behind them, Chelly appears, furious, with teary eyes, shouting. She had no idea how much she looked for him. Bastard. Hitting him again, she doesn't know what he made her go through. Conversely, Minho had gathered them to ask for explanations on how they were going to dismantle the crew without asking him. Dom just apologizes, but Vinny scolds him how they could continue in the competition. He was paralyzed from the waist down. Chelly and Jay don't even know where they are, or if he plans to race, within weeks, he replies yes. That was exactly what he wanted, but if they quit now, he doesn't think he can live. He begs please, they had to do it for him. She alone remembers upon seeing a child. When Dom bought his first bike, his first training sessions on the Monk's Hill, his trip to the beach, his last competition and all his friends. He starts shaking and crying. A little girl asks him why he was crying, and upon seeing her, she was identical to his sister, but he comes to his senses. And he ignores her, and she upon seeing that, gives him something and leaves. She tells him to eat that, and he will stop crying. The three were gathered. They didn't know what to do, but Dom affirms they had to compete even if it was only 3. They were going to win, they had to do it for Minwoo. As for Jay, he was racing against the monk. Jay was going at full speed, but remembering the good times he had with his friends. And a branch blocks his path, and next to him the monk appears riding without hands, expressing that the pines were very beautiful. And Jay was just trying to catch him at all costs. He asks him to relax a bit, he had to see beyond him. That limited view would make him tired. They had bet on releasing a piece for Chelly. She wanted him to lose so she could sleep with him, but the mistake appears. The monk would never lose, and the monk stops watching. It was time to sweat, taking the handlebars and accelerating, leaving Jay far behind, very far behind. And he remembers a teaching from his uncle. Putting his hand close, if he focused on only one thing, he couldn't see what was around him. If he looked back, he could see many more things. He didn't understand it at the time, but when he grew up, he would understand, and in front of him appeared the same guy asking how long he was going to stay there. Hitting him. The monk asks how much longer Jay was going to take, but he was on the ground with his arm on his head. Crying. At night, the monk of Ross and Jay were sleeping together, but he couldn't sleep because of the snoring. So he gets up and Chelly is there. She asks him if the others didn't hate him for what happened. And he couldn't take it there anymore, he had to go back. As for Vinny, the little girl had escaped from her room and saw Minwoo, but they catch her. And her plush toy stays with him. And the day of the 7th round was about to begin, but the hummingbirds still showed no signs of life. So these guys say sorry for the delay, pretending to be the hummingbird team. They had entered, it was TJ and his friends. Since they knew they wouldn't come, they dressed up as them, they start greeting everyone. And Dom appears saying what the hell they were doing, getting face to face with them. The otaku never thought he would see that. Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Street League was back. There were many more people than in the first season, it was very exciting. Minwoo was watching what was happening, and the TV remote fell from his hand, and when trying to reach it, someone appears and he falls off the bed. They ask him a favor, they had to dress up like the others to feel that their team was complete. Yes, it was better like this. But Chelly asks whose bitch this was. And the 8th race would be a street fight. 5 players from each team, in a 16-kilometer race of curves. They start at the same time, but the path gradually narrowed, and whoever got out of the alley first won. They were going to start in 30 minutes, and the Punk Price team was facing the Hummingbirds. These were the guys who attracted many girls. They were the typical idols, but for bicycles. Literally, they were BTS, but racers. Chelly tells them that she found Jay, and he might come to race. In the previous race, the ghost one, who had gotten super jacked from stealing a D from his brother to train. 10 minutes left to race, and Jimin's double tells him they should have a fair race. Jun Seo extends his hand, but goes directly to Chelly, introducing himself. They finally met, and Jay appears, asking what was happening. Dom runs to him, calling him son of a bitch. Vinny will kill him. Junzo is happy. Jimin, seeing that, gets angry. They should keep their eyes on the hummingbirds. The competition was about to start. The female fans tell them they should beat those squids. Dom asks if he looked like a squid, but upon seeing Jay and Vinny, they retract. They were quite well. The 2 most popular teams in the competition, Punk Price versus the popular Hummingbird. Everyone shouted, the women for BTS and the present audience for the Hummingbirds. On your marks, ready, go. Dong thinks he should go as fast as possible from the start, and petals were in the air. The BTS fans were throwing petals. Minwoo watched his friends from the hospital. Don shouts that they should stop throwing those things, but for him they weren't squid head. And in front of him, someone was accelerating the pace. Did they want to finish the race quickly? Vinny asks him to keep his head in the race, before he had said he should lead. Junzo tells him they should stay together, he was going to lead him, they were going to make up for their lost time. Junko tells Jimin he shouldn't go too fast, he would get tired very soon. He just expresses that there was a drone, and it was giving him his best angle, winking at him. Even the white-haired one changes the channel to avoid seeing that. Jimin shouts that it was time, they should take formation. Dong asks what the hell they were doing, but Jun Seo thinks they were trying to block them. Like the spiders. If they reach that curve first, they would never win. They ask Yi what they should do, but he remembers what Minwoo told him recently. He tries to stop him, but Minwoo moves his hands. What was he doing there? He just asks for forgiveness. He asks him if he had come only to apologize to him, he had thought about ending all that. That was what he should always do. Minwoo just clenches his fist watching the television. Punk Price was accelerating in formation. It looked like an idle dance routine. If they did it in that curve, they would have a huge advantage. Jimin expresses that if that was the ace, he was an idiot. He will crash him and invite the blonde out. Vinny gets pissed off. How long were they going to stay behind them? He will do it on his own if no one else does. Shelly tells him she will help him, but she couldn't leave Jay alone, however, she counters. He would be fine, so they should follow her. Dom is also going to break free, but Junzo tells him no. He should sprint when he tells him to. He should wait for the right moment, and Jay, with a lost look, positioned himself behind him. The monk expresses that Jay was much calmer than ever. Two of the hummingbirds were breaking the formation to take the lead. They switched to a defensive formation. It was excellent coordination, which didn't let Vinny pass, but Chelly appears from the side. They realize, so they try to stop her. However, she dodges him and accelerates. Competitor Chelly had broken the formation and taken the lead. Jimin couldn't let that happen. He gains speed and positions himself and led the race again. Junzo, looking back, tired from pulling the two of them, sees a gap in the formation and now was the moment. He had to give it his all. Jimin boasted about his victory with Chelly. If he beat her, they would go eat. But they shout at him that he didn't have time to flirt. He just says it doesn't matter and continues flirting, and a beast passes by him. Dom had left the underworld from the back to position himself in the sky of the lead. He was even faster than the last time, he was completely possessed, they had called him Squid Face. Jimin didn't understand him, that guy was always the star. Never, no one told him anything, he couldn't do it. How was he going so fast, he couldn't catch him? Dong from the Hummingbird team seems to have found the perfect time for the sprint. He was riding at full speed. But the curves made his race difficult. If it were a straight line, there would be a clear winner, but Jimin lay behind him, bumping shoulder to shoulder. Vinny tries to accelerate, but they don't let him pass. Vinny doesn't care about that, and the guy thinks something passed by him. There went the person who had evolved as a competitor. It was time to hunt. Jay had finally made his move. Minwoo was watching the race, and the little girl asks him what he was doing. The race was getting really intense between those two competitors, but it seemed that Dom Kang was losing energy with every pedal stroke. The girl says that was great and asks him if he knew how to ride a bicycle. Her wish was to ride a bike with other kids, but her mother and doctors didn't allow it. Dom curses. Another curve was coming. Jimin was an expert in those curves. It was the best scenario for him. It is explained to us that reducing speed and then regaining power was the hardest thing for Dom. In that game, he was going to lose. J-Hope says it was a hard-fought race, but their leader was the clear winner. But he spots Jay. Upon seeing him, he has a very bad feeling, crashing Shelly and trying to overtake. Shelly loses balance and crashes onto the pavement. However, Jay saves her, accelerating at full speed. They shout at Jimin that he had to be faster. His star was coming to his house. The finish line was a few meters away, and the disguise had completely changed. Jimin had taken advantage of competitor DOM. He was confident they would be the winners, but in a lapse of attention, by not seeing an iron rod because he was looking at the crowd's shouts. He flies through the air. We are told what happened with Yi and Minwoo. He tells him that he just wanted to die. He scolds him. He was still worrying about himself. He was the one going through a difficult situation, and he came to see him after a month. To tell him that, he had to leave immediately, but he stops him. He will return after the game, he will win, and they will talk later. Returning to the race, he also crashes into Dom for flying, having a collision between the two, leaving the path impassable. J-Hope tries to pass along the side, but also crashes into some boxes that were there. Right before the finish line, an accident occurred on a narrow path. Jay from the Hummingbird team was approaching. He had to slow down. Jay remembers Chelly, tells her she was always selfish. He also remembers Minu saying that he only worried about the mech, and his uncle, who told him he had to look around and not focus so much on studies. Everyone asks him to stop. He had to stop now, but he uses Jimin's helmet to jump over everyone. And seeing Jay hop on the floor, he changes gears, braking, throwing his body backward. With an exquisite move, he does a 360, and the Hummingbird team was coming there. They win the next phase. Jay, the super rookie, had evolved into a super monster. After winning the race, the protagonist generated doubts about whether he was using drugs, leading some competitors to consider retiring. The BTS fans didn't believe their idol's defeat. Mia and Yuna congratulated the group and arrived at the scene, and Yuna insisted on taking Dom to the hospital for his fall. As for Mia, she was happy about the protagonist's return. She asked him not to turn off his cell phone from now on, although he just looked at the ground. And Chelly was on a mysterious call, while Dom assumed she was talking to her boyfriend. Then everyone met at the hospital, where they shared race details with Minu. Dom teased the protagonist about a date with the blonde, but he sighed, and the little girl appeared, recognizing each of the competitors on television, making her very excited. Back home, Chelly takes Jay, revealing that she wanted to make sure he wouldn't run away again. Upon ringing the doorbell, the brother asks Jay to flee, and his mother throws his things at him and asks him to get lost, since he was a bad influence on his brother. Chelly, hearing that from behind the wall, takes his bag and asks him to accompany her home. Her brother couldn't believe it, but upon arriving at her house, she clarifies that he would sleep on the couch. Watching television, he still remembers the argument. Although Chelly tries to make that encounter a little romantic, he ruins everything with his personality. So he goes to his room, but he realizes it, and for the first time thanks her for something. And now she ruins the moment because she was very hungry and throws the slipper at him. The next day, someone knocks on the apartment door, surprising Chelly, although she tries to make excuses. The grandfather ends up seeing Jay, since he literally sat on him. As for Dom, he continues training, now with dog food. This way he could chase him, and he would be the motivation. But what he didn't count on was that all the dogs would smell the same. As they say, sometimes you don't find motivation, motivation finds you. But coincidentally, the otaku was there with his limited edition figure. And Dom, due to his large pack, causes a disaster, breaking the figure. Meanwhile, the grandfather is upset about the situation, asking how far they have come. But Chelly calms him down, reproaching him for his perverted attitude. He remembers when he was a girl, causing the grandfather's depression upon seeing her grow up. Jay decides to leave and falls into sadness. Then they walk and clarify that he will go to his house. He knew how to get in, calling his brother, who has a ladder for him to climb in. And when he enters, she asks him what he did in that house. While she receives a mysterious message, at the airport, he expresses that he came to see his girl. The next day, on the balcony, students recognize him as the rookie of the bicycle races. The girls are impressed upon seeing the protagonist, but Dom arrives and not so much anymore. He arrives joking about his relationship with Chelly, getting very close to him. Chelly responds seriously, affirming that she knew he liked boys. Some people hear these words and take them seriously. Unfairly, a group of students wanted to join them, as they had seen their videos. And they wanted to be part of their group. In another scene, two new students criticize Vinny's striking hair. One warns about angering Vinny, who is known as Rabid Dog. We change scenes. A man behind bars is shown, the same one who ran over Minhu. The man with glasses proposes a plan to destroy the hummingbird group with a malevolent tone. But they don't reveal details. Then Vinny arrives. Sun tells him he should take care of a new student who was causing a ruckus. But Vinny suggests keeping calm and avoiding attracting attention. The others believe they should take care of it, so they. The crowd gathers around a fight in the classroom, and the blonde was beating someone up. And the recent guys enter. They were going to intervene and put him in his place, although he just smiles. Everyone thinks they will beat him up because they are from higher grades, and they ask him to meet after classes because they wanted to talk to him. And the blonde jumps up to shout at him for laughing, but they calm him down and leave. But then Gilbert, who is his name, enters his class and finds him, stepping between all the desks and jumping to beat him up. Connecting a kick. Then they meet. He asks about his relationship with the protagonist's group, and after denying it and calling him stupid, they beat them up to get information about the team. After beating them up and seeing the denial again, they were going to knock him unconscious, but one of them reacts. And he tells him everything he knows. Dom wonders about the new aspirants and plans a difficult test for them since he was getting stressed about them bothering him so much. Also, rumors about a relationship between Dom and the protagonist began to circulate in school. And they also think he looks like Freddie Mercury. At the end of classes, Zoom's henchmen wait for the first-year boy who caused the commotion. He reveals that Samuel and the others were knocked out one by one. In another scene, the protagonist tries to enter his house while his brother warns about his mother's arrival. Upon entering, his mother scolds him for his behavior, demanding that he be a good example for his brother and not be so irresponsible wanting to achieve cheap dreams. She confronts him about his participation in the tournament and questions whether it was worth risking his future for the prize. Jai explains that he wanted to try and take the risk even if he regretted it later, putting everything aside. He wants to live his dreams, and his uncle's dream wasn't about money, it was about a feeling. The mother gives up and decides to let him do what he wants, but warns that he will have to talk to his father when he returns. Later, we see the white-haired man checking an SV he received as a gift from the yellow glasses man. Meanwhile, the man with glasses laughs schizophrenically, and it is revealed that Chang Bei, the guy who left minus valid for Minhu, is obsessed with money and has lost everything in bets due to the protagonist's victories. So he was easy to convince. Later, he finds out what happened to his friends, goes to the room where the new student is. They both confront each other with their gaze. In another scene, Vinny is scolded for not wearing the proper uniform, but upon noticing Sung with the new student, he decides to intervene. Sung and the other second and last year students consider confronting the new student. But Vinny, gloomy, orders them into the classroom, noticing he is not in the mood for games. The new student laughs at the situation, also disparaging the school and its students as cowards. And he expected that school to be different, but Vinny punishes him with a strong roller on his face. Meanwhile, Chelly sighs upon seeing that she had actually traveled, and Jay asks her whose it was. But dinner is cut short when Dom is in trouble, who is talking to the newcomers who wanted to join. Elsewhere, the otaku was sticking pins into a voodoo doll and receives a mysterious package he hadn't ordered with a message. Meanwhile, Vinny was about to keep hitting him, but the situation is interrupted by the bell. And he orders everyone to go into class. Gilbert, disappointed, wakes up in the infirmary and gets enraged looking for Vinny. Sun comments that lately Vinny has been showing generosity and not being who he was before. And he reflects on his childhood, remembering that before he felt no compassion and fought anyone who messed with him. But that boy reminded him of his childhood. And Gilbert's situation worsened, entering looking for revenge, but once again he wakes up in the infirmary. In the afternoon, Vinny, along with Sun, interrogate the boy who fought with Gilbert, who reveals that Gilbert's problems began after his parents' divorce. Then the Hummingbird team meets to train, and Vinny gets angry when he finds out about the two new first-year students, Manson and Terry, who have temporarily joined the team. During training, Vinny says goodbye to the group and warns them not to bring those new students next time. Meanwhile, Jay starts feeling jealous of Chelly's attitude, as she spends a lot of time on her phone. As for Gilbert, after being beaten, he works as a delivery driver, and during his shift, problems arise for being impertinent in his driving. And those who challenge him to a duel are Dom's workers. Later, Vinny notices and defends him. They also recognize him for being his boss's friend, and they let them go. Gilbert thinks Vinny is great because he has a mafia. Also, he gives him money for hitting him. He should accept it as an apology. The next day, Gilbert returns to school by bike, surprising his classmates. They talk about the next race, and Zung advises Vinny to prepare well, since in the last race he seemed unstable. And the first-year boy, who used to be hostile towards Vinny, now greets him good morning, surprising everyone. Then the guys prepare for intensive training, since in their last race they were about to lose. And they are informed that the first test is a 180-kilometer race. Meanwhile, Gilbert joins the Hummingbird team after asking Vinny to let him join. It is revealed that he sold his motorcycle to follow him. Elsewhere, Mia visits Minu, but their encounter is not so positive. Minu seems to be dealing with internal problems and reacts negatively, even throwing away the lunch Mia brought him. The Hummingbirds are at full speed in their training, but they lack the newcomers, who were visibly messed up. Well, here they vomit, but I didn't want to add so many pictures, so fine. After pedaling and pedaling a lot, they managed to complete the circuit, but they are informed that it was just a warm-up. Meanwhile, the white-haired man is giving information about the team, Hummingbird, to a mysterious character who seems to have plans and expectations for the protagonist's team's next confrontation. Their training continued. That was a perfect place to race, since what they needed to improve was getting sprint power in any situation. The guys give their best, riding, and Gilbert was frustrated since Vinny told him he couldn't lose to the rookies, who smiles for beating him, and he, at night, due to the frustration of fearing losing again. He decides to quit smoking. The next day, Nam explains the next challenge, which involves dividing the team into two groups and performing a 200-meter relay. Everyone is excited, as it is the first relay race between the two rookies, neither of whom wants to lose. The blonde uses a technique of holding his breath until reaching the finish line, but they were so slow that even the dog beat them. Also, the otaku was training intensely for a big goal, since they revealed everything about their next encounter. The race was ending, and the blonde was winning, but running out of breath in the last moment. He ends up losing. Literally, he went to see Kibis. At the end, he sees Binny's disappointed look, and he doesn't want to ride a bike again. Continuing with the race, the rookie leaves with a clear advantage, although Chelly dismisses that advantage in a few seconds, leaving a go in first place, and Dom, following the monk's teachings, focuses all his energy on his pedaling to become a predator. Sun Go is amazed since he knew he was fast, but he had never had such speed. And the next ones to leave were Binny and Jay, and the two arrive at the same time, thanks to Sun Go's effort. And the two stars of the team leave. Everyone wanted to see them. Even the professor is amazed by their great progress, although Vinny has a flashback of constant comments that he is not that good, creating a big shadow between his spirit and his pedaling, giving up before reaching the finish line. But they also explain the disadvantages of his bicycle. The next day, Dom arrives dead to class, since after training he did more training when he got home. This guy is truly a beast, who talks to Jay about training, and a guy with a mask shows up at school, attracting everyone's attention, meeting Jay and Dom. In class, everyone wanted to see a new student, with blonde hair, upon hearing that description. Chelly doesn't believe it. While Jay and he talk in English, Dom doesn't know anything, and he gets slapped from behind. Chelly challenges him for coming all this way, exposing him. Everyone thinks he's a Greek god, who also hugs her lovingly. Although she hits him, breaking the cheesy scene, she asks him to leave, but before leaving, he realizes that this boy was the one from the Instagram photos, but he simply looked like a stupid nerd. And just then the principal arrives, who also knew him. In his room, they talk about the fact that she wasn't going to England for Jake, but she also liked that place. The grandfather also says that Chelly and that brat spent the night together, surprising everyone. Remembering the promise he made to her since childhood, which was to get married. Although she never said yes, he took it as a yes. He just asks which class that nerd is in, although she tries to explain everything, he is resigned to seeing Jay. But he gets slapped again, and Jay sees them dragging him across the yard, and they cross glances again. As for Vinny, they continue to scold him for coming to class without a proper uniform, treating him badly, and expressing bad things about him. He asks her to let him go, and upon entering his room, he remembers the same words from someone he thinks is his father. And he also remembers his race, and in anger, he throws his bag out the window in rage. Dom received some super sneakers and wanted to try them out. He thinks they look great on him, but a couple of cyclists make fun of him, saying he sucks. How could an idiot cycle in basketball shoes? Insulting Dom repeatedly, Dom thinks they are going to help him try on his sneakers. Getting into position, he thinks that if Michael Jordan walked in the air, then he can break the wind. A guy riding a motorcycle sees Don pass, but it was impossible. He was going 48 kilometers. How could he do that? The guys are still laughing at Don and wonder how far behind he is, accelerating the pace. Since the street was very empty, perfect for a sprint, but the beast passed in the middle. Remembering the words that he lacked power, the guys can't believe it. With all their strength, they try to catch up. Meanwhile, the otaku leader tells him the truth about their next race. Someone had sent them a message and told them that the next race was in that place. That's why he was training so exhaustively in those tight curves. Also, his next opponent was home invert. Although the friends refuse to cheat, the otaku believes that in life, only winners are recognized. And we see a memory of his past, since they always mocked him for making manga, transforming his drawings with insulting words. It is also shown to us that they were not accepted by anyone, but over time, he met his favorite character. Also an anime club where he met his group. After that, they joined the competition, but his personality changed since they didn't want to be looked down upon. They wanted to break that stereotype and be happy and be who they are. And the day of the race finally arrived, everyone was gathered again, the shark team was there. The monster, the ghost guys, the drug guys, and everyone else. When they are talking about the next race, they start seeing comments recognizing him. Everyone starts asking who he was, and the rookie of the team recognizes him. It was a world-class crew. The member of like, Cavallari, Owen, Knight. They all start taking pictures of the superstar. They clarify that street cycling first started in New York. The crews that dispersed that culture were Maka, Llama Crew, and Mitch Crew. And in that, there was a child who followed their teams. He became friends with its members, and they also rode bikes together. Then, in his first year of high school, he returned to England and formed the crew with his athlete friends, which became famous in the sports world, which was Leica Ballari. That is the team Owen started. Dom was amazed, because that guy was incredibly famous and he didn't know it. Shelley tells him that he is forming a scene. Meanwhile, the white-haired one smiles, as he had a plan. But everything is interrupted, as the presenter starts his show. The 9th round of the Off-Street League was about to begin. In that round, it was a team relay attack. The riders enter in teams and will compete in the relay round. The route was 4.5 miles long in total. Each crew will be divided equally between A and B. When the race begins, Part A of each team will race towards where Part B is. Then Part B will race towards the finish line, until the first team to reach the finish line is the winner. They are surprised, it was exactly as the letter said. And now, they must allow them to present the list of encounters, and as expected. The Hummingbird team versus Manga crew. After all the show, Binny thinks they should focus on the race. Also, they have had experience competing against them before. It was the team that broke the mold. They had to be careful. They inform that the race will start in 5 minutes. The groups had to take position. Their rookies gave them due support. They also mention that they skipped school, obviously, to support them, leaving their substitutes who would never discover them. And Gilbert, completely blushing, gives him a lucky milk. Everyone was tense with anticipation for the race, and they informed that these two teams had met before. But they had been supporting each other, but now they would compete against each other. The audience is impatient to see that race. Dom remembers what they told him. In that race, they would have to divide the team into 2 parts. But since both teams had 5 participants each, they would be divided into groups of 2 and 3 people. And Dom had offered to go first, since he wanted to arrive as soon as possible so they could start a fast race. And thus win. And so the positions were designated. Dom and Chelly would race in the first part, Binny, Sungo. And Jay would race in the second. Everything was ready on your marks, set Geo. They ask who they think will win. They had prepared everything for them to win. The result was obvious. The guy still remembers his sneakers and curses him for racing with his loves. Chelly gives him the strategy not to use all his energy from the start, since she would break the wind, and Dom, looking back, realizes that they were not there. But looking further back, they were stuck to him like stamps. He thinks that was their plan. So he had to take off as soon as possible, surprising even Chelly. In Dom's mind, Saul had to sprint. Those present ask if sprinting from the beginning in a race with so many turns was a good strategy. Chelly tries to stop him, but she also realizes that they were following her, trying to accelerate the pace to lose them. Dom thinks he couldn't see them anymore. He had accelerated too much, but in front of him, a tight curve appeared. He barely manages to pass it, and the Manga crew group launches their plan, breaking away to sprint, leaving Chelly behind. That was thanks to their training and the perfect moments when they had to accelerate to complete the test in less time. And in a few seconds, Dom is overtaken, surprising both the bettors and the audience present. Dom tries to accelerate as much as he can, but with such tight streets, speed was lost. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch them. They, knowing the route by heart, gave signals of what was coming, and it was clear they were gaining an advantage. But someone appeared. They couldn't believe it, but she gives the signal that she must break free, trying to knock her off. But thanks to her good stability, only she falls, but she manages to tell him that he must hurry his friend. He just thinks about winning. They had worked hard to get there. He was always alone until he met people who shared his tastes. And he understood. For the first time in his life, he has a goal to fight for, since that time they won. They realized that even people like them can succeed. He had never experienced emotions like those, and he is sure that everyone felt the same. He wants to be able to create more memories with them, and heroes become stronger when they are together. They must show what they are made of, shouting for their goal, but Dom remained furious. However, he couldn't, and he doesn't understand why he was so tired, and the Manga crew team took the lead, finishing the first stage, and tells them that everything was in their hands, giving the start to the Gundam guy, the Otaku princess, and Chopper, breaking everyone's expectations. Even the classmates who mocked him thought they were doing better than expected. The Hummingbird team was nervous about their team not arriving. Dom just apologizes. The presenter thinks they were too far behind to catch up. Was that the end of Hummingbird? They comment that the Manga crew team started first in the Part B race. They were about 165 yards ahead of the Hummingbird team. If they didn't catch them before the curves, they would be lost. Owen doesn't understand why Chelly joined such a bad team. Now, he knew how pathetic the Korean teams were. But something was happening. The chase was beginning to happen. They were riding at full speed to close the gap separating them. Sungo asks them to follow him. The gap was larger than he expected. Looking at the curve, he thinks they have raced there dozens of times. They are familiar with that stretch. It was clear they could never beat them. They report that the manga crew team was riding efficiently. Passing quickly through the curves, it was as if they knew the curves before making them. Sun Go warns that the curves are coming, they are not like them, so they should take them according to their own style. The princess doesn't understand how the hell they are catching up, they should ride much faster. And Zungo gives the order to let them go. Now it was their turn. The wild dogs were finally unleashed. They try to keep calm, since by the time they reached that point, victory would be theirs. They were close, they fully trusted that strategy. When they are about to implement it, Vinny peers out from their side, and Jay from the other, taking the lead. That had been incredible. They explained that Vinny accelerated in the curve instead of braking, and used his momentum to climb the wall. Meanwhile, Jade entered the curve already drifting without braking. Gilbert thinks that was totally different from what he imagined a race to be. He curses, how did they do it? He tries to calm down, since they might catch up again, as they had carefully analyzed what was coming. There was no way to lose that race. While sprinting, Vinny remembers his demons again and recalls the lost race. Trying to accelerate the pace again, but the movement of the otakus was about to begin. Since the stretch coming up was downhill, it was their well-known maneuver, Manga Pistol, launching him at full speed. The manga crew team had launched their best card, and there they came, the one who appeared as first place. It was the otaku team. Only 300 meters left to leave his past behind, since he wanted to be recognized by any means necessary. Taking his feet off the pedals, using his aerodynamic posture on the descent. It was a clear victory. He had finally won, but Jay peered out from his side with an equally beastly sprint, putting the scenario totally tense to see who would be the winner. Even his classmates now supported him, it was his victory, but upon remembering what happened Vinny and his discouragement, he looks at him, and now he destabilizes Superman so that Vinny takes the lead. The otaku asks him to stop, but finally, the first to cross the finish line is Vinny. In the last 30 meters before the finish line, the Hummingbird team, starting from behind, took the victory in an extremely dramatic race. But equally, the people who mocked him now looked at him with admiration, and they asked Owen to accompany him. Meanwhile, his friends try to support him. He just cries for not keeping his word and asks for forgiveness. These two don't understand how such a bad team could get so far, but spontaneous applause begins to appear, supporting them for putting on a good race. Vinny, on the other hand, is angry, since it was clear that he could have arrived first. Why did he do that? But he just thinks he moved to give his team more chances to win. And the guys arrive congratulating them for their great work. Meanwhile, Owen is offered a deal. A while later, the otakus had something to tell them, and they tell them everything that happened with the letter. The others forgive them, but Vinny tells them he is disgusted. Also, the one with glasses realizes that he was opening his mouth, and at night, they are intercepted by two masked people. And they beat them up to the point of making both faint. Later, the guard goes to look for Dom in his room, but only finds a letter stating that they shouldn't look for him for a while. Meanwhile, Vinny is more annoyed than usual, ignoring everyone, but just then the model is waiting for him, who amazes everyone with her great attractiveness. Also, she gives Vinny a gift. Gilder thinks that guy was great, he was in a totally different league. Upon arriving in the room, we see that they were gloves, but Vinny is nowhere near interested. Although his friend sees a note in the gift box and takes the liberty of thanking him with many hearts. Now that's what friends are for. As for the protagonist's class, they are informed of a new student who will stay for a few months. And of course, the new student was Owen. He was quietly in the bathroom, but a somber shadow asks him for explanations. He thinks he is lost, running out. Then, using his charms and personality, the blonde manages to sit next to Jay and Chelly. It is revealed to us that it was all a plan by the grandfather to separate them, giving his blessing. Jay immediately asks him to race against him, but as usual, Chelly hits him. Jay just gets angry and asks her to move. Upon leaving, he takes out a lollipop shaped like a cigarette, in a very cool way, and when going down the stairs, he runs into her. who says hello to him and leaves immediately. As for Minwoo, he was riding his bike, thinking it was very refreshing. Also, his friends appear, but they pass him, and no matter how much he tries to pedal, he can't catch them. Being left behind. And looking down, he realizes he is in a wheelchair. On the ground, he screams for them to wait for him, and upon waking up, he just smiles. Mia also visits him, tries to convince him to try to go out and recover, since he had a 1% chance of walking. But just then he gets a call from leaving his things on Minwoo's bed, and he also meets Mia, who is equally worried about his condition, but when he opens the door, the flowers fall, and blood from the stretcher is visible. On the way home are Chell and Jay, talking about why he was so angry, and a call from Mia reaches him. Upon answering, the sun runs out, arriving at the hospital as fast as possible. Mia asks him if he will be okay, since she thinks it was his fault, but the protagonist just firmly believes it was his ass. In the room, Yuna was crying rivers over what he was doing. His sister, his mother, and now him, Minwoo, just asked for forgiveness. Meanwhile, she runs out and the father also arrives, scolding him for how he could do that. But Minwoo just reproaches him that he doesn't know how he feels, since he only cares about the company. And in that state, he preferred to die. And he receives a slap. How could he say that to his father? Kicking him out of the room, since he couldn't do that, and upon leaving, he faints due to the emotional burden of said event. Seeing that, Jay just goes out in search of his mother, and asks her directly if there was any option for Minwoo to walk again. Upon seeing the denial of his question, he yells that he should be in that bed, not Minwoo, although she only expresses that it wasn't his fault. Also, he should only focus on his studies, not his friends. However, he expresses that he cannot do that. He doesn't want to be an emotionless machine. Mia, meanwhile, tries to remind him of what she told him that time. She told him to hold on because friends would always be there. She knows it's a very long process. Holding his hand, she tells him that she will always be with him, no matter what. And the little girl also tells him the same, holding his hand, surprising them. Meanwhile, Jay was just crying hopelessly on a bench. Chelly just tries to contain him. Vinny, on his part, throws his jacket over him. He demands, since he created the crew, he should take that responsibility. Meanwhile, Dom was training with the monk. He had gone there so as not to be a burden. His first test was building a mountain of rocks. Jay had managed to pass that stage by stacking them very calmly and consciously. Although Dom tried to do the same again and again, he couldn't achieve it, spending 2 days trying, without managing to reach the height of life. But they give him advice to do it his way. Something occurs to Dom, and in the afternoon the monk returns. Dom was placing the last rock. He smiles. He finally did it. Dom's tower was complete, so he admits it, he had passed the test, and the advice they gave him now was, he should do the same and focus on what he should do in the moment, not on a future. Meanwhile, during the day informing a message, a special event had occurred. Meanwhile, Vinny keeps receiving messages, which asked him, it was the special event that would happen the next day. The next day everything was ready, everyone was present, and each of the participants was given a ticket. Everyone should pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, they began with the special event, since that day they would meet a superstar. He was Owen. His staff has worked hard to invite these types of contestants. He was one of the best street racers in the world. And the event of that day was against one of the participants of the Street League. Everyone had received a number, and they were going to draw one randomly. Whoever comes out will compete against Owen. All the beasts of the competition wanted to race against him. Owen himself pulls the ball from the raffle, and the chosen number was number 55. Who was Jay? The super rookie, creating excitement among everyone present, disappointing some others because they wanted to compete against him. Also, they do an interview between the two competitors. Here Jay reveals to everyone the story about his uncles, whose name was Manhwa, creating a speechless scene, since everyone knew him as the greatest cyclist in Korea. It was not surprising why he was so good. The white-haired one asks them to stop asking questions and continue with the event. And the title of the race was already set. It would take place in 3 days, they couldn't miss it. An unprecedented event, the super rookie, nephew of the Korean legend, versus the renowned racer Owen. The Pearl of England, and from the stands, Vinny is intercepted by Miss Spider. Jay, walking with Owen, remembers what happened and asks him if he knew that would happen. To which he replies that he had no idea, amazed at how he had found out. But he changes the subject, proposing to make their race more interesting. What he proposed was a bet. If he won, since he didn't want to see him in classes anymore, he would leave his country. And if he won, he would have to shave his head so he could concentrate on his studies. Jay accepts, and it was a deal. He, turning off the television, remembers his past and expresses that his nephew must feel the crap of being second category. Then Owen buys a bicycle, which is visibly bad for cycling, and they call him to a meeting on his track in case he wanted to train a little, in which the monster and the shark were present. The two were impatient to race against him, although Owen just wanted to let his legs loose. They do the countdown to start, and they leave with everything. Literally, especially the shark, believing himself the best in the world due to his super training. The monster also followed him, while Owen thought that if he pedaled too much, he would break the frame. Also, he doesn't understand why they took it so seriously, and he found running indoors without wind boring. The shark in the lead was confident, but they appeared next to him, but he wouldn't stay behind, accelerating much more. Since there was only a little left, and when he arrives first, he shouts for his victory. Then they demand that Owen tell them if he was joking with them. Sango appears, also to express that he couldn't race like that in the special event. Upon leaving, Owen wasn't even interested in what the others thought, and he appears again, challenging him to a race, but this time he had to take it seriously. He had to prove that he was at least qualified to race in the tournament. Owen believes he should get home fast, so if he wants, he can follow him. The two are racing, passing a motorcycle without major problems. The monster accelerated as much as possible, but there was a curve, stopping his pedaling. But Owen didn't, surprising him completely. And the day of the super event had arrived. Everyone wanted to take pictures with the superstar. They knew how bestial he was, and Jay was also being supported by many for representing his country. And ladies and gentlemen, today was the special day of the race. They would begin with the great event, the Super Rookie versus the Pearl of England. They will explain the rules, which were very simple. The race would be 4 kilometers. Whoever reached the finish line first would win. The track would be a mix of straight lanes and curves. The race starts in 60 seconds. Minu watched from the hospital, and the little girl arrived with excitement to see their superstars. While the monster remembers that spectacle seen before. The white-haired one smiles, as he had set up many decoys for Jay to win so they would bet on him. But now, for sure, there was a clear winner. The audience showed their support for both. Owen reminds him not to forget his promise. And in 3, 2, 1, the two participants went at a unique speed. The audience was very excited to witness the race. But Shelley only watched seriously. Jay took the lead. They ask Monster how his day yesterday went, remembering everything that happened. He just thinks it helped him set a clearer goal. Now he wanted to compete in the World Championship. The race continued, and Owen feels the breezes on the track. He thinks that was the moment. It was time to change the club, taking an unusual cadence. He doesn't understand. Owen had taken the lead in just 2 seconds. Jay, seeing that he was behind, remembers that his uncle told him that there were better cyclists than him. Outside, in the real world, there were many geniuses, but everyone's dream is to compete against these geniuses in international arenas. He had to grow up to realize that the world is much bigger than he thought. Seeing Owen, he also accelerates the pace, balancing his body from side to side. No one accepts it. Jay had changed his position to race. Owen mocks he couldn't do everything he had right. But Jay now takes the lead. He wonders if that wasn't his top speed. Seeing a curve, Jay was inspired. The gap continued to widen, and now, by not breaking in the curve, he was only 500 meters away. Everyone was stunned by Jay's new speed, creating the new winner of the competition. And those watching the television didn't understand why that kid was there. They think he was just lowering his level. Owen thinks his bicycle wasn't keeping up with his pedaling, but he had to resist. Only a little left until the finish line. Sun Go thinks Jay might win, but Chelly informs him that Owen was not riding at full speed. She explains that his real speed starts by reading the wind, and indeed, something was happening. Owen began to zigzag in the air, as if he were flying, shortening the distance between Jay and him. The protagonist feels the intimidating presence of someone behind him. Chelly says that this little blonde has been able to detect wind currents since he was little, almost like a superpower. As he grew up, this ability increased, even more when he got on a bicycle. Although at first they didn't believe them, they think it could be possible, and Owen began to clear his path, seeing blue currents on the track. His presence became more and more imposing for Jay, as if a monster was chasing him. They are expectant for the end of the race, since Jay was still in the lead a few meters from the end. But Owen was approaching at an unprecedented speed, breaking out on the outside. Owen positioned himself next to Jay, and the two now faced the last curve of the race. However, both competitors were accelerating instead of braking. Jay performs his well-known inert drift by Jay, which still amazed everyone due to its great complexity to perform. And on top of that, at that speed. But something happened. Owen didn't brake at all. The monk thinks an incredible rider has come to Korea. Owen, instead of braking like Jay did, leaned his body and used the edge of the sea to cross the curve in an instant, to position himself in first place, nullifying Jay's drift for the first time. That was a world-class rider. After overtaking him in the last curve, now Owen was about to win, but Jay accelerated again. The finish line was only 300 meters away. Jay, remembering everything that had been happening these last few months with Minwoo, refused to lose. No one could believe it. A sprint had been born within Jay's sprint. They had never seen him at that speed. Only 150 meters left to the finish line, but Owen assumes that the edge of the sidewalk broke his fragile frame. It wouldn't last long, but looking back, he affirms that if he slows down his cadence at least a little, they could catch him. But only 75 meters remained. He had to resist just a little longer, also accelerating his cadence and using Jay's currents. Accelerating again, and before reaching the finish line, his bicycle brakes. They call paramedics immediately, but he gets up and heads towards Jay, instantly remembering his promise. The presenter screams that it had been madness. The winner of the special event was Owen Knight. Many complained because they had bet on Jay. Watching television, the little girl wonders if her friend had lost. Minwoo looked very surprised. Jay, on the other hand, remembered what happened, but his friends tell him good job, trying to give him moral support for competing against a world-class person. And Vinny was extremely angry, since it was clear that he hadn't given his all against him, leaving. Watching the race, they don't understand how he can be so good. Also, they didn't even see his best version. They don't know what he will be like with a proper team. The shark paraphrases. Everyone in the end was big fish in small ponds. While a reporter watched Jay thinking about his uncle. At home, while treating Owen, he asks him if it had all been a plan of his. Not seeing a clear answer, he leaves, but he hugs her and expresses that she should return to England. The next day, Owen enters the room, while Jay receives support from everyone, but he interrupts them by approaching Jay, showing a hair clipper, as it was time to keep his promise. Chili asks him what the hell he was talking about. He should stop playing. Seeing the argument between the two, Jay just takes the machine and starts cutting his hair, leaving everyone shocked. But before cutting the top part, Chelly manages to stop him. But he thinks that a promise is a promise. But all the classmates help him, so he doesn't do it. Even Owen was amazed. He never thought he could go that far. The pink girl, let's call her that, because it's not mentioned what her name is, they tell her that her crutch had shaved his head. Chelly arrives at a hairdresser where Dom's guard was, all worried, asking for help. She asks him if he could do something about it, showing the bald spot the protagonist had left. The barber asks him how he would like his cut, but Jay just wanted to. But Chell interrupts him and asks him to fix it somehow, so that his shave is not noticeable. Seeing that Jay only repeats that a promise is a promise, she hits him to knock him unconscious. She asks him to please save him. He believes he can solve it, so they should trust him. Then Vinny quickly arrives at the hospital. They had told him that his mother had fainted while working at the supermarket. Then the barber believed that style wasn't his thing, but it could look quite good on him. The other hairdresser and Chelly are amazed. He looked like a god, and when showing Jay, indeed, the legend of the famous mullet haircut was born. Upon leaving, Chelly speaks to him, but Jay only thinks about what was happening. In the past, in the race, in his uncle's words, which expressed where a moment. Where his heart raced, all his senses sharpened, his whole body felt alive. Since the world is bigger than he thought, and looking at the sky at the signature, now he saw why his uncle loved cycling so much. As for Vinny, he remembered what the doctor told him, and upon seeing some guys, he asks for the lighter. And upon seeing their lack of response, he appears with bloody hands, remembering what he has been through. His group had hidden all the reality that it was, but now he remembered it. His life had always been crap, setting the two poles, Jay's awakening and Vinny's submerging. On the other hand, the reporter is very drawn to Jay's uncle's case. A few minutes later, the pink girl didn't understand why her crutch had shaved his head. Although now that she thought about it, it couldn't be that bad either. She wanted to see his new appearance. They are in the room, and even the students now think that Jay had become more attractive after his haircut. And the pink girl enters the room, asking for him, but upon seeing his new look, she just stares at him. She turns around and leaves. She can't believe it, he was more handsome than ever, and she bumps into someone, clearly a hermit. Asking who that tramp was, and they pull Dom's ear demanding that they go with him. For skipping classes so many times. In the hospital, the girl asks him why he watched the same video over and over. He thinks he couldn't believe that he had lost so easily. So he wanted to analyze the race well. The girl asks him, with a downcast look, if he hated that person, since she had overheard a conversation of his. That because of him, he hurt his legs, and she doesn't ask him if Jay had said that. But he denies it. It wasn't something Jay did, it was a lesson from himself, and he thinks he would do it again. She expresses that she envied him for having such good friends, since at birth, with such a weak heart. She never got to go to kindergarten or run like the others in the park, so that's why she had no friends. But Ree remembered that she had one, her stuffed animal Kiki. Meanwhile, Dom arrives in the room, discovering Jay's new haircut and the bread that was in his class. He didn't understand anything, but someone called him. Yuna, remembering everything that happened, reproaches him for where he had been all that time. She had been through a lot and needed him. Dom only expresses that he would never leave her again, but he bends her fingers as punishment. Also, they wanted to cut off his mustache, and Owen appears with the hair clipper. Dom insults him, asking him to keep that away from his sight. As for Vinny, he hasn't gone to class, he is more submerged than ever. He needs enough money for his mother's operation. Double shift jobs aren't helping him. His only salvation was the competition. Taking his bike, he rides at full speed, expressing that he would try harder than anyone as he was desperate. He had to improve as soon as possible, but he couldn't do everything at once, falling off his bike. Later on a bench, he is lamenting and the spider arrives. She puts a chain on Vinny's bike, and although Vinny treated her very badly, she asks him to get on. They were going for a ride so he could get some fresh air, and if he refused, she would leave with the keys. While riding, Vinny only screams because of the speed. He asks her to drive more carefully. Upon arriving at the place, Vinny doesn't understand and doesn't know where they are. She expresses that it was the place of his childhood. She had good memories there. She also asks him to follow her. Vinny doesn't understand her, but upon looking towards the horizon, he realizes. She paraphrases, "Things are intense and horrible in the city, but if you look from a distance, it's nice." When he felt down, he came to a place like that. She brought him there to make him feel better, and asks him if he had any secrets to tell her, or any place he liked as a child. He, upon remembering the past, expresses that no, to which she replies that then that place. From now on, it was special for him. When leaving him with the bike, he receives a call. Upon heading there, the gentleman from last time was there, who expresses that he had a gift for him, handing him a drop bar to change the handlebar, and if he felt uncomfortable taking it, he should win the tournament and pay it back. He should take that as credit. Upon remembering his old races and considering that as credit, then he also wanted a pair of Taku's shoes. In the hospital, this guy is breaking the fourth wall, and Jay and Dom went to see Minu, who doesn't recognize them at all. They say that that damned Yankee was the cause of everything. Then Dom leaves Jay alone with Minu, and they talk about the race and the past, and when saying goodbye, Minu remembers what the girl told him. And he tells him to keep his chin up. Upon leaving, Dom is happy, since Minu looked a little better. Also, he tells him that he passed the test and defeated him, since his was bigger. Jay asks him how, but he expresses that his standing one was bigger, so he should take a look later. In fact, they wouldn't talk anymore because it might hurt his pride, while everyone listened to their conversation. And upon leaving, Jay had a super bicycle, since his previous race taught him a big lesson. Riding, Dom yells at him that he should oil those damn wheels, since the noise was making him nervous. These two look good, since they hadn't seen such a bicycle since their childhood, when the milkman rode it. Passing them, expressing that they should move aside for being so pathetic. Dom didn't know what was wrong with those idiots, but Jay launched the attack. Dom is surprised, since he could ride at high speed, even using that junk. They think they would be better off walking if they are going to ride that junk bike, but Jay's shadow, with glowing eyes, stalked them from behind, and looking back, Jay's wheel creaking became present, transforming him into a possessed cyclist, taking the lead. They didn't understand how he could pass them with that junk bike. Don C. He was laughing his ass off at the sound. Almost, he warns him that he couldn't compete with that, since he would die laughing hearing them. And they, finally, recognized the super rookie, and now they just wanted to ask him for an autograph. In the pink girl's house, it is clarified that he is the ghost's brother, but he wasn't in his room. And looking at his cell phone, she can't believe it. Jay was the wallpaper. The next day, Jay rides his bike, surprising him, since he thought it was the new model of delivery bicycles. Very latest generation. And the blonde asks the driver to follow that guy. Then the pink girl throws herself on the ground to attract attention, screaming in pain, but Jay just passes by ignoring her. But the taxi driver tells her to get in, they will try a second time. Now she was ready to act again, throwing herself to the ground in pain. But Jay again continues on his way, and the taxi driver does the same, and in that case, she runs, and now, if she really falls, she thinks that her destiny was never to talk to Jay. But now, if he stops, and they have to see the candies, and she asks him if he wanted to share his candies. And there, they have a very flirtatious little chat, but Jay's serious as always, and they arrive at school, causing doubts in what they saw of the scene, and Chelly asks them, what were those two doing? He explains that she was lying in the street, and he brought her with him. Chelly analyzes her from head to toe. And she steals Jay, but Jay asks her if they were dating or had a relationship. Chelly responds about, and what if we are what? She yells at him that it didn't matter, since they weren't going to get married, and she was considering marrying Jay. Everyone is stunned. Comments appear, she doesn't even know what she did. Asking for forgiveness, she runs out as fast as possible and bumps into Dom, who he thinks is his fan. But there was a mess with a gift that was for Jay, but in the end they gave it to Dom, but very confused. But coming back, Dom behaves chivalrously to impress her, but she doesn't even know him. And she runs out. Chelly asks him what he did to make her say that. Jay didn't understand anything. Owen thought what was happening was interesting. Throughout the day, Chelly continued in her own world without talking to Jay at all, but on the table they left her a lollipop. It was wasabi, so it was clear it was from the protagonist, and it also tasted horrible. At the white-haired man's company, Yellow arrives, let's call him that, who asks if those were the new drugs. And if so, who were they for, but this time they were for him. After class, Jay rides with Shelley on his super bike, who expresses to him that from now on he must keep that seat only for her. Jay accepts. Oh. Meanwhile, the reporter remained focused on the case. Returning to the factory, they clarify to Yellow that he should take the black sample before training, and the red sample 30 minutes before the meeting, and since he had passed all the clinical tests, he should not distrust. Also, the end of the meeting was not far off, and they would give him a large sum of money if his team won that time. Then the reporter personally arrives to ask him some questions about the tournament. He asks question after question until approaching the case of Manhwa. But he gets nervous and avoids the topic. As for the boys, they continued training. Sun Go was in the lead. Now they trained on a hill. It was really very high. They were visibly tired, but it was not time to give up. But Vinny passes ahead of them as if nothing. After changing his handlebar, he had increased his sprint power to a beastly level, feeling proud of his process. The rookies, for their part, were totally destroyed, and Jay was slightly behind. At the end, everyone praises Vinny for his great progress, but he throws off his helmet, reproaching Jay. Was it a joke to him? How could he be with that junk? Shelley thinks he must have his reasons, although she still didn't understand him much, but Vinny kept thinking that he wasn't taking the competition seriously. To which Jay takes off his coat, showing that he had a weight suit. Now, everyone thinks that guy was crazy. And yes, he was taking it seriously. The pink one, who is now a dam stalker, thinks he is more handsome every day. The blonde tells her to go to the observatory, since Jay is very possibly there tomorrow. But she doesn't understand what happened, and who he was, and the team was already gone, and some guys on motorcycles appear chasing Jay. He wonders if that was his objective, and they put a bag over his head. They express to him that they were there to warn him that he would be buried alive if he messed with Arya again. But Jay doesn't know who Arya is, nor do we, but we assume she is pink. The guy gets angry upon not knowing that name and goes to hit him, but Jay repeats it again. He doesn't know anyone by that name. The blonde thinks he's very smart, but he will give him a beating by hitting his body. He thinks his body is as hard as a damn rock. They don't know what was happening to that guy. It was as if he disguised himself as a nerd so they wouldn't discover his true identity. Now the two try to attack him together, and the girl is now with a bag, asking them to leave them alone. They are going to hit her too, but she dodges him, and turning gives him a smack, and to the other he does a Kaimsu no Yeba pose. Windbreaker nut dance, taking him out of combat. And the other runs away. She asks Jay if he was okay, fine. Upon seeing yes, she says goodbye, like the wasabi girl. Jay wonders why she was wearing a paper bag. In the gym, the smuggler team was talking about the guinea pigs they felt like. And the only good thing about working with them was that that guy might know who they would face in the next encounter. The yellow one takes things as they were told, but he was still sick of how they treated him. And the participants were ready for the next competition. Jay also says that his bike broke, and the ghost looked at Jay with disgust. And the smuggling team passes by, surprising him since he had never seen them so serious. And on the other hand, the girl the shark boy liked appears. He did many things to please her, and it was the first time they came to see him, but she tells him that she came to see Monster. But then she says it was a joke. Of course, she came to cheer them on, and the smuggling team expresses to them that they shouldn't be so happy. And they were anxious for today's encounter. And it would be damn embarrassing to lose in front of their girls, although they were looking to fight. The shark even more, she stops him. He shouldn't lower himself to their level, he just had to kick their asses in the race. And the show began. Hello everyone, the 10th round of the Street League begins in an instant. Without further ado, he will explain the rules directly. That round will be a score battle. 4 from each team will participate in the race. Team A versus Team B on a 3.6-kilometer route. And the first one to reach the finish line will get 5 points, the second will get 4 points, the third 3. The fourth 2 and the fifth 1. After the 5th place, they will not receive points. At the end of the race, the points are added up, and the team with the highest score wins. That meant that even if someone came in first, the other team could still win. Mathematician's son. And now, the representative gives the list of encounters. It was Team Trident versus Trin Sabbat in Group 1. In Group 2 was Javan Bird versus Team Usura. In Group 3 was Team Monster versus Double Wind. In Group 4 was the Ghost versus Spadia. In Group 5 was Team Iron Star versus Red Skull. The list was more epic than ever, especially between Team Trident and Team Zabbat. Well, Team Usura came out several times as one of the strongest, both individually and collectively. Especially, the very accurate comments of this guy drew attention, without denying his enormous talent. Who were eager to compete against Jay, and they would start with Group 1. Here came the number 1 group of the league, the Snakes. He just smiled with a maniacal face. The audience was very excited. They also expressed that the Joker would finally race. He almost never did. He just stayed on the sidelines of the races. The girl he liked was giving him words of support. And the race would start in 10 seconds. All participants were ready. A 4 versus 4 on your marks. Set, go. The shark took the lead when the race started. He was going to give his best. His friend expresses to him that since she was present, he looked motivated, he should take first place. And he would take second. But immediately, the Joker stuck to him, and next to him the snake appeared. He was totally excited about that race, but the shark was not willing to lose the competition. Accelerating the pace. Adam is surprised by his sprint quality. It is explained to us that his posture was perfect. Minimizing wind resistance, but they yell at him that behind him they were still following him. They didn't know that the snake could accelerate at such a speed. The friend thinks, if they followed their friend, he should take the lead, but they were also covering him. He expresses that they should be careful of that guy, since he was known as the Grim Reaper of Team Sabbat. For some strange reason, those who pedaled near him ended up falling. The shark always wanted to face them, because of the humiliations they have made him endure. But he assumes that this was the day, shouting that he will defeat them all, taking an even faster cadence. He was damn fast, however, he couldn't understand it. Looking back, the snake was still stalking him, even using his best cadence. No one can believe their speed, and that guy thinks his race was trash. But she expresses that she found it extremely interesting. The long-haired one didn't understand why they were still following him, without fighting for points. But now they accelerated to block his way. However, he reduces speed, but with the force of his pedaling, he breaks away to accelerate on the outside. The 4th participant asks them to please give him some space, since he was going to pass them. But the Grim Reaper, with one finger, takes the bicycle frame, causing him to fall, and Team Trident loses a member of their group. They didn't understand what the hell happened, and why that Grim Reaper guy emitted such a mysterious aura. And terrifying. The sneaker guy asks him to let him go. It had to be his super sprint, but the Joker starts supporting his shoulder. He doesn't understand why he pushes him, but in front of him a cone appeared, causing another fall for Team Trident. Now the blonde was fascinated by Korean races. They didn't know that the races were so intense. Also, their actions provoked the anger of all the event participants, and now they only needed to finish first. Or third, otherwise, their defeat would be clear. Looking back, they realize that their teammates are not there. He shouts at them that they must finish first no matter what, and he will finish third at all costs. He had to unleash his maximum speed. Upon hearing those words, he affirms it. It was obvious that he would get first place. Here it is explained to us that he was always weak, like a fish. Although they mocked him a lot, on one occasion, he defended the person he liked against a dog, which bit him, showing courage for the first time. And from that bite, his life changed, since he tattooed sharks to stop being a simple fish. Grabbing the handlebar again, accelerating his cadence. He affirms that he will devour them all, and an explosion of speed surprises them. The finish line is only a few meters away, and Team Trident takes first place. If everything continued like this, the team with 2 members would win, but they can't understand it. He curses. He was damn fast. He thought he would never catch up, bumping him with his shoulder. They ask him to accelerate with everything he had, but he couldn't. He felt like a giant snake was preventing him from moving freely in his ocean. The friend was going to accelerate the pace to help him, but a shove from the Joker completely destabilizes him. And someone passed in the middle. The Grim Reaper begins to overtake one by one, and upon passing the shark, only 100 meters from the finish line remain. But instead of accelerating, he brakes, since they didn't want to win on points, but to cause a massacre. Completely turning his bicycle around and lifting his wheel, the Grim Reaper's wheel hits the shark's helmet directly. He just thinks that all his idealization was wrong. It was too embarrassing. He couldn't even compete against Monster. And that was over, falling shattered, and the race ended. The members of Team Triton were unable to continue, so Team Zabat's victory. Many began to boo him for being unsportsmanlike. The otakus also appeared expressing the same. But many also refused, since the races had given them much more emotion, supporting his attitude. The monster thinks they crossed the line. He expresses that they should be given a doping test and showing his face, leaving them frozen. But when they see the repetitive accusations, they express that they will do them. Then the shark leaves on a stretcher. All participants think that if they race against those idiots, they will make them pay. Then they also inform that Team Subbat for their move has been disqualified for at least the next race. And now it was the turn of Group 2. Vinny wore his great purple shorts. Also, he had a purple bike, purple shoes. What style this young man has. And Chelly immediately expresses that this time she will pass in competing, since the race was designed for a sprint race. And she was the slowest in that regard, so they shouldn't ruin it and win at all costs, motivating the team. And there came Jay. Well, and the other team was changing their sprockets, because according to their calculations, they were much better for that race. Releasing data after data that would help them win that race, showing their great experience. And quality before the confrontation. And the street league of the second group was about to start, Usura versus Homing Bird. And there came both teams. Seeing that they praised Jay, they think they had no level, since considering him a super rookie. It showed that the others had no talent. Also some notice that the redhead had changed the structure of his bicycle. The duck guy expresses to Jay that it was an honor to race against him, and the race would begin. On your marks. Set, go. His friends realized that he had a slow start because of his sprocket, and Dom, seeing that he was looking back. He expresses that he must never let go. The eyes of the finish line starting to accelerate, they challenge him. What was he doing? They must catch Dom immediately. Sungo expresses to him that he should position himself behind him, remembering all the training, since he would never be a hindrance to his team again. He had to break the wind for his superstars. Everyone thinks that the race now was very different from the last one. They were totally different strategies, they were even. Also, the aces were at the back of each team. The windbreaker expresses to them not to lose calm, since in 4 seconds he would take the lead, starting to change his speed. And now Team Usura began to overtake them. The duck guy releases data as expected. Dom would be the next to race, that's why he was in second place. Jay was behind, so he would probably be the final racer, and Vinny was the variable. In case one of the two failed to arrive, but they would continue with their plan to keep Jay. And Dom as priority. The primary thing is that their leader takes the lead to increase their chances, and the backhoe started working by standing up from his saddle, applying his maximum speed. He was damn fast, as if the wind didn't apply to him, and now Team Usura took the lead. They say it was normal for him to be so fast, since he was previously an elite track cyclist in high school. Dom expresses that it was his turn, going home. But they knew it. But now Hummingbird began to cut things, and due to the accelerations of the two cyclists, they began to speed up the pace of the race. Dom just remembers that he told everyone that he would race his own way. They ask him to return to formation, but now he couldn't go back. It was a battle of honor. The other guy thought the same, bumping into each other, but now their wheels collide. And both are thrown off their bikes, very close to the pack, causing Sungo to fall too. As for Vinny, he jumps to avoid falling, and Jade drifts sideways. They had saved themselves. If at least one of them had fallen, Hummingbird would have been disqualified for lack of points. She thinks Vinny had very good reflexes. Also, he expresses that the other rookie also did something out of the ordinary. He had used Owen's posture to pass them, but things were still not going badly. Since the other team was in the lead, and with one more member, the duck just asks them to run with everything they had, but Jay accelerates the pace. They can't understand it. What the hell was going on? Jay was positioning himself in second next to them, and behind him came Vinny, now the protagonist. It is he who sets the pace of the race. They were going to change the plan. Since Vinny was the card at that moment, they had to stop him to finish in first and second place, so now they will change positions. He would lead the pace, changing to his super sprocket. Taking the lead, starting to close the gap, and starting to take the lead, thanks to his 3.6 sprocket. Exceeding their limits, in a damn tight start, two teams were going at a terrifying speed. They had passed in a second, and a shadow appeared. While the monk gave his support, the race continued. And Vinny was very close to Jade. They think he was going too close. They know that the closer. Less wind resistance, but being so close, the danger was greater. He doesn't know if that has been trained, or if he is just stupid and relying on his guts. And now, again, Team Hummingbird was catching up to the leaders. That was bad. The boy thinks he will stop them, so at least the two of them can arrive. He curses. They were stopping the super rookie, but Vinny breaks away between the two through the outer lane and starts riding alone. They had never seen Vinny sprint. He smiles, proud of his choice, but Team Asura. Still in the lead, he was going at a monstrous speed. Even his friend is surprised. They never saw their friend with that sprocket and at that speed. Even for him, it was hard to keep up, but only 500 meters left, and his legs were trembling. But he would resist until the end. But someone was catching up to them, and to the duck's bad luck, a cramp appears. The pressure on his legs was too much for the fixed gear, and an enraged Vinny passes through the mines like the wind to the lead. And Hummingbird overtakes Team Asura. Vinny is now in the lead, only 300 meters left to the finish line, but they deny it. They couldn't let their friend's effort be in vain. The duck also denies it. There was no way they could stop him at this stage of the race. He will continue no matter what. He asks his legs to stop having tantrums, and with his glasses, he gives himself a haircut. Ahead, things didn't change. They couldn't close the gaps, however, someone passed. The two arrived almost at the same time, and seeing the replay, they confirmed the result that Hummingbird reached first place by 6 centimeters. So they get first place with 5 points, and Asura with 4, and the third place is also taken by Asura, completing 5 versus 7 points. Only 2 cyclists remained in the fight, but they think that Hummingbird was playing a losing game. Even if Jay arrived in 4th place and the other arrived in 5th, the team would lose, yes. Or if by points, it was useless to continue. The ghost smiles. Finally, those idiots are finally eliminated. All hope was lost. The competitor expresses that he already knew the result, but he hated saying it. Watching him compete until the end was very inspiring. Everyone thinks Jay is a true competitor. Even losing, he kept riding. But everyone grabs their heads and starts shouting. Someone whispers Antival in their necks. Dom remembers everything he had to go through. His trainings, his promises he couldn't lose. Also, he had asked her to change a sprocket for him to a 4.07. Dom thinks he can accept failure. But he cannot accept not trying, and the three cross the finish line at the same time, and thanks to the race review. The final score was 8 versus 7. Team Hummingbird was the winning team of the most dramatic race experienced in the championship. Jay sees Dom completely dead and expresses that he did an excellent job. Dom, raising his fist, thinks that was the best race of his life. After the race, everyone congratulated Vinny for his great race, but he seemed doubtful of the situation, remembering everything that was happening. And the ducks arrived gloomy, however. They only wanted to thank them for the great race they had. Meanwhile, these three had stolen a bag from the lockers of the violent ones, and they find this jar. On the shark side, Monster wishes him a speedy recovery. He would take care of avenging him. And so Monster's group qualified for the next stage with an overwhelming victory. Meanwhile, Vinny separates from the rest and looks for a person. He clenches his fist and thinks that he didn't attend that day. And the spider is shown, wishing herself a happy birthday alone. Meanwhile, the white-haired one watches the recording, but the red-haired boy draws his attention. And so the races progressed, although Vinny was still very upset, informing that he was leaving, since he felt very tired. Meanwhile, the spider sends a message to her mother, in case she could come to her birthday. But she denies it, she was too busy for that. Instead, she had sent him money, and Vinny, although tired, arrives at the place where they had gathered. And indeed, the motorcycle was there. She just cursed. Even the weather stinks, but Vinny asks her what she was muttering about alone. She is surprised, she doesn't understand why he was there. Upon seeing that he also came to think, she laughs. It seems that place is his special place now, and she asks him not to force his cheerful attitude. She had said she came to that place when she was depressed. After that, she tells him about the race. They congratulate him and praise him, however she asks him for a favor. If he could congratulate her too, since it was her birthday. With a desolate look, he thought he would spend time with his family, but suddenly. Again, they were very busy, and the sky began to rain. Upon seeing Vinny just turn around and walk, she demands where he was going. It was raining. But he just calms her down. It would only take him a minute. After waiting a long time, she doesn't know what's happening. And just then Vinny arrives, handing her a small birthday cake, thinking it was the only thing he could find. She blushes. It was her favorite cake. And smiling, she asks him if he could sing happy birthday to her then. Vinny, half angry, asks her if she was joking. Upon seeing her eyes, he tells her to forget it and leaves, but she demands that if he wanted to wish her a happy birthday, he should do it right. And so Vinny, totally bitter, sings her happy birthday. She complains if that was the best he could do. Upon seeing Vinny put the lighter as a candle, she makes a wish, which she wanted to fulfill immediately, taking Vinny and kissing him. Then Chelly and the protagonist walk, but this subject is there, who asks him to return the backpack he had stolen. There was something very important in it, but the guy with glasses hits him, reproaching him that he had told him there was nothing more important in the backpack. He demands what the hell he had there, hitting him and hitting him, until making him lose consciousness. And now he asks them if they had their things, and they should hand them over immediately. Upon seeing the multiple negotiations, he asks them again if they were sure they didn't have their things. And he warns them that if they had them, they wouldn't have a good time, but someone passes the umbrella to Chelly. Owen warns them that if they got any closer, they would be dead. The giant, upon hearing that, throws a punch. Seeing his attitude, he launches himself again, but Jay stops them, since his locker was already open when he entered. After much argument, they leave, and there he takes the umbrella. And Owen also leaves, and upon seeing that it angers him, since he had saved her, and they didn't even say thank you. From now on, consider yourselves warned, so let's continue. In the hospital, the girl was playing with her stuffed animal, but upon hearing about a family, she was going for pizza. She was dying of envy because she also wanted to go. And just then Minu appears, who was listless again. And looking towards the room, the girl was crying that her dad was mean since he only worked. Crying and crying, believing that they didn't want to play with her. Although her mother tried to calm her, she didn't listen. And right in front of them, Jay appears in the room. They start talking about the race. After much talk, Jay tells his true intention. It was because he wanted to talk to the guy named TJ. And at the door, the crying girl appeared, expressing that she was very sad because her mom had scolded her. Since she just wanted to play, but they didn't let her. Seeing Minu's attitudes, Jay laughed. He was like his father, Minwoo ends up chasing him away since he only said silly things. Then the girl cried to the point of falling asleep, and as the girl's mother and father advanced, they fought with the doctors, reproaching them about when their daughter could get better. The girl partially opens her eyes and hears her father's voice, who jumps up euphorically to greet him. But he yells at her with a very strong bull to stop and not race. He had promised them that he wouldn't race like that. Seeing that his daughter was frozen, he crouches down and hugs her. He asked her to please not race until she got better. The girl only hated him. He didn't come to see her, he didn't play with her, and only when he came did he challenge her. The father was overwhelmed, he doesn't know what to do. Also, he had calls from work. He was working many overtime hours. Although they asked him to stop, he couldn't. He would do everything possible for his daughter to get better. The next day, the girl paints a drawing remembering what she had talked about with Minwoo, to whom she tells him to behave very well, since she had heard that her father was working very hard to get her out of there. Minwoo, upon hearing those words, knows that it is at night. His father comes to stroke him. And the girl promises him to try hard and leave that hospital quickly, and she also asks him to make sure to heal his legs, to be able to play with her. Minwoo laughed. He promises her that he will get out of there at the same time as her. This makes her excited, and she asks him please to teach her to ride a bike. Once she is discharged, his mother, his father, and he will go. Upon seeing that he wasn't responding, she gives him kitten eyes. She earnestly asks him to grant her this wish. He must promise it on his little finger. Minwoo smiles and gives her his word. Then the girl smiles. She had finished the drawing she had prepared for Mr. Minwoo riding at full speed happily. But from one moment to the next, she feels like she has no energy. It was as if the whole world turned off. And in the hospital, the doctors ran yelling that it was an emergency. They had to clear the way. And Minwoo, upon seeing the stretcher, realizes that it was the girl, and the drawing of her is also shown to us. Outside the pavilion, the two are very worried. The nurse tries to calm the mother, and Minwoo only remembers the moments he spent with his sister. Also his sister's wake, and the memories he was creating with that girl. And the father arrives, yelling what had happened to his daughter. After a long wait, the doctor comes out to give the news. The surgery had gone quite well, but she was too young and weak to undergo so many surgeries. So they would have to hope for the best. The mother just apologizes to her daughter, but the father denies it. Han-Sol was a very strong girl. She was going to get well. She was going to wake up smiling like every day. Minwoo just looked at the floor, and when he goes back to his room, he sees that they were packing Han-Sol's things. And he asks if they could please pass them to him. Outside, the father breaks down and asks that his daughter could get well. Days had passed. They couldn't bear to see their daughter in that state. In the room, Minwoo took her hand. He reproaches her why she was like that. They had promised that they would ride bikes together. He asked her to please get well soon, so that one day they could leave there. Upon leaving the room, the mother stops him. She thanks him for being with Han-Sol all the time. She had been there since she was a baby. She never had friends. She had always been alone. And then she met him. Her personality had become so bright, and she seemed to be enjoying life. And she truly thanked him from the bottom of her heart. And so the days passed. Meanwhile, in the lives of the other characters, the topic of drugs unfolded. TJ passed the drug they had stolen to Jay, since he might know more about it due to his uncle's argument, who spent hours thinking about what to do with it and going to his mother, asking her if she could find out more about this. She only refused any action. After much argument, Jay closed the door on her, reproaching her if she was going to deny recognizing him just like she did with his uncle in the past. The next day, TJ was already in the hospital because the leader found out that he had stolen the narcotics. There they talk with Minwoo about what was happening, although he doesn't reveal many details. And during that conversation, the girl's mother arrives expressing that she had to accompany her soon. Upon arriving in the room, they tell him that she had woken up, and the first thing she had said was his name. Upon taking his hand, she half opens her eyes, recognizes his silhouette and was happy that he was there. She expresses that she was going to give him a drawing as a gift. Minwoo tearfully thanked him. It was a very nice gift, and she asked him to get better soon. He would also do his best. They were going to stand up, and both would get better soon. And they were going to go out cycling together. And it is shown to us that Minwoo had taped his drawing in his room. On the other hand, they were teasing Vinny because they found out he had kissed, bothering him once. And again, because it was his first kiss. As for Jay, he was very distracted by the drug they had given him, and he realizes that the pink girl was related to that fool. The official director asked Chelly to stop competing, because that competition was becoming very dangerous. Besides that, her father and mother missed her. She had to think about that too. Then in class, Chelly felt they were very overwhelmed, asking if they could go out for karaoke after classes. And Jay accepted. Upon leaving, they were angry, because Owen also wanted to go, because he was very good at singing. Upon arriving at the karaoke, they were going to start the show, with Chelly starting to sing. Owen felt she was an angel, while Jay was confused, getting an 89 score. Then it was Owen's turn, who tried his best, while Chelly asked him what would happen if he returned to his country. But seeing the protagonist's lack of response, she was only disappointed, and he had scored 98 points, feeling that nobody could beat him. And it was Jay's turn, who to the surprise of both was an amazing singer, scoring a 100. Praising him because they didn't know he was so talented. And so she thought she was hungry. Owen was happy because he also wanted to eat, but upon realizing they were gone, it was because Jay wanted to eat alone. And so they chatted for a while, having a romantic moment, until Owen finally found them. And upon leaving, they found a little dog. And while Chelly was distracted, Owen clarified to her not to get too excited. She wouldn't be in his country forever. And when that happened, he would take care of her. Afterwards at night, they continued training as usual to be in the best condition for their next race. And when training ended, Pink appeared, giving them sandwiches and finally asking if she could join their group. But Chelly refused, she couldn't. And just then her brother arrived, reproaching her for what she was doing there, causing a scene by yelling that they were surely brainwashing his sister, embarrassing her over and over. She could only calm him down and finally threat him to leave there. The next day, it is clarified that Owen and she join forces to separate Chelly and Jay, making a pact. And so she appeared at all training sessions, bringing them food, water, and offering support. But her brother's henchmen also appeared, demanding that they take her back. However, they recognized the guys, believing they should teach them a lesson for what happened last time. Trying to settle the score. The sister asked them to stop, but Owen appeared like a ghost. Dawn, Vinny, and Vinny's henchmen also wanted to fight. She shouted at them to stop, but in the blink of an eye, they were on the ground. Wondering what had happened, and at that moment Jane confronts her and asks her to stop bothering them. Then, the next day she was totally discouraged, but Owen called her, who manages to convince her with several motivating phrases. As for the team, the green-haired one apologized. He was the one who told Pink where they trained and where to find them, because it is clarified that the team members thought she was a spy. And upon leaving school, she approached and apologized for the inconvenience she had caused him. And she left. But Jay asked her to wait, approaching, and also apologizing. Chelly was about to approach, but they stop her. They needed to talk alone, and so Pink directly asked him if he liked Chelly. And he affirmed that Chelly liked him. In high school, Vinny was thoughtful and wasting time, and someone arrived on a motorcycle, surprising them all. And his friend realizes that she was the kisser, teasing him from beginning to end. They then go to a place to have a good time, and he invites Vinny to eat ramen. Arriving at his house, this subject was there, who treated the spider kindly, saying that they were friends. Almost like brothers, and he brought a birthday gift. He also treated Vinny kindly, but we all know how Vinny was. Then he says goodbye, not before expressing some haughty words, making Vinny feel inferior because of the magnitude of his gifts. Expressing that he didn't want to go in anymore and would go home. But she grabbed him, believing that he shouldn't get jealous. And he received a call, and it is told to us that he was also involved with drugs. In fact, he was one of the producers of it, a stubborn person wanting to obtain the best human chemically. Then Chelly's piece was very confused, because she had only heard the word like in that conversation. Thinking about all possible scenarios, going crazy, believing that she couldn't stand it anymore. So she would go directly to ask him, asking him not to follow her, arriving at Jay's house. But he didn't answer, yelling at him to come out, but just then his mother was taking out the trash, introducing herself and realizing that she was the person from the team. Upon seeing them ask for her son, she enters, believing that her son shouldn't be doing anything interesting. But upon seeing that he was studying, she expresses that her son had told her he was tired. So she should come back another day, and just then his brother sees her, calling her, but she hadn't heard him. The next day, while Jay was cooking, his brother informs him that his friend was out of the house. Yesterday, but he hadn't heard her. Upon arriving at school, he still had that, so he heads towards her. But the director just calls her, who had already bought her return tickets to be able to go back. And upon leaving, he met Jay, but he felt they had nothing to talk about. But they asked him if he was home yesterday, but Dom interrupts now. They had a new date for their race. It was Saturday. This surprises her. Saturday was her trip. Dom clarifies that it was a doubles race, so she immediately expresses to them that she didn't want to compete. So she left it to them. As for Minho, he was giving his best in his rehabilitation. And Jay arrived, who tells him that he visited him to see that he followed his rehabilitation to the letter. But he calms him down. He had a big goal and a promise to keep. He wouldn't give up his rehabilitation for anything in the world. And now he saw him strangely, asking him why he was there. And they asked him for advice on how to appease an angry woman. He just laughed and mocked, but when leaving he expresses that there was no formula. He just had to be honest with his heart. Even if it was hard to express, he just had to do it, because he might regret it later. And just then his sister arrived, and before leaving she asked him where they would train today. At night, during training, Dawn explained the rules and what the next competition would be about, thinking that they should choose 2 people for the representation. But Dom, Jay, and Vinny wanted to compete, entering a dilemma, but they asked them to then have a competition to decide who would race. Dom got excited. It had been a long time since they had all gathered, but Minho smiled. He hadn't attended so that they would be sad. He wanted to see how much they had improved. And so the 3 accepted the challenge. The 3 were ready to go, and they marked the start of the race. Jay and Vinny started with an advantage. Minho wonders what was wrong with Dom and why he started so slowly, but in 2 seconds he placed himself in the lead. Apologizing, but he would win that race, but just then the curve appeared, trying to take it as well as possible. But Vinny's and Jay's skills came to the fore, taking the lead, starting to have an advantage again. However, he accelerated his cadence again and placed himself in first place. However, a new curve appeared. Vinny and Jay took advantage of the curve to place themselves in the lead, and only the last curve remained to finish the race. Vinny was in the lead, and the last curve approached, performing his well-known drifting technique. But they wonder why Jay didn't do it, but something surprised Minho and everyone present. He used the railing to gain speed and place himself in the lead in the last curve. They couldn't believe this. He had used the same technique as Owen, while in Vinny's mind. He thought that once again he had finished behind Jay, and so the 2 would be the competitors. And representatives of Hummingbird. They praised Jay for his new technique, but he missed Chelly's words, congratulating him. Meanwhile, when they praised Vinny, they silenced him because he hadn't won anything, while Minho was happy. Even more because Dom had become even more monstrous, who continued crying, and when he returns home, he refuses the food they wanted to give him. Because he still had to stay in shape to catch up with his friends, and it is shown to us that he had weights on his hands. And on his legs. The next day they told Chelly that he had lost, and Jay wanted to talk to her. But she kept avoiding him. Then he takes her away, and they clarify why she was angry, but she told him that her mother was cruel to the people around her. He was just sleeping and never told her anything. However, she remained resigned, but they stopped her. They had to fix things. And she then asks him who he had told that he liked him. And when Jay was about to clarify the situation, a ball broke the wall. It was the director, ruining the moment. Then Jay met the girl, to whom he had promised to give her a gift. And she gave him wasabi candies. And just then they asked him if he could help him with a gift for Chelly. He accepted, because he believed that Jay already knew that she was going to the United States, and then he gave her some advice. And so Jay went out looking for something that came from the heart, while Vinny goes out with the spider. And his friends, outside they meet the doctor. This one, after an exchange of words, felt that he could be a monster for cycling. And if that was his goal, he should contact him, handing him his card. Then Jay arrives with his gift for Chelly, asking if she was okay, but she didn't seem very pleased. And there TJ confronts him, because Jay hadn't found out anything about the drug, and just then Minu appeared, asking what was happening with that drug, and there they had to explain everything that was happening. He asked them why they hid it from him, and asked them to give it to him. He had the contacts to investigate it better. While Chelly locked herself in her room not wanting to go anywhere, the guys were talking about it. Since she almost never came to class, and upon going home, they asked Jay why he was carrying tempera paints to paint. But he just said it was for a gift. And just then, these kids got scared, because they bumped into a giant. It was Owen's friends, and they started speaking in English, while Dom didn't understand anything. Jay started to fight because they had called Dom monkey, but they denied it, and the girl recognized him. He was the nephew of the stupid guy who used drugs as a professional, but they asked him never to do that. Because not even like that could he beat the two of them. This angered Jay to the core, asking them to compete right now so they would swallow their words. They accepted, and now they argued about who would compete, ending up playing rock, paper, scissors. And Owen arrived asking what they were doing. After night, Jay was ready to go to the race, and the giant had stolen a bicycle, handing it over to the woman because she had won her bet. That's why she would compete. And so everyone gathered to watch that race, and they wanted to broadcast it live. Dom would make sure everyone saw it, and so they were ready. On your marks, she smiles. She would give him a head start so she wouldn't humiliate him too much. Ready? Jay asked her to give it her all, or else she would lose. Go. She was surprised. She was too fast from the start. While he wondered if Jay was aware that she was a powerhouse, wondering if Jay could really win. She, seeing him advance, thought she should run with all her strength, so she expected him to do the same, asking him to run faster, wanting to make it more exciting. While Dom cursed, he couldn't keep up with the pace of those two. Jay was running faster than when they raced together. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to follow them anymore. The guys understood that Dom couldn't keep up, but they couldn't believe it, wondering what he was doing. Vinny cursed at him. That idiot had been carrying weights all this time, and he started running again. He asked him if he really had to watch that race. Noah didn't need much to win. She laughed. She had only accelerated a little, and there was nobody behind her anymore. He told him that Noah was an all-rounder, with no weaknesses in turns or straightaways. He had faced many people who couldn't even see his shadow, who thought that if it was that easy it wasn't as fun. And Jay affirmed it. He agreed with that phrase, which reminded him of his uncle, who told him that races were fun when the rivals were better than him. Because that's where talent was born, and Dom finally catches up to them, and he already thought that maybe he had relaxed too much. In the last curve they had left, he would take the lead and win, doing the same as Owen, feeling that he would win anyway. But something happened. Who, remembering his uncle, understood his words, while Dom thought that he didn't want to lose them. But the trick didn't work out for him. The giant wonders what that bastard had done. They explained to him that he had changed Cuddy's technique. If he had stayed behind her, it would have been impossible to overtake her. That's why he used the curve for momentum, and broke through and overcame the momentum just with the strength of his legs, believing that that wouldn't make him a mere rookie. And so they reached the finish line. Jay was the winner, saying sorry for not being able to keep up, and they asked Jay what he had done there. At first he ran very slowly, but then he started flying, and they also asked him about the curve. He thought he just raced, thinking of some way he could win, and they heard screams behind them. The girl had gone crazy, cursing the bicycle, because if she had raced with hers, she would never have lost. But they asked her to stop at once, and they started arguing because they thought each one was right. But Jay appeared, since they had to fulfill their promise. She just confronts him and believed that they had to repeat the race, because it was all that bicycle's fault. However, Owen appeared, who didn't know they had bet but if they had lost. They had to fulfill their promise. Seeing their doubts with a cold look, he asked them to apologize immediately, but Jay thought they hadn't been very convincing on their part. So they had to kneel and repeat it, and so they started arguing. Meanwhile, Vinny received memories of his inferiority, both from Dawn and from Jay. At night, his brother enters his room, asking if he was asleep, and he was lying on the floor with his face painted. The next day, he wondered why Chelly still hadn't shown up at school, and just then Pink arrived, asking him if he had already found the perfect gift, and she thought it was very good. It was very beautiful, feeling that Chelly would like it a lot. She thought that even she would like to receive something like that, but she got nervous, believing it was a very good last gift. Seeing her doubt, he reproached her. Had she forgotten that Chelly was leaving for Korea this week? Or wasn't it a farewell gift? Jay freezes. What had she just said? Yoan appeared, asking what they were talking about, the protagonist facing him, asking him if he knew Chelly was leaving this week. Reproaching him for where he was, but he stopped him abruptly. He had to listen carefully. Chelly was only passing through. She missed her parents and her life in the United States. He had to understand that she also had a life. Asking him if he really thought he deserved Chelly, he wasn't even thinking about her. He only thought about himself. So he had to leave, so as not to make things more difficult. And so Jay just turned around and left, leaving his gift thrown on the ground. At night, he was trying to study, but the only thing he could think about was her, and he took his bicycle to distract himself for a while, the frame of which had broken due to the race action. As for Chelly, looking at the pendant, she remembers her grandfather's words, who asked her to say goodbye to her friends. And she remembered all the good moments they had lived that last year, believing that she should go and do something. And so she arrived at Jay's house, ringing the bell with the hope that he would come out, and so they could talk things over. However, Jay was riding his bike with completely clouded thoughts, remembering the question of why he was always so selfish, but also remembering all the good moments he spent with her, thinking that she was the best thing that had happened to him lately. However, he didn't know if he was the best for her, and in a lapse of attention he fell, and Chelly thought there was no one there, leaving her pendant at the door. Walking, the two went down different paths, believing that after all, the two of them were not destined to be together. The next day, the race had arrived. Everyone had to be ready for the 11th round of the Off-Street League tournament. Today, the 5 teams that were surviving until now would compete, and they would see which of the 5 teams would remain in the competition. The length of the race was only 3.2 kilometers. 2 representatives from each team would participate. If a player from each team finishes first, the other would be saved. The last team to reach the finish line would be eliminated, and only 4 teams would remain. Everyone was expectant of what could happen in the next few minutes. Nervousness was felt in the atmosphere. Monster's side was exercising to feel more relaxed, and they informed his friend that he wanted him to put effort in today. He had to race to the finish line alone, as he had to worry about something. At the same time, they wondered who she belonged to. They had never seen such a beautiful woman on that team. This was because the Blue had told those guys if he could join them, and upon seeing her clearly, they recognized her as a member of the Cavaliers. That's why they thought they had hit the jackpot, asking her why she was participating. She just thought she felt like competing, there was no other reason, and so she thanked them. But they asked her to try not to get discovered. She calmed them down, They just had to make sure to reach the finish line. As for the team members, they reproached Jay about what was happening with his new bicycle. But he didn't give many explanations, he just turned around. And the captain wanted to understand why he was like that, since the day before, Chelly had told him she was returning to England. Since she had received a message while watching memes the previous day, asking her what was wrong. She, with a downcast look, informed him that she was leaving, but nobody could know. She only told him so that he would pass the message to everyone, but only when she was gone. And that's why the protagonist was like that. And they called the competitors to be ready. On one side, we had Owen and Shelley getting ready for their trip, and on the other side, the competitors getting ready for the race. The snakes belittled them to distract them, believing that today would be their day. The girl only had hatred in her eyes, and so everyone cheered for the competitors. On your marks, set, go. Owen asks her if she was okay. She only felt a little distracted watching the race, but they asked her to turn that thing off. And so everyone cheered for the monster team, which was in the lead, having a monstrous cadence from the start. The white-haired one thought that those bastards were starting to fight from the first moment. So they would have to do it too, and if they had a member of the Cavaliers, they should take advantage of the lead. The snake also wanted to take first place, but a beast positioned itself in front of him. And due to his stagnation, the ghost guy asked them to move aside, because he would take first place. But someone possessed passed by his side. It was Jay, whom for the first time we see running emotionally. They were surprised because they didn't understand what was happening with the rookie. He was running at his maximum power from the start, believing it was a very risky maneuver. Even his teammates thought that if he continued like this, he could run out of energy, wondering why he was doing that. It was as if he wasn't controlling his own movements, and Dinny appeared behind him, believing that he would know that idiot would do something like that. That angered Dom, wondering why the two of them were doing that, and also wondering why Dinny would know that the protagonist would do something like that. The blue girl wondered why they were going so fast from the start. She didn't know what they were trying to do. But she wouldn't let them win, because now she had her full team, accelerating and pulling away from the pack. The monster guy didn't understand what strategies they were using, believing that everyone would run out of energy when they reached the middle of the race. And looking back, he knew that his friend with a look was asking him to speed up, and everyone started wanting to take the lead. The blue girl with a sprint caught up to the hummingbird team, surprising everyone present. Wondering who she was and why they had never seen her race, who wanted to have a conversation with the protagonist. To take him out of focus, Vinny also tried to talk to him, but Jay's consciousness was completely clouded. The presenter couldn't believe it. Player Jay was speeding up again, and with 2.5 kilometers left to the finish line. Wondering what Jay was planning, he was euphoric. He didn't understand why he was racing like that. His mind and body were complete chaos. The captain thinks that he was definitely faster with his old bike than with the new one. The blue girl didn't understand why he suddenly increased the pace. The white-haired one thought it was impossible for those bastards to keep up the pace. Obviously, they would run out of energy before finishing the race, and Jay was riding at maximum speed. But glancing sideways at the audience, he sees Chelly's silhouette stopping. However, it was another person. This surprises Noah, wondering why that bastard suddenly stopped, causing the two to collide. Everyone was surprised. Dinny felt like an idiot. The ghost just mocked because now it would be much easier, and so they recounted that the big crash had occurred halfway through the race. The super rookie had done well, but it seemed he couldn't continue. Unfortunately, Team Hummingbird and Team Iron Gear Star were almost eliminated. EJ. He got up all bloody. The audience wondered what was happening. They had never seen her like that. It seemed the rookie wasn't doing very well. Dom nodded. He thought that guy had lost his mind. Noah asked him what he was doing, why he was acting like an idiot. And there the audience members thought they recognized her. The presenter recounted that this woman had never been registered on that team, and the audience members began to recognize her as a member of Leica Valier's professional team. Wondering why a professional player from that tournament was there, they should check the lists immediately. The group members cursed her. It was the girl from before, and she reproached him again for why he was acting like that, demanding that she tell him something, and upon seeing her start writing again, she reproached him for not leaving her talking alone. And so Jay embarked on his new journey. The spectators wonder if he intended to continue. It was complete madness. The snake was extremely angry, that was like fighting a rock, and the giant tried to overtake. Because his plans had changed, but the monster accelerated and positioned himself beside him, expressing that he wouldn't let them go. The presenter was surprised. The monster was slowing down the Zavet team players. Everyone was expecting Monster to start gaining speed, but the Zavet team players had it very difficult. A maneuver like that from the monster had never been seen. The spectators wonder who will win, the monster or Zavet, and player J, who was in first place, has just fallen. However, he was returning to the race, with the best sprint ever seen in the competition. Noah doesn't understand what was wrong with that bastard. It was as if he were possessed. His cadence was magnificent. But she wasn't going to let him win again. They wonder if Jay was trying to take first place again. But the gap was huge, wondering if he would make it. The snake wonders what to do with that bastard. How could he overtake him and next to him? Someone passed at an impressive speed. He couldn't understand what was wrong with that bastard. And he left the three behind in the blink of an eye. The presenter became euphoric. Jay was really going crazy. He truly wanted to take first place again. Everyone got excited. It was something never seen before, and he continued with his monstrous cadence. Passing now to the ghost guy, Noah felt he had no choice but to accelerate as much as possible. And so Jay reached the race leaders. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. How was he there? Taking the lead, Vinny was surprised. And now he overtook everyone. The ghost guy was sure that guy would weaken very soon. It was clear that he pushed himself to the limit to get there. It simply made no sense to recover in that way. The presenter couldn't believe it. Jay was back in first position. It was truly unheard of. And the protagonist expressed to Vinny that he would take a little more advantage. He still had some energy. But Vinny felt that that idiot had reached his limit, and his vision started to blur. And in his confusion, memories of Chelly came to mind, asking him what he was doing. If he was thinking about her, and Vinny shouted at him to leave the rest to him, he had to leave the race to worry about his affairs. Seeing his doubt, he shouted at him again, "What the hell are you waiting for? You have to leave there immediately." And a sanity shock reached Jay, giving him the sincerest thanks, breaking in the middle of the race. And the pendant is shown to us, which had been delivered with a note by Chelly. She asked for forgiveness for not saying goodbye properly, since she didn't have the courage to face him. And she had found that beautiful necklace as a sign that he should always remember her, wishing him the best of luck. And so she said goodbye. And Jay ran in the opposite direction of the race. Nobody understood anything. They labeled Jay as crazy. The participants were surprised by what they saw, wondering if Jay was using some kind of drug. Noah also asked him what was happening, having a tantrum, and they reported that Jay was about to be disqualified for leaving the racetrack. Meanwhile, Pink saw the shoes, believing that it was still a very good gift, feeling that she should give it to him. Noah, upon seeing him, reproached him that he was an idiot and what the hell he was doing by getting off his bike, reproaching him over and over, expressing that he was a coward. The presenter didn't quite understand what had just happened. He was running in the opposite direction. And the three at the top continued in the race. Monster felt that he just had to pass those two, and he would finish in first position. Dom assumes that Bastard would go look for Chelly, reproaching him for what the hell he was doing. They were lost, but the captain calmed him down. In his opinion, Jay's playability had thrown all the participants off balance. He was the only one who shook the race in an orthodox way, since he was out of control the entire route. That caused the pace of all the players to increase more than normal in an instant. Even if he fell halfway through the race, he returned to first place, and he also helped Vinny a bit to position himself in first place. He felt that those kinds of things only a few in the world could do. Dom believed that was true, and it must be because of the power of love, cheering Jay on so he could reach her. But they wondered if he could really do that, since he should go to the airport, believing it might be too late. Dom, if that were the case, felt he had to call Chelly to wait a bit, but she didn't answer. And just then, the kids arrived after classes to watch the race. However, a missile knocks them down, wondering if that was Jay, what he was doing there. And so he passed at full speed to enter the main road, running faster than the cars. In a taxi was the pink one, and they asked her if those were her shoes, since they looked very nice. But she denied it, they were not hers, they were a gift sent to another person, but she thinks she would like something like that. However, she thought she was being silly, she had to get over it, and they informed her that there was a lot of traffic. But there wasn't much time left for the airport, and she realizes that Jay was there, reproaching him for what he was doing. And she shouted at the top of her lungs, but he didn't answer, asking the taxi driver to follow that guy. And so she shouted at the top of her lungs again, he had to take that, she herself wanted to go deliver it. But she supposes that he would go too, so he should give it to him himself, and the taxi driver asked her to hold on to get there faster. She asks him if he was okay. He affirmed. His health didn't matter, they just had to go to the airport, and in the race only 300 meters were left to the finish line. However, unfortunately, Team Igor Here Star had been disqualified for having an unregistered professional player. And so the snake felt that they should calm down, since the fire for them was already out. Since they were qualified, the presenter felt that Team Zabat would start racing more relaxed after the elimination of Team Iron Hero Star. But the representatives of teams The Monster, Hummingbird, and Ghost wanted to finish in first place, wondering who the winner would be, since the three teams were totally level. And the end of the race was millimeter precise. At the airport, Chelly was looking at her plane tickets. The others thought she was very beautiful, thinking she was a model, while Jay walked beside the taxi driver, who thought they were very close, but there was a lot of traffic on that route. The protagonist, completely moribund, couldn't wait, finding an exit. Seeing the truck, he detached himself from the taxi driver and ran towards the ramp, and he remembered the phrases they had told him. We only live one life. Enjoy it so you don't regret it later. If you don't express yourself now, you might regret it later. We all have a golden moment for everyone, so you shouldn't lose yours. And so he jumped off the road and slid down the entire wall. And in the race, the winner of the first position in the 11th round was Team Hummingbird, thanks to the performance of player Vinny Hong. Team Hummingbird was the winner. The doctor watched the result and was happy as expected. He had done extremely well. And so Jay finally arrived at the airport, seeing a plane take off, feeling that he hoped it wasn't too late. Running desperately inside the building, observing a blonde approaching and touching her shoulder, but it wasn't Chelly, apologizing, disappointed, entering a pool of sadness. However, upon turning around, he recognized her, being totally surprised, remembering the first time they met. Since she was wearing the same dress, and he had the same wound, throwing off his helmet. Approaching her quickly and hugging her, she asks him how he got there. But he only expressed that he had missed her. She was about to say something, but the protagonist kissed her and expressed that he liked her. Then the next day, Jay was eating a sweet, and ahead everyone was training. Dom felt like he was slowly being left behind. The captain believed that the last competition was right in front of their eyes. They had to give their best in today's training. Vinny told Dom to move, starting to accelerate. The kids couldn't understand why they were so fast, but they thought they could catch up to Dom. But he accepted the challenge. He wasn't going to let anyone leave him behind. Everyone had to move. And Jay puffed out his chest and also accelerated his cadence. After finishing training, Pink delivered water to them, believing they had done a very good job. And she did that because she was his manager, who had self-proclaimed herself, and looked at Jay wondering what was wrong with him now. Who was talking to Chelly, who was telling him that she would kill him if he was with another girl. expressing that she missed him, and when they saw each other, she would give him another kiss. The protagonist blushed, asking himself what he should do, and Dom was surprised. Did he say kiss? Reproaching him for when they had kissed, he had never kissed anyone. Reproaching him to tell him everything, and he laughed, didn't they know? Social media was going crazy over the situation, and the two wondered what they were talking about. And they showed the reason, since Chelly and Jay were trending at the airport, which was a very popular place right now. Because their photos had gone viral, and all the citizens of that place arrived to take photos. To copy the same pose, there was even a huge line to get a proper spot, even appearing in the news. His mother and brother also saw that, and so did the director, hitting the punching bag. He froze, receiving a call from his mother. Dom called him a bastard, starting to tease him. Vinny, seeing that situation, felt a little apathetic, and just then they apologized to him, asking if he was Vinny from Hummingbird. Upon seeing them accept, he filled with joy, so he was right, asking if he could give him his autograph. Since the last race gave him chills. It was the first time he saw him compete like that. He was very cool when he rode his bike, and he would also save a lot of money so that when he grew up he would be like him. Vinny took the notebook, a little embarrassed, and handed him his autograph. The boy left happily, and the guys laughed because he was quite a star. Then everyone said goodbye, and they spoke to Jay in English, and since everyone had gone, he had to race against her. And they reproached him for why he had waited 3 hours for her to pay him some attention. And Pink realized that, wondering what was going on with that girl, and so the protagonist headed towards his house. She reproached him again to compete. As for Vinny, he remembered that kid who called him fan, and someone was waiting for him outside his house. Since he wanted to talk to him for a moment, and he knew where he lived because he had asked the spider. He apologized for not letting him know, but he had big plans for him. Outside the protagonist's house, she asked him to stop chasing her, but she went crazy, cursing him since he was taking her out of Kissio. She had joined that shit team, secretly to face him, but she left halfway through the race. Upon seeing that they ignored her, she confronts him again. He had to know well that he would follow her until the end of his days, until he got his rematch. And the pink girl arrived and couldn't believe what she was seeing. Were they kissing? The next day they wondered who that woman was. She was damn beautiful. Believing it wasn't possible. Had the rookie immediately swapped Chelly for his long-distance relationship? Believing that women liked intelligent people who knew English, and she kept demanding that he compete against her. The class president thought that this guy had stopped studying to date women. However, he didn't care. He would strive so hard that he would graduate with honors and thus end up with Chelly. That's why he was going to try his best. However, his stomach hurt because he had enteritis, but that wouldn't stop him from being the best student. And the girl asked him to have another encounter again, just one more. But the teacher stopped them. They couldn't enter that school, asking who he belonged to. And one of the students sent a message to a competitor, believing that he had found her. Then the professor's class was going to give them instructions on learning English. And the students were totally motivated to learn. They wanted to study until they went crazy. And also everyone now wore glasses. The professor got excited and yelled that he would then give them the best class of all. They were going to learn. Meanwhile, Jay just sighed and looked out the window, and he saw Noah, who was totally unhinged because Jay didn't want to compete against her. And someone behind her appeared, believing that quite some time had passed, remembering that she had competed on his team. Or maybe she didn't remember anymore. She just filled her team with disparaging words, making the subject fly into a rage. She was very arrogant. Because of her damn attitude, they had been eliminated and expelled from the race. She had sabotaged them on purpose, and that's why she had to pay, asking her friends to take her away. Meanwhile, the professor tries to teach his class, but a scream appeared. The class president could no longer hold it. He had to go to the bathroom, running out. And Jay also asked permission to go to the bathroom, since he needed to shit, and Noah had been taken to a corner, asking her what they would do now. He just expressed that he was going to pay for everything she did, and a simple apology wasn't enough. She had to pay him 10 million won, but she left. They were idiots and thought she was going to pay that amount, but they started harassing her to hand over the money. Or else they would talk directly, so she would be deported, discriminating against her for being from another country. And a siren sound appeared. They thought the police had arrived, so they had to flee the place immediately, believing they would see each other next time. And it was because Jay had used a police audio. However, they realize it, turning back to the place. But Jay took her and told her to run from the place. After running a lot, they arrived at a place to lose them, but they left immediately, as that place was a motel. And just then the class president went, as he had to go home to change clothes because he had soiled his pants. And out of the corner of his eye, he realizes that Jay was coming out of a motel with a woman, taking a picture of her to immortalize the moment. And show it to everyone, believing that he was finally going to destroy him. Then upon arriving at class, everyone looked at Jay with contempt and some with admiration. And when he enters his classroom, Dom reproached him about where he had been. He had to explain that photo because he was coming out of a motel with a girl. Jay stands aside, wondering who took that photo, and everyone started talking about him. And about what a bad person he was, while the president just laughed since his plan had been a complete success. In England, Chelly's cell phone was receiving many messages asking what was happening. And so the protagonist had a conversation with Chelly, who was asking him for explanations. However, Jay couldn't explain the situation, believing it was very difficult. His friends only treated him like a stranger, completely distrusting him. However, they snapped out of it, believing that the real Jay wouldn't do that. But the pink one shouted that it was true. She had seen him in front of his house, and he had had contact with that woman, reproaching him that Chelly was too good for him. And he was disappointed, treating him like trash. His friends started distrusting him again, feeling that if that was true, they were very disappointed. Leaving the place, even the aspirants also expressed things about the situation to him. Vinny was the only one who knew he wasn't capable of doing something like that, so he expressed that he shouldn't stay still if the situation was unfair. He just had to express it clearly, and if he didn't, people would create their own versions. Hearing that, he tried to give the explanation. However, he felt that was more difficult than the Navier-Stokes equations. I have no damn idea what that is, so don't ask me. And Chelly got angry because she had read the message but hadn't replied. She had only ignored him. And so, she decided to book a ticket again to Korea to go see her boyfriend. Then they are back at school. The pink one spots Jay and looked at him with disappointment. Meanwhile, the guys continue training. After a couple of minutes they finished, and they asked him what to do about Jay, since he kept studying like an idiot, wondering if they could help him. But Dom entered reflective mode, thinking, what should he do? There was nothing he could do. For him, Jay and Chelly were great friends, but if he made a wrong move, he could betray one of them. That's why he wasn't doing anything. And the protagonist kept writing a possible response to tell Chelly, believing that everything he thought sounded like an excuse. And in those shoes, the girls appeared in front of him, and as he looked up, everyone was surprised. What the hell was she doing there? And Chelly asked him what was wrong. Was he a playboy? All the female students thought Chelly was too pretty, but she repeated the question. Why wasn't he answering her messages? Those present thought they were clearly going to break up, making up possible outcomes, and she kept demanding that he say at least one word. And Dom intervened, asking her to calm down. And just then a note fell from Jay's notebook, which she read calmly. Jay expressed that this was the best thing he had come up with to explain to her, but they asked him if he wanted to die. He could have told her that from the beginning, because he simply didn't tell her. Besides, he had also ignored her calls and remembered Vinny's words, who was completely right. And so, he apologized because he wanted to explain it, but he didn't know how to say it, so he kept thinking about it. But they challenged him. He just had to tell the truth. Ignoring his calls and messages would hit him one more time. And so, all misunderstandings were settled, believing that Chelly was very mature and fully trusted Jay. And they asked everyone who had taken that photo. And the guy there knew who it had been. In class, the president still had a stomach ache, and Chelly appeared in front of him, who was surprised, and even more so because she wanted to talk to him. He got excited, calling her pretty, but was surprised because they showed him the photo. And the classmates knew that he had sent it, because he was in the WhatsApp group. He started to stammer, but affirmed it. That was what had happened. He had taken a photo when they were on their way, and those two had left hugging like lovers. Dom asked him if he was sure about what he was saying, and Chelly told him that then he should see a photo of them hugging. But he denied it. He only had that, and he needed to leave school right now. Asking why so many accusations, Chelly asked him again if he was sure. Because if it wasn't true, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hearing that, he became agitated, believing that if he was discovered, he would look like a fool in front of everyone. Reproaching him over and over, raising his voice, and then the classmates started to get suspicious. Because he was getting too agitated, just from a few simple words. He tried to make an excuse, but his stomach started hurting again, believing he should go to the bathroom immediately. But Dom stopped him. He couldn't just run away. He had to give explanations and started having an argument about what happened. But after so much arguing, he literally shit in front of everyone, and everyone started taking photos of him, asking what that guy had eaten. Then, at night, all of that was told to Minhu, who felt relieved because everything had become clear, officially asking them if they were dating. Chelly blushed and asked Jay to answer, and he, with a firm but stuttering voice, told them yes. The captain and Dom jumped for joy, because Jay had finally become a man. Then, a few days passed, and now they were in the bike shop, and just then the giant arrived out of nowhere. And Noah, who wanted to fix the woman's bicycle, since its frame had broken. Dom asks them what they were doing there. He was just surprised, because they were the bastards from last time, and the giant approached repeating that he was a monkey. And the girl asked him if they could fix her bicycle, and they started talking. However, the giant expressed that that workshop was a circus, asking who had the wonderful idea to put that shitty athlete there. Since everyone knew, he was the famous king of drugs. He had heard that he died in a car accident, concluding that he had been so drugged that he had crashed because of it. But she asks him what the hell he had said. He repeated the question of who the loser was who had put that there, and upon seeing that it was her, he repeated to her if she was a fan of a loser. The captain intervened and asked them to leave immediately. Nuno was not available at that moment, believing that if that was the case, they should leave, but first they should take the trash. Everyone was surprised, and the captain asked him to stop the nonsense, but his punch did absolutely nothing to him. And the giant grabbed him and threw him to the ground. Seeing that, Dom tackled him without thinking, starting a fight. After much arguing and doing nothing, they agreed to resolve that with a race, and Dom accepted. And he took off the weights. He was ready to compete. Dom, upon leaving, felt very light for no longer having weights, believing he could fly, and the man had a bicycle borrowed from the shop. The same as the shoes. She doubted that team, since she could play against him, but he believed it was fine. His opponent was shit. He didn't need anything to beat him, so he would come back right away. They started insulting each other, but neither of them understood the other's language. And so they presented the circuit. It was just one lap around the neighborhood, just as they had agreed, and when the gear fell to the ground, it would be the starting point. And in his mind, he just asked Dom to win no matter what happened. Ready, set, go. The captain couldn't believe it. They had started at an impressive speed. Noah thought that Fool had started too fast despite it being the beginning. He laughed because that start had been better than expected, starting to follow him, and calling him monkey again, and also telling him that he had seen some of his races. And he had improved a bit, however, it wasn't good enough for him. He was going to show him the difference in levels. Dumb cursed him, he was a damn gorilla, with totally impressive strength. He was different from all the participants he had faced so far. The speed he implemented was constant. He was at the same level as that monster. He felt ashamed because even though he took off the weights, he had to see that idiot's behind while pedaling. He wasn't just egocentric, however. He had to make him pay for everything he had done. And everything that had happened is shown to us, starting to make small actions that made his pedaling more efficient. Every gesture boosted his speed. It was the effort of everything that had happened, and in a moment he positioned himself next to the giant. And he overtook him at an impressive pace, believing he was the king of the world. That was his true speed, but the giant also appeared next to him, asking him if he couldn't run faster. Passing again to the lead. Dom couldn't believe it. He thought that to win that race, he had to adjust his speed and take off the weights from his feet. However, if he didn't improve his speed, now he was going to lose. Activating the second seal of chains by taking off the other pair of weights he carried. Activating a dog pack gallop. The giant felt that enormous pressure, wondering what the hell that was. It was as if something fierce was behind him, and Dom passed to the lead again with furious eyes. The giant thought he was extremely fast. He couldn't believe that bastard was the same as him. And the giant's history is shown to us, who was always teased for his height, believing that he should use some kind of substance for his growth. However, one day this subject arrived, who taught him cycling, and he, after watching some races, fell in love with him and that wonderful sport, believing that he wanted to compete in those races, in which he always wanted more speed and more power. But that day he met Owen, and although he tried to catch up to him, he never could. And so time passed, and the coach who introduced him to cycling started implementing some vitamins so he could be faster. They also had very good nutrients for their muscles, but one day he found some exams discovering that they were drugs to run faster, confronting him since that didn't go with him. But they told him that all cyclists did the same and doped to reach the elite. This crumbled the kingdom of his greatest idols, believing that all those bastards had won at the expense of drugs. Returning to the present, he took off his shirt wondering if that bastard was also using doping. And if that was the case, he would destroy him with his own strength, and the captain was surprised because they had already arrived. And even Dom was in the lead, but the girl smiled. It seemed her friend had unleashed his maximum speed. Dom believed that he only needed a few meters to finish the race, and the giant tensed his muscles, demanding every muscle fiber. Dom wonders what that pressure was. It was as if they wouldn't let him breathe, and the giant activated his sprint, the Viking hunt. Each of his pedal strokes was a Viking axe approaching Dom, and in the final meters, the Viking cut off Dom's acceleration. And he passed to the lead, winning the race. Noah laughed, asking what had happened. Before, he had said he was just a nobody, but he had even used his maximum speed. He just asked her to shut up, and so Dom collapsed. Despite everything he had done, he had lost anyway, falling into depression. Although they tried to cheer him up, it was no use, and the giant appeared, asking if he was using drugs to run. However, just then the teacher appeared, who was nearby, who asked, completely angry. If he had been the one who broke that sign, he just smiled, calling them all drug addicts, expressing that he too might be using drugs, so he was going to defend him too. And so they left. Then Dom became so downhearted that he only said bad things about himself, believing that he was still too weak. And he told his bodyguard everything that had happened, expressing how inferior he was. He calmed him down. He should have told him sooner. They were his safe place from now on. He was going to show him heaven, and so they took him to a place, asking him to just relax. He would take care of everything. Arriving at a kind of shed, where some shouts were heard, asking him to calm down. They just had to enter. They welcomed him to the male universe, and there all the family workers were lifting weights. Introducing Dom, because his boss wanted to stop being a skinny guy. This only disappoints Dom, thinking he should leave, but they stop him. He couldn't leave. If he had come this far, he couldn't leave that universe until he had evolved. Then in the hospital was Minu, who was totally exhausted, and he sincerely asked the doctor if he could really walk again, since having false expectations was torture. The doctor just laughed nervously, believing that in many cases the sensation in the legs only returned suddenly. Therefore, he shouldn't give up and try everything until the end. TJ tried to cheer him up, but they asked him if he really believed him. He affirmed if there was any possibility, they had to try. And it was time for lunch, so he would go get the plates, and upon leaving he also felt discouraged. And just then Magnetos appeared. Hansol presented himself with his triumphant entrance. The parents asked him how he was. They had come as a surprise, because their daughter wouldn't stop saying she wanted to see him. And so they had a good chat together, saying that now she was better, she was starting to go to school. And for the first time she had friends, this made Minwoo very happy, and Hansol was surprised. He had forgotten his gift. Running out to look for it, and just then TJ got distracted by the nurses and bumped into Hansol. Making the ramen he was carrying fall, Minwoo reproached him. What was he doing? He had burned him. They were worried, but TJ was frozen. Had he experienced pain in his legs? And there everyone understood. Could it be that his sensation was back? The next day, they told Minwoo that they had observed that his sensory nerves were reactivating. Even if it was small, this was a great sign, saying that if they combined the therapy, the stem cells, and physical therapy, the chances of walking again were very high. It was going to be a very long and difficult process, but with work they could achieve it. The sister just cried, thanking heaven, hugging Minwoo, since everything was going to be fine. While TJ cried for his friend. Then Yuna takes him to bed. He asked for a few minutes, since he was going to notify his father, and Minwoo asked him if he could really walk again. She was trembling, turned around and smiling. She expressed that yes, everyone was going to be there to support him. Minwoo just looked down, and when he looked up, tears of happiness appeared. And Yuna sent a message to the Homing Bird Team WhatsApp group. There Jay received many messages, asking what was happening, and upon reading it he froze. His body instinctively just got up from his seat and ran outside, taking his bicycle. Riding at maximum speed to the hospital, arriving in record time, and out of the corner of his eye he sees Minwoo and Yuna heading towards them. They ask him what he was doing there. Had he skipped class? And why did he have that face? Jay, stuttering, asked him if there was a possibility that he could walk again. Remembering everything Minwoo had gone through, he smiled and affirmed there were possibilities. Jay just bent down crying, believing it was very good news, making the three of them start crying. And his father from afar, also seeing that scene, clenched his fist and thanked life for that great news, believing that he would return later.